Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Gemma. The salty air hits me as I roll down the window of my rental car. It's been years since I've been back to Seabreeze Harbor, but that distinct ocean scent brings an instant flood of memories. I ease off the highway onto Main Street, where the quaint storefronts look like they've been frozen in time. "Well, hello, old friend," I murmur to the town as I drive past Molly's Bakery, where Mom used to buy me cinnamon rolls every Sunday after church. The faded blue awning flutters in the breeze, just as it always has. The clock tower in the town square still chimes on the hour. I check my phone, 3 missed calls from work, and an email marked urgent. How annoying. I silence it and toss it onto the passenger seat. Not now. For once, not now. My shoulders relax as I navigate the familiar streets. How long has it been since they weren't permanently hunched toward my ears? In New York, tension is my constant companion. Deadlines, subway delays, competitive coworkers eyeing my position, and the endless climb up the marketing ladder. I drive past the elementary school, where I once played hopscotch and dreamed of becoming a marine biologist. That was before career aptitude tests and practical considerations steered me toward marketing, before I learned phrases like networking opportunity and personal brand. The old lighthouse comes into view, standing tall against the horizon. Mom used to tell me stories about the lighthouse keeper's daughter who saved a ship during a terrible storm. I believed I could be that brave once. Look at you now, I say to myself, easing the car around a bend in the coastal road. Gemma Francis, barely keeping her head above water in the big city. I'd never admit it to my coworkers, who think I have it all together. They see the polished exterior, the woman who nails presentations and stays 3 steps ahead of client demands. They don't see me collapsing onto my couch at 11 p.m., too exhausted to even change clothes. The ocean appears vast and endless to my right. I pull over at the scenic viewpoint where Dad taught me to skip stones. The waves crash against the rocky shore, a rhythm so different from the honking horns and urgent sirens of my adopted city. I step out of the car, the wind immediately whipping my curls across my face. I don't bother fixing them. Here, I don't need to look perfect. "Damn, I've missed this place," I whisper, leaning against the car hood. Back in New York, I'm constantly racing around, to meetings, to networking events, to prove myself in an industry that doesn't always welcome women who look like me. Everyone's always watching, waiting for that one mistake that confirms their biases. My calendar is a battlefield of back-to-back appointments, with barely enough time to grab a coffee between client calls. Here, time seems to expand, offering space to breathe. The minutes don't tick by with the same frantic urgency, and no one's expecting me to be anywhere but exactly where I am. I take a deep gulp of sea air, filling my lungs completely for what feels like the first time in years. The salt clings to my skin, and I can taste the ocean on my lips. It's familiar and comforting in a way my sterile apartment never manages to be, despite all the houseplants and scented candles I've scattered around in a desperate attempt to make it feel like home. My phone buzzes again in the car. I hear the persistent vibration against the cup holder where I tossed it. I ignore it. Probably Jake from marketing with another urgent request that could absolutely wait until Monday. Or maybe it's Diane wondering why I haven't responded to her wedding invitation yet. Mom's house is just around the bend, the house where I grew up, now hers alone since Dad passed. The blue shutters probably need retouching, and the garden's likely overrun with those stubborn weeds that Dad used to battle every spring. The road curves ahead, revealing the familiar stretch of beach where I built my first sandcastle, where I first felt the pull of dreams bigger than this small town could hold. I remember standing there at 17, toes digging into the sand, promising myself I'd make something of my life, that I'd build a career that would make my parents proud. That determined girl had no idea how complicated making it would actually be. I never imagined I'd feel such relief seeing this place again. The place I was so desperate to escape has somehow become a sanctuary. The only spot where the constant pressure in my chest seems to ease. Maybe that's what growing up really means. Learning that what you run from often becomes what you need most. Getting back into the car, I complete the short stretch that brings me in front of my mother's home. I pull into the driveway and take in the familiar sight. The white picket fence definitely needs a fresh coat of paint, and the hydrangeas Mom loves so much are in full bloom, their blue heads nodding in the breeze. The 2-story cottage with its wraparound porch looks smaller than I remember, but no less charming. For a moment, I just sit in the car, soaking it all in. The wind chimes Dad hung years ago still tinkle in the breeze. The porch swing where I read countless books during summer breaks creaks gently. I step out of the car and reach under the large ceramic turtle by the front steps, Mom's idea of a hiding spot that hasn't changed in 20 years. My fingers find the cool metal key exactly where it's always been. Some security system, I mutter, smiling despite myself. The key slides into the lock with familiar ease. I push open the door, expecting the usual emptiness that greets me whenever I enter my apartment back in the city. Instead, the unmistakable scent of vanilla and chocolate hits me. Before I can process what this means, Mom appears in the hallway, wiping flour-covered hands on her favorite apron, the one with dancing cats that I gave her for Christmas years ago. "Gemma, you're here?" She rushes forward, enveloping me in a hug that smells like home and comfort, and everything I've been missing. "Oh, Mom, it's so good to see you again." I drop my bag and squeeze her tight, suddenly feeling like a little girl again. Then she pulls back, holding my face between her palms. "You look tired, sweetheart." Thanks for the warm welcome, I laugh, but there's no hiding anything from her. Never could. "Come on in. I've got chocolate chip cookies in the oven. Your favorite?" I follow her through the familiar hallway, past family photos chronicling my growth from gap-toothed child to graduation day. The kitchen is exactly as I remember. Yellow walls, the ancient refrigerator covered in magnets from places Mom has volunteered. The wooden table where I did homework while Mom cooked dinner. "I can't believe you're baking right now," I say, sinking into my usual chair at the table. "You didn't have to do this just for me." "Some things are worth a little work." She pulls out a tray of perfectly golden cookies. "Besides, I knew you needed them." The simple gesture, knowing what I need before I do, brings a lump to my throat. "Thanks for letting me crash here, Mom. I needed to get away from everything for a while." She sets a plate of cookies in front of me and sits down. "Gemma Francis, you listen to me. This is your home. Always has been. Always will be. You don't need permission to come back to it." I bite into a cookie, the chocolate melting on my tongue. New York is just so much sometimes. The constant pressure, the noise, the competition. And yet you thrive there. She reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. "But I understand you, honey. Everyone needs a place to recharge." Later, over a dinner of Mom's famous lasagna, we talk about everything and nothing. She tells me about her latest volunteer project. I share stories about my coworkers. The tension in my shoulders loosens with each passing minute. As darkness falls outside and the crickets begin their nightly chorus, I realize what's been missing in my life. Not success or achievement, but this feeling of belonging somewhere, of being known completely and loved anyway. With my mother, I'm encapsulated by this warm, snug feeling. But it's only temporary. In a week's time, I'll be back in New York. Back in the rat race I'm an avid participant in. I try not to think too long about that, though. It's too depressing.
Chapter 2. Jeremy. The Atlantic stretches out beyond my office windows, a vast blue canvas that should inspire peace. Instead, I'm hunched over a stack of financial projections, scratching notes in the margins. The sunset paints the water gold, but I barely notice it anymore. My office is what the magazines would call tastefully opulent. Leather furniture imported from Italy, a mahogany desk that's probably worth more than some people's cars, and a bar cart stocked with top-shelf liquor I rarely touch these days. Crystal decanters catch the fading light untouched for months, the kind of place designed to intimidate clients and make you feel like you've made it to the top. All it makes me feel lately is empty. I rub my tired eyes and check my watch for the third time in an hour. 8:30. Another night bleeding into the darkness while the rest of Seabreeze Harbor moves on without me. The cleaning crew will be making their rounds soon, nodding politely as they vacuum around my feet like I'm just another fixture in the room. The door swings open without a knock, the distinctive sound of expensive shoes on hardwood followed by the scent of designer cologne. Only one person in the entire building has the balls to enter my office like that, especially at this hour. Jesus Christ, Jeremy, you're still here. Freddie strolls in like he owns the place, which technically, as a board member and my oldest friend, he partially does. He's loosened his tie and has that look on his face, the one that means I'm about to get a lecture I don't want. Some of us work for a living, I mutter, deliberately not looking up from the contract I'm reviewing, hoping he'll take the hint. He won't, but I can pretend. My pen scratches against the paper as I circle a clause that needs revision, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet office. And some of us understand the concept of work-life balance. He drops into the chair across from me, letting out a sigh. When was the last time you left this mausoleum before midnight? Tuesday. Of what month? He smirks, reaching for the crystal decanter on my desk. He pours himself 2 fingers of bourbon without asking. You know what your problem is? I'm sure you're about to tell me. You're punishing yourself. He takes a sip, pointing at me with his free hand. Wendy's off banging that surfer in California, living her best life, and you're here working yourself to death like it's some kind of penance. The mention of my ex-wife sends a familiar ache through my chest. I'm not discussing this. When's the last time you got laid? Freddie. When's the last time you even had a conversation with someone who doesn't work for you? I lean back in my chair, exhaling slowly. I'm fine. Nonsense. You're a ghost. He leans forward, suddenly serious. Look, I get it. The divorce was rough, but it's been months, man. You need to rejoin the land of the living. I'm busy rebuilding the company after the merger fell apart. The company's fine. You're not. He downs the rest of his drink. There's a new bar opening in downtown tonight. Everyone in this town is talking about it. Good food, better drinks, attractive women who aren't looking at your bank account. I have work to finish. It'll be here tomorrow. He stands, grabbing my suit jacket from the coat rack. I'm not taking no for an answer. Consider it a board directive. You can't order me to socialize. Watch me. He tosses my jacket at me. One night. A few hours. If you're still miserable after 2 drinks, I'll personally drive you back to this shrine of self-pity. I catch the jacket, knowing the stubborn set of Freddie's jaw. He won't leave until I agree. Fine. One drink. That's the spirit. His grin is triumphant. Who knows? Maybe you'll meet someone who makes you forget about Wendy and her 28-year-old beach bum. I'm not looking to meet anyone. Nobody ever is. That's when it happens. He checks his reflection in the window, adjusting his tie. Come on, CEO. Time to remember there's a world outside these walls. I shut down my computer and follow him out, ignoring the voice in my head that says, this is a waste of time. Nothing awaits me at home except an empty house that still echoes with memories of a life I thought I'd have. Maybe Freddy's right. Maybe I need this, but I doubt one night out will fix what's broken inside me. The night air hits my face as we step outside, carrying the salt tang of the ocean. Seabreeze Harbor is quiet this time of evening, streetlights casting long shadows across the sidewalk. A couple walks hand in hand on the opposite side of the street, laughing at some private joke. I watch them for a moment, feeling like I'm observing a foreign species. Actually, I think I'm going to call it a night. I fish my keys from my pocket, already backing toward my car like a man retreating from a burning building. Rain check? Freddy steps in front of me, blocking my retreat with the determination of a linebacker. His eyes narrow as he plants his feet firmly on the sidewalk. Not happening. I've got an early meeting tomorrow with... Nonsense. He crosses his arms over his chest, not buying a single word. You're the boss. Cancel it. That's not how responsibility works. I try to sidestep him, but he mirrors my movement. And this... He gestures at me from head to toe with a sweeping motion that feels like an indictment. Isn't how living works. You're existing, Jeremy. You're only 47. You have a lot of life left to live. But you're living on autopilot as if that's the only thing you're good for. You wake up, you work, you go home to that empty mausoleum you call a house. Rinse and repeat. I rub the back of my neck, feeling the tension knotted there like steel cables. The exhaustion runs deeper than physical. It's settled into my bones. What's the point, Freddy? Seriously, what's the point of it all? My marriage crashed and burned in spectacular fashion. Wendy made it crystal clear she didn't want children with me. The admission still stings like salt in an open wound, even after all this time. I can still hear her voice, cold and final. Not with you. Never with you. I'm past my expiration date for second chances. Some things you don't get do-overs on. Jesus, listen to yourself. You sound like you're auditioning for a funeral. Freddy shakes his head. Your marriage ended because Wendy was a self-centered nightmare who couldn't commit to anything that didn't revolve around her. That's not on you. We were together for 12 years. Now you're not. Life goes on. He softens his tone. Look, I'm not saying you need to find your next wife tonight. Just remember what it feels like to be around people who aren't analyzing profit margins. A group of women walk by, laughing loudly as they head toward downtown. One of them glances our way, smiling briefly before continuing on with her friends. I watch them go, feeling a strange hollowness in my chest. I wouldn't even know how to start over, I admit quietly. Dating apps? Speed dating? Christ, it all sounds like a special circle of hell. Start by having a drink and a conversation that doesn't involve work. Freddy checks his watch. 1 hour. That's all I'm asking. If you're still miserable, I'll personally escort you back to your cave of solitude. I exhale slowly, staring down the street toward the lights of downtown. The truth is, my house feels more like a gilded cage than a home these days. Too big, too empty, too full of ghosts. What's waiting for me there except another night of staring at the ceiling, wondering where it all went wrong? Fine. 1 hour. There he is. Freddy claps me on the shoulder, grinning. The Jeremy Evans I remember still exists somewhere under all that brooding. We start walking toward downtown, the evening breeze carrying snippets of music and conversation from the bars and restaurants ahead. Each step feels like I'm moving against a current, fighting the instinct to retreat to the safety of isolation. For the record, I mutter, I still think this is pointless. Noted. Freddie nods to a couple passing by. But sometimes pointless is exactly what you need. I shove my hands in my pockets, trying to ignore the anxiety crawling up my spine. It's been so long since I've done anything spontaneous. So long since I've wanted to. Who knows? Freddie adds, maybe tonight will surprise you. I stopped believing in surprises a long time ago. But I keep walking anyway, toward the lights and noise and possibility, even as every instinct tells me to turn back.
Chapter 3. Gemma. Girl, this place is packed, Tasha shouts over the thumping bass line, her gold hoop earrings catching the light as she scans the crowded bar. I take a sip of my gin and tonic, feeling the pleasant burn as it slides down my throat. The Anchor and Sail opened just last weekend, but from the looks of it, all of Seabreeze Harbor has already claimed it as their new favorite spot. The industrial chic decor with nautical touches feels both trendy and appropriate for a coastal town. I can't believe this is the same sleepy town we used to complain about being so boring, I say, reaching for an onion ring from the heaping basket between us. Tasha laughs, dabbing hot sauce on a mozzarella stick. You can thank Hawthorne Industries for that. Ever since they set up headquarters here 3 years ago, this place has exploded. New restaurants, boutiques, that fancy coffee shop on Main where the old hardware store used to be. Hawthorne Industries? I dunk my onion ring in ranch dressing. Never heard of them. Seriously? They're huge in tech development. The CEO is this total Silverfox billionaire who moved operations here from Silicon Valley, completely transformed the local economy. Tasha winks at me. Not to mention the dating pool. Must be nice having fresh blood in town, I say, thinking of my dating disasters in New York. The last guy I went out with talked about his crypto investments for 2 hours straight. Tragic. Tasha clinks her Cosmopolitan against my glass. Speaking of, how long are you staying? Just a week. 1 week of small town life, then back to the grind. I try to sound enthusiastic about returning to New York, but something catches in my throat. Well, let's make the most of it then. Tasha raises her glass again. To reconnecting with old friends and maybe making some new connections. As I laugh and drink to her toast, I feel a subtle shift in the air, a prickling awareness at the back of my neck. Someone's watching me. I casually glance toward the bar and immediately lock eyes with a man sitting alone with a tumbler of amber liquid. He's older, mid-40s maybe, with salt and pepper hair and a jawline that could cut glass. His tailored shirt stretches perfectly across broad shoulders. And even from here I can see the intensity in his eyes. My breath catches. There's something magnetic about him, a gravity that tugs at something deep inside me. When he doesn't look away, I feel heat rush through my body that has nothing to do with the alcohol. Gemma? Gemma? Tasha waves her hand in front of my face. You still with me? I was telling you about Bobby and his new beau. Sorry, I trail off, reluctantly breaking eye contact. Nothing. It was nothing. You sure? Tasha asks, a teasing glint to her words. I can make myself scarce if you're trying to get with someone. Oh, stop it, I say, shaking my head. It's nothing like that. I try to focus on Tasha's story about Bobby's new boyfriend, but my eyes keep drifting back to the man at the bar. Each time I find him still watching me, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. And then Bobby says, "That's not a garden hose." Tasha howls with laughter at her own joke. I laugh too, though I've missed half the story. Classic Bobby. Remember when he tried to convince everyone he was related to Beyoncé? God, yes. And Lisa Peterson believed him for like 3 months. Tasha shakes her head, rolling her eyes dramatically. Speaking of Lisa, did you hear she opened that yoga studio in Portland? Apparently it's all sustainable bamboo floors and chakra alignment or something equally pretentious. No way. Last I heard, she was working at her dad's insurance company and absolutely miserable about it. I twirl the straw in my half-empty glass, genuinely surprised by this turn of events. Yep, she hated that job with a burning passion. Quit after her father tried to set her up with some actuary who collected rare spoons, and not even valuable antique ones. Just random souvenir spoons from gas stations across America. Tasha drains her Cosmopolitan with a flourish and sets the glass down with a definitive clink. Everyone's lives changed so much since high school. It's like we all scattered to the winds. I nod absently, my attention drifting as I sneak another glance toward the bar. This time the man catches me looking and deliberately raises his glass slightly in my direction, his lips curving into a knowing smile that makes my stomach flip. Girl, if you look over there one more time without doing anything about it, I'm going to march you over there myself and introduce you like we're back at freshman orientation. Tasha kicks me under the table, hard enough that I jolt. Seriously, he's hot. You're single, and this isn't rocket science. Am I that obvious? I groan, covering my face with my hands, mortified that my interest is so transparent not just to Tasha, but probably to everyone in the entire bar. You've got "please come talk to me" written all over your face. She smirks. Go get another drink. I'll hold down the fort. I don't know. Gemma Francis, when's the last time you did something just because you wanted to? Go. I'll be fine right here with these mozzarella sticks. I smooth my dress and stand up. I'm just getting a refill. Sure you are? Tasha winks. Take your time. My heart pounds as I weave through the crowd toward the bar. I can feel his eyes following me, and it sends a delicious shiver down my spine. I position myself a few feet away from him, pretending to study the drink menu while waiting for the bartender. Let me guess, a deep voice says beside me. You're not a beer drinker. I turn to find him even more attractive up close. Those blue eyes have fine lines at the corners that crinkle when he smiles. His jaw is strong, clean-shaven, and there's a confidence in his posture that's magnetic without being arrogant. What makes you say that? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. The way you're studying that cocktail menu like it's going to be on a test. He extends his hand. I'm Jeremy. His palm is warm and firm against mine. Gemma, Gemma, he repeats, like he's testing how my name feels in his mouth. Beautiful name. Thanks. My mom had a thing for gemstones. I pull my hand back reluctantly. And you're right. I'm more of a gin and tonic girl. Jeremy signals to the bartender, who immediately comes over. Another Macallan for me and a gin and tonic for the lady. I can buy my own drink, I say automatically. I don't doubt it. His eyes sparkle with amusement. Consider it a gift for a newcomer. I raise an eyebrow. How do you know I don't live here? Seabreeze Harbor's not that big. I'd remember seeing you around. He takes a sip of his whiskey. Plus, you have that escape the big city look about you. Oh, come on. Is it that obvious? Only to someone who's worn it himself. Jeremy accepts his fresh drink from the bartender. New York? I nod, surprised. How'd you guess? Something about the way you carry yourself, like you're always ready to dodge someone on a crowded sidewalk. He smiles, and my stomach does a little flip. What brings you to this sleepy little town? Just visiting my mom's place for a week. I needed a break from I wave my hand vaguely. Everything. I get that. Jeremy's eyes hold mine, and for a moment, it feels like he really does understand. Sometimes you need to step away to remember who you are. The bartender slides my drink across the counter. I take a sip, grateful for something to do with my hands. So who are you, Jeremy of Seabreeze Harbor? What brings you here? I work here. I'm a businessman, and I work too hard most days. He takes a sip of his drink, mimicking my own movements. My friend Freddie dragged me to this bar because it looked like I needed it, and I did. Usually when someone works themselves to the bone, they're trying to escape something. He perks a brow. Sage advice from the college kid. I'm not in college. I graduated months ago, I'll have you know. He chuckles, nodding briefly. Well, you're right. I'm trying to forget about my divorce that got finalized months ago. It hasn't been easy to work through, and I think drowning myself in work has only made it worse. What would make it better then? I ask softly, capturing his blue eyes. They seem to have a twinkle to them this time around. Meeting the right person, I guess, he says, and I notice the way his eyes flicker down to my lips. What an interesting night this is turning out to be.
Chapter 4. Jeremy. I can't remember the last time I laughed this much. Genuinely laughed, not the polite chuckle I've perfected for business meetings. Gemma's telling me about her disastrous attempt at paddleboarding last summer, complete with dramatic hand gestures that nearly knock over her third gin and tonic. So there I am, soaking wet, seaweed in my hair, and this little kid points at me and goes, "Mommy, is that the sea witch from my book?" She collapses into giggles, and the sound hits me right in the chest. "Brutal," I say, leaning closer. "Kids are savage." "Tell me about it. I work with the marketing team for a children's toy company, and our focus groups are ruthless. One 6-year-old told me my presentation was more boring than vegetables. I signal the bartender for another round. Sounds like my board meetings, except with better honesty. We've migrated to a small high-top table in the corner, knees occasionally brushing underneath. Each touch sends electricity through me, awakening parts I thought had gone dormant after Wendy left. So what exactly does a businessman who works too hard actually do? She mimics my deeper voice when she curses, and it's both adorable and sexy as hell. I run Hawthorne Industries. I watch her face for the usual reaction, the widening eyes, the sudden interest in my wallet rather than my words. Instead, she just tilts her head. "Never heard of it. Is that like insurance or something?" I nearly choke on my whiskey. "Tech development. We're the largest employer in town." "Oh, my friend Tasha mentioned something about that." She looks genuinely embarrassed. "Sorry, I've been away a long time." "Don't apologize." It's refreshing to meet someone who doesn't immediately Google my net worth. "Is that a common problem for you?" She leans forward, resting her chin on her hand. The neckline of her dress shifts slightly, and I force my eyes to stay on her face. "More common than you'd think." "Poor little rich boy," she teases, but there's warmth in her eyes that takes any sting out of the words. Across the bar, Freddie catches my eye. He's chatting up a redhead at the bar, but takes a moment to give me an exaggerated thumbs up and eyebrow waggle. I shake my head slightly, but can't stop the smile spreading across my face. "Is that your friend?" Gemma asks, following my gaze. "Unfortunately, yes. He's been trying to drag me out of my office for months." "Well, I'm glad he succeeded." She holds my gaze for a beat too long, and heat crawls up my neck. "Me too. I mean it more than I've meant anything in a long time." Freddie approaches our table, grinning like he's just won the lottery. "Hate to interrupt, but I'm heading out with Melissa here." He nods toward the redhead waiting by the door. "You good, man?" "I'm great, actually." I stand to shake his hand, adding quietly, "Thanks for the push." Anytime. He winks at Gemma. Nice meeting you. Take care of my friend here. He works too damn hard. So I've heard, she says with a smile. After Freddie leaves, there's a moment where the air between us shifts. Without the buffer of his presence, the attraction crackles more intensely. Another round? I ask, not ready for the night to end. I should probably slow down. I'm already feeling it. She tucks a curl behind her ear, looking up at me through her lashes. But I'm not ready to call it a night yet. We could walk down to the pier. Clear our heads a bit. She nods, gathering her purse. I'd like that. Outside, the night air is cool against my skin. The moon hangs low over the water, casting a silver path across the waves. Gemma walks close to me, our arms occasionally brushing. It's beautiful here, she says softly. I forgot how much I missed it. Why did you leave? The usual small-town story. Bright lights. Big city. I wanted more than this place could offer. She shrugs. Now I'm not so sure what more even means. I understand that feeling all too well. I've achieved everything I thought would make me happy. Success, wealth, status, and still found myself empty. What about you? She asks. You don't strike me as the small-town type. I moved the company here after my divorce. Needed a change of scenery. I leave out the part about how the silence of this place matched the hollow feeling in my chest. Best business decision I ever made. And personally, I look down at her, this vibrant woman who appeared out of nowhere on a night I almost didn't show up for. The jury's still out. But tonight's definitely tipping the scales. She smiles, and damn if it doesn't light up something inside me that's been dark for too long. I feel lighter than I have in years, like I've shed some invisible weight that's been crushing me. When her hand brushes mine, I take a chance and lace our fingers together. She doesn't pull away. For the first time in longer than I can remember, I'm not thinking about work or my failed marriage or all the ways I've disappointed myself. I'm just here, walking under the stars with a beautiful woman, feeling like maybe, just maybe second chances exist after all. We stop at the edge of the pier, the moonlight dancing across the water like scattered diamonds. Gemma leans against the railing, and I can't help but admire the curve of her silhouette against the night sky. The sea breeze lifts her curls, and I'm struck by how beautiful she is, not just physically, but in the way she carries herself, the way she laughs without restraint. It's so peaceful here, she whispers, her voice barely audible over the gentle crash of waves below. When she turns to face me, something electric passes between us. Before I can move, she steps forward, sliding her hand behind my neck and pulling me down to her. Her lips meet mine with unexpected hunger, and any restraint I might have had evaporates instantly. My hands find her waist, then slide lower, pulling her against me as the kiss deepens. She tastes like gin and possibility, and I can't get enough. I back her against the railing, one hand tangling in her hair while the other traces the curve of her hip, savoring the soft gasp she makes when I squeeze. Damn, I murmur against her mouth, breaking away just enough to look into her eyes. They're dark with desire, reflecting the same need coursing through me. You're incredible. Her fingers dig into my shoulders as she pulls me back for another kiss, more demanding than the first. I press my body against hers, letting her feel exactly what she's doing to me. When she rolls her hips against mine, I nearly lose my mind. Come home with me, I say, my voice rough with want. It's not a question, not really, but I search her face for any hesitation. Yes, she breathes, nodding quickly. God, yes. I take her hand, leading her back toward the parking lot with urgency in my stride. The night air does nothing to cool the heat between us. Every few steps, one of us pulls the other in for another kiss, making our progress slow and torturous. I parked at Hawthorne, I tell her between kisses, my hand sliding down to grip her buttocks. Not far. Good, she says, her fingers working at my belt as we walk. because I don't think I can wait much longer. The nearly empty parking lot is dimly lit, my Aston Martin sitting alone under a streetlight. I press her against the passenger door, capturing her mouth again as my hands roam freely over her body. She arches into my touch, making a small, needy sound that drives me wild. "Get in!" I growl, finally opening the door for her. "Before I take you right here." She slides into the leather seat, her dress riding up to reveal more of her thighs. I circle around to the driver's side, adjusting myself before getting in. The moment I'm seated, her hand is on my thigh, inching upward. I start the engine, the powerful purr filling the silence. As I pull out of the lot, her fingers trace higher, teasing along the inner seam of my pants. I grip the steering wheel tighter, forcing myself to focus on the road. "You're being a tease, Gemma," I warn her, my voice tight with restraint. She just smiles, a wicked curve of her lips that makes my manhood throb. I place my hand on her thigh, feeling the heat of her skin through the thin fabric of her dress. Slowly, deliberately, I slide it upward, watching her breath hitch as my fingers trace patterns on her inner thigh.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 5. Gemma. I sprawl across Jeremy's massive bed, naked and exposed to the cool ocean breeze flowing through the huge bay window. His bedroom is stunning. Minimalist furniture against panoramic views of endless water that sparkles under moonlight. But right now, I can barely focus on the million-dollar vista. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my bare skin, raising goosebumps in their wake. The ocean breeze cools our sweat-slicked bodies, but I feel nothing but warmth in Jeremy's embrace. "Stay," he whispers into my hair, tightening his hold slightly, as if afraid I might try to leave. "Stay the night with me." I nod against his chest, too content and boneless to even consider moving. I'm not going anywhere.
Chapter 6. Jeremy. The warmth on my face wakes me. Sunlight streams through the bay window, painting the room gold. I reach across the sheets, expecting to find Gemma's soft curves, but my hand meets nothing but cold linen. "Gemma?" I call out, my voice rough with sleep. Silence answers me. I sit up, scanning the room. Her clothes are gone. The only evidence she was ever here is the lingering scent of her perfume on my pillow and the pleasant ache in my muscles. I run a hand through my hair, trying to make sense of the emptiness settling in my chest. Last night was... Damn, it was incredible. kind of connection I haven't felt in years, maybe ever. The way she responded to my touch, the sounds she made, how perfectly our bodies fit together. It felt like more than just sex. A folded piece of paper on the nightstand catches my eye. I grab it, hope flaring in my chest. Jeremy, thank you for an amazing night. I had to get back to reality early. Love, Gemma. That's it. No number. No, let's do this again. Nothing but a hastily scrawled thank you note. I flip the paper over, searching for more, but find only blank space. Damn. I crumple the note in my fist, then immediately smooth it out again, staring at her handwriting. Did I misread everything? I thought we had something real. A spark that went beyond physical chemistry. The way she looked at me, how we talked late into the night after we'd caught our breath. I was sure she felt it too. I toss back the covers and head for the shower, cranking the water as hot as I can stand it. Steam fills the bathroom as I step under the spray, letting it pound against my shoulders. I close my eyes, but all I see is Gemma. Her smile, her eyes dark with desire, her body arching beneath mine. Get it together, Evans, I mutter, reaching for the soap. As I lather up, my hands trace the faint scratches on my back where her nails dug in. The slight sting is a reminder that last night wasn't a dream. She was real. What we shared was real. So why did she leave without a trace? I try to recall everything about her. Gemma, beautiful name for a beautiful woman. I know she's in town visiting, but where from? New York, I think she mentioned. Something about marketing for a toy company. But that's it. No way to find her in a city of millions. Water cascades down my face as I lean against the shower wall. One night. That's all I get after years of meaningless dates and empty connections. One perfect night with a woman who slipped away like a dream. I shut off the water and grab a towel, roughly drying myself before wrapping it around my waist. My reflection in the mirror looks different somehow. Eyes brighter, shoulders straighter. Even with the disappointment of waking up alone, I feel more alive than I have in months. My phone buzzes on the counter. For a wild moment, I imagine it's her, that she somehow found my number, that she regrets leaving. But it's just my assistant reminding me about the board meeting at 10. Reality crashes back. I've got calls to make, deals to close, a company to run. I can't spend the day chasing a ghost. I dress methodically, armor myself in an expensive suit and tie. The fabric feels constrictive today, like I'm forcing myself back into a role that no longer fits. As I fasten my watch, a gift to myself after closing my first major deal years ago, I catch myself wondering if Gemma would like it, if she'd run her fingers over the band the way she traced patterns on my skin last night. This is pathetic, I tell my reflection. She was a one-night stand. That's it. But even as I say the words, I know they're lies. Something about Gemma got under my skin in a way no one has before. The thought of never seeing her again leaves a hollow feeling in my chest that coffee and contracts won't fill. I grab my keys and head for the door, pausing at the kitchen counter to pour a travel mug of coffee. My gaze drifts to the living room where we stumbled in last night, barely making it to the bedroom before her dress was halfway off. The memory is so vivid I can almost hear her laugh, feel her hands pulling at my belt. I shake my head and take a long sip of coffee, scalding my tongue. The pain is a welcome distraction. Time to get back to reality, I mutter, echoing her note as I step out into the morning sun. I walk to my car, clicking the key fob and hearing the car chirp. With a loud sigh, I sit in the driver's seat and turn the car on. I'm already off before putting my seatbelt on. I grip the steering wheel tighter as I navigate through morning traffic toward Hawthorne Industries. The leather creaks under my fingers, reminding me of how Gemma's skin felt beneath my hands just hours ago. Damn. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the thought. A woman with dark curls crosses at the intersection, and for a split second my heart races. But it's not her. Of course, it's not her. I slam my palm against the wheel. Get yourself together, I mutter to myself. This is ridiculous. I'm acting like some lovesick teenager instead of the CEO of a multi-million-dollar company. One night, that's all it was. One incredible, mind-blowing night with a woman who clearly didn't feel the same connection I did. The stoplight turns green, and I accelerate too hard, the engine of my Audi roaring in protest. The coffee in my travel mug sloshes, spilling onto my hand. I curse, wiping it on my pants. Perfect. Just perfect. I flip on the radio, hoping for a distraction, but the song playing is some sappy love ballad about one-night stands turning into forever. I jab the power button so hard I nearly break it. The silence in the car is deafening. Without music to drown them out, my thoughts return to Gemma. The way she looked sprawled across my sheets, how she screamed my name when she came, the little sounds she made in her sleep as she curled against my chest. It was just sex, I tell my reflection in the rearview mirror, but even I don't believe the lie. Is this what divorce has reduced me to? So starved for genuine connection that I fall head over heels for the first woman who makes me feel something. Pathetic. I pull into the parking lot at Hawthorne Industries, the security guard waving me through with a respectful nod. My designated spot sits empty, waiting for me like it has every day for the past few years. At least some things remain constant. The engine ticks as it cools, but I don't get out immediately. I rest my forehead against the steering wheel, trying to center myself. Board meeting in 20 minutes. Reports, documents, spreadsheets to review, new acquisition to discuss. I need to focus. Instead, my mind replays Gemma's goodbye note. Thank you for an amazing night. So polite. So final. Damn! I slam my hand against the dashboard, pain shooting up my arm. The physical discomfort is almost a relief compared to the hollow ache in my chest. My phone buzzes with a text from my assistant. Conference room prepped. Board members arriving early. I close my eyes, take a deep breath. This is my world, the one I built, the one I control. Time to step back into it and leave last night behind. But as I reach for my briefcase, I catch a whiff of Gemma's perfume on my suit jacket. Did she touch it when we were frantically undressing each other? The scent gives me a sudden pause, sending memories flooding back. Her legs wrapped around my waist, her fingernails digging into my shoulders, her breath hot against my ear. Christ, I mutter, leaning back in my seat. What the hell is wrong with me? I've had plenty of women since my divorce. Good sex, bad sex, mediocre sex. None of them left me feeling like this, like I've lost something precious I didn't even know I wanted until it was gone. I force myself to exit the car, grabbing my briefcase and straightening my tie. With each step toward the front door, I try to shed Jeremy the man and become Jeremy the CEO. But Gemma's ghost follows me, a phantom touch on my arm, the echo of her laugh in my ear. The doors open to the lobby, and I step inside. I nod at the people at the front desk as well as the security guards while I cross the lobby towards the elevator. Punching the button for the top floor, I wait until the elevator arrives, and I step inside. As my reflection stares back at me from the polished metal doors, I make myself a promise. After this meeting, I'll forget about Gemma. I have to. But even as I think it, I know it's a lie.
Chapter 7. Gemma. I zip my suitcase closed with a decisive tug. The familiar bedroom walls of my mother's house seem to close in, whispering memories of childhood safety that make leaving even harder. My week in Seabreeze Harbor flew by too quickly, a blink of ocean air and small-town charm before reality comes crashing back. Just one more check, I mutter, scanning the room for forgotten items. My gaze catches on my phone, and my stomach twists with a familiar guilt. Jeremy's face flashes in my mind, his intense blue eyes, the way his hands felt against my skin, how perfectly we moved together that night. I should have left my number. Maybe. Probably not. What would be the point? I live in New York. He's here. He's clearly wealthy, established, mature. I'm still figuring out my career, my life, my responsibilities. Stop overthinking a one-night stand, I tell myself, shoving my phone into my purse with more force than necessary. But it wasn't just any hookup. The connection we shared felt different, electric and genuine in a way I hadn't experienced before. The way he looked at me made me feel seen, not just desired. The conversations we had between rounds of mind-blowing sex revealed a man with depth, humor, and surprising vulnerability. I grab my suitcase and drag it downstairs, each thump on the steps matching the heavy feeling in my chest. Mom waits by the front door, arms crossed, and knowing smile in place. Got everything, sweetheart? I think so. I set my suitcase down and check my purse again for my wallet and keys. I want to be back in the city by 2, so I should have plenty of time if I leave now. Mom tilts her head, studying me with that penetrating gaze that always makes me feel transparent. You seem different. Something happened this week I should know about? I manage a tight smile. Just relaxed, that's all. She raises an eyebrow. Wouldn't have anything to do with why you came home at 7 in the morning, almost a week ago, wearing the same dress from the night before? Mom? I cover my face with my hands. I'm 22, not 16. And I'm your mother, not blind. She laughs, pulling my hands away. I'm not judging, Gemma, just curious about who put that sparkle in your eyes. I sigh, knowing there's no point hiding anything from her. It was just a one-night thing. Just a one-night thing that's got you checking your phone every 5 minutes like you're expecting a call that won't come. Bullseye. I wince. It's complicated. It always is. She pulls me into a hug, her familiar scent of vanilla and lavender wrapping around me. You don't have to explain anything to me, baby. Just know that sometimes the things we run from are exactly what we need. I lean into her embrace, fighting back unexpected tears. He's older, Mom, like significantly older, and successful, and I have my whole life in New York. My job, my apartment. I shake my head. It's just not realistic. I need to go back to my life in the city. Just know that you're always going to be welcome back here, no matter what. The tension breaks, and I feel lighter as I pick up my suitcase again. Thanks, Mom. I should get going now. Traffic might be bad. Mom opens the front door, sunlight streaming into the hallway. This will always be your home, no matter where life takes you. I know. I step outside, the ocean breeze immediately catching my curls. I think I needed this week more than I realized. We all need to come home sometimes. She follows me to the car, helping me load my suitcase into the trunk. Make sure to call me when you get back to your apartment. I will. I close the trunk and turn to face her one last time. Thanks for everything, Mom. She pulls me into another fierce hug. Just remember, Gemma, you deserve happiness. Real happiness, not just getting by. Don't let fear make your decisions for you. Her words hit something raw inside me. Is that what I'm doing? Letting fear dictate my choices? The thought of Jeremy's smile flashes through my mind again, followed immediately by the reminder of my responsibilities back in New York. The meetings, the clients, the competition, the cutthroat nature of it all. I slide into the driver's seat and toss my purse onto the passenger side, feeling the weight of departure settling over me. With one last wave to Mom, I pull away from the curb, watching her figure grow smaller in my rearview mirror until she disappears around the bend. The familiar streets of Seabreeze Harbor unfold before me like pages from a childhood storybook. I sigh, bidding farewell to all the beautiful storefronts and kind neighbors that have helped made this town into the wonder it is. Time to go back to reality, I mutter, echoing the words from my note to Jeremy. Jeremy. His name alone sends a flutter through my stomach. those intense blue eyes that seemed to see right through me, the way his large hands felt against my skin, confident and gentle all at once, the conversations we shared between breathless moments of passion. I slowed down as I approached the bar where we met. It's closed now, the neon signs dark in the morning light. Just a week ago, I was sitting at that corner table with Tasha, catching his eye across the room. I never expected that night to end in his bed, wrapped in his arms as ocean waves crashed against the shore below his bedroom window. It was just a hookup, I tell myself firmly, pressing harder on the gas pedal. A really, really good hookup. But it wasn't just sex, and I know it. There was something different about Jeremy, a connection that went beyond physical attraction. The way he looked at me made me feel seen in a way I hadn't experienced before. The vulnerability in his eyes when he talked about his divorce, his hopes, his regrets, the gentle way he held me afterward, like I was something precious. I reached the town limits, the "Thank you for visiting Seabreeze Harbor" sign appearing ahead. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "You're being ridiculous," I scold myself. "You live in New York. He lives here. He's older. He's so much more accomplished than you are. You're fresh out of college. You're still figuring everything out." The rational arguments stack up neatly in my mind, but they do nothing to ease the hollow feeling in my chest. I didn't leave my number. I didn't give him a way to find me. I slipped out while he was sleeping, leaving nothing but a hastily scrawled note. It was the sensible thing to do. So why does it feel like I'm making a terrible mistake? The highway stretches before me, a straight line back to my cramped apartment, demanding job, and the frantic pace of city life. Back to being constantly exhausted, always proving myself, never quite measuring up to my own expectations. I merge onto the highway, setting my GPS for New York City. The estimated arrival time, 3:27 p.m., feels like a countdown to returning to a life that suddenly seems a lot less appealing to what I could have in Seabreeze Harbor. It was just a vacation fling, Gemma. Get it together, I say aloud, as if hearing the words might make them true. People have them all the time. But as the miles accumulate and Seabreeze Harbor fades in my rearview mirror, I can't shake the feeling that I'm leaving something important behind, something that might have been worth exploring, worth taking a risk for. I turn on the radio, desperate for distraction, but every song seems to be about lost chances and regrets. I switch it off again, preferring silence to the universe's apparent mockery. The now entering New York sign appears sooner than I expected. Traffic thickens, horns blare, and the peaceful bubble of my hometown vacation bursts completely. I'm back in the real world now, where dreams are practical and measured against spreadsheets and 5-year plans. But as I navigate through the congested streets toward my apartment, Jeremy's face keeps appearing in my mind. His smile, his laugh, the way he looked at me like I was the only woman in the world. "Maybe someday," I whisper, allowing myself one moment of wistful thinking before pushing it away. For now, New York awaits. My job awaits. My life awaits. And if thoughts of a blue-eyed man with salt and pepper hair occasionally drift through my mind in quiet moments, well, that's just a souvenir from a perfect week in Seabreeze Harbor.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Jeremy. I weave through the Saturday morning crowd at the farmer's market, trying to distract myself with the vibrant displays of local produce. It's been 3 weeks since Gemma walked out of my life, and I still catch myself scanning every crowd for her face. Pathetic doesn't begin to cover it. Fresh oysters! Just harvested this morning. A vendor calls out as I pass. I pause, remembering how Gemma mentioned loving seafood during our night together. Damn. Even oysters remind me of her now. You looking to buy, sir? The fishmonger asks. Not today, thanks. I move on, absently examining a stand of handcrafted soaps. The routine helps. Wake up, work, eat, sleep, repeat. Weekends are the worst, though. Too much time to think about what might have been. That's when I see her. My heart nearly stops. The woman standing at a vegetable stall across the market has the same warm brown skin, the same elegant posture. Her hair is styled differently, shorter with strands of silver, but the resemblance is unmistakable. I freeze, staring like an idiot as she selects tomatoes with careful consideration. It can't be Gemma. She's too old. But the similarity is striking enough to knock the wind from my lungs. I realize I'm walking toward her before I've made a conscious decision to move. She turns slightly, and I catch her profile. The same graceful neck, the same shape to her mouth. She notices me staring and raises an eyebrow. I'm sorry, I blurt out, stopping a respectful distance away. You just remind me of someone. Instead of being creeped out, she laughs, a warm, familiar sound that makes my chest tighten. Let me guess. My daughter? The words hit me like a physical blow. Your daughter? Happens all the time. She extends her hand. I'm Elaine Francis. If you're mistaking me for someone, it's probably Gemma. We get told we look alike constantly. My throat goes dry. Gemma Francis. Her eyes sharpen with interest. You know my Gemma. What do I say? Yes, I had mind-blowing sex with your daughter before she disappeared at dawn. We met while she was visiting. I'm Jeremy Evans. Jeremy. She studies me with an intensity that reminds me so much of Gemma it hurts. Well, it's nice to meet you. Unfortunately, you just missed her. She headed back to New York 2 weeks ago. Work calls, you know how it is? The confirmation hits harder than I expected. I knew she was gone, but hearing it makes it real in a way I've been avoiding. Right, New York. I managed to keep my voice steady. She mentioned she works in marketing there. Mrs. Francis nods, paying the vendor for her tomatoes. She's doing well for herself, though the house feels awfully quiet without her around. I'm sure. I hesitate, torn between wanting to know more and needing to escape this conversation. She seemed special. She is. Mrs. Francis gives me an appraising look. How exactly did you two meet? At the new bar in downtown. I keep it vague, professional. We talked for a while. Her expression tells me she's not buying my casual tone. Well, it's a shame you didn't get to say a proper goodbye. She always leaves in such a rush. The comment stings more than it should. That's how it goes sometimes. Indeed. She tilts her head, studying me with those perceptive eyes that seem to cut right through my nonsense. You know, she'll be back for Thanksgiving. It's only a few months away. My heart rate kicks up instantly, hammering against my ribs like I'm some teenager. Is that right? She never misses a holiday. Mrs. Francis smiles, and I see where Gemma got her warmth, that genuine, disarming quality that had me spilling my guts at the bar that night. The town's quite different in November. Quieter, less crowded, perfect for reconnecting with people from the past. Is she giving me an opening? The implication hangs in the air between us. I clear my throat, trying to maintain my composure while my mind races ahead. I've always liked Seabreeze Harbor in the fall. Something about the way the leaves change along the harbor front. I'll be around, that's for sure. Smart man. She nods approvingly as she carefully places her tomatoes and other purchases in her worn canvas tote bag. Her hands move with practiced efficiency. Well, it was nice meeting you, Jeremy Evans. Perhaps our paths will cross again. The way she emphasizes my full name tells me she won't forget it. I'd like that, Mrs. Francis. I mean it more than I should. Elaine, please. She smiles again, the corners of her eyes crinkling. Any man who makes such an impression on my daughter deserves to use my first name. Enjoy your weekend. I watch her walk away, her confident stride so reminiscent of Gemma's. My mind is racing through possibilities, calendars, excuses to still be here months from now. Thanksgiving. Gemma will be back for Thanksgiving. It's not much, but it's something. A concrete date. A tangible goal. A possibility I didn't have 5 minutes ago. For the first time in weeks, I feel something like hope stirring in my chest, and it feels dangerous, intoxicating, and absolutely worth pursuing. After that fateful conversation, I wander through the market in a daze, Elaine Francis's words playing on repeat in my mind. Thanksgiving. Gemma will be back for Thanksgiving. It's a lifeline I didn't know I needed. A concrete date to focus on instead of this endless wondering if I'd ever see her again. I stop at a produce stand pretending to examine a bunch of carrots, while my mind races ahead to November. 4 months. It's not that long, not really. I've waited longer for business deals to close. Those are our best carrots, the vendor says, breaking into my thoughts. Grown right here in Seabreeze. I'll take them, I say, not giving a damn about carrots but needing to appear normal. I hand over some cash, barely registering the transaction. My feet carry me past stalls of fresh bread and homemade jams until I stop dead in my tracks. A jewelry vendor has set up near the end of the market, their display glittering in the morning sun. Handcrafted pieces laid out on dark velvet. Nothing like the mass-produced crap you'd find in mall stores. I approach slowly, drawn to a necklace with a small pendant shaped like a wave, inlaid with tiny blue stones that catch the light. It's elegant, understated, the kind of thing I can imagine around Gemma's neck, resting against her collarbone. That's Labradorite, the artisan says, noticing my interest. She's an older woman with silver hair and hands marked by years of crafting. Each stone has a unique pattern, like the ocean on a stormy day. I pick it up, feeling the weight of it. It's beautiful. It symbolizes transformation and strength, she continues, finding your true path. That's perfect. I can already see myself giving it to Gemma, watching her face light up when she realizes I remembered her, waited for her. I'll take it, I say, not even asking the price. The woman smiles knowingly as she wraps it in tissue paper. Special occasion? Thanksgiving, I reply, surprising myself with how easily the truth comes out. I'm giving it to someone then. That's quite a weight. She places the wrapped necklace in a small box. Must be someone special. She is. The certainty in my voice catches me off guard. I've known Gemma for all of one night, yet here I am, planning months ahead just to see her again. I pay for the necklace, a reasonable price for something handmade, and tuck the box carefully into my jacket pocket. It feels right there, like a promise. As I continue through the market, my mind constructs elaborate scenarios of our reunion. I'll run into her downtown, or maybe at another bar. She'll be surprised to see me still in Seabreeze. I'll play it cool at first, casual, like I haven't been counting the days. Then when the moment's right, I'll give her the necklace. "I saw this and thought of you," I'll say. No pressure, just a gesture to show I remembered her, that our night together meant something. I buy a coffee from a local stand and sit on a bench overlooking the harbor. The same water that crashed beneath my bedroom window that night, with Gemma stretches out before me, catching the morning light. For the first time in weeks, I feel something like peace. 4 months isn't so long. By the time Gemma returns, I'll be ready for her, ready to show her that I'm serious about her, that I want to see a relationship between us grow. I take the box from my pocket, opening it to look at the necklace again. The blue stones remind me of the ocean view from my bedroom, the one Gemma admired as she lay tangled in my sheets. I imagine clasping it around her neck, my fingers brushing against her skin. Maybe she'll wear it when we make love again. "Damn, Evans, you're getting ahead of yourself," I mutter, closing the box with a snap. But I can't help the smile that spreads across my face. I have a plan now, a date, a purpose, something to look forward to beyond the next board meeting or quarterly deadline. For the first time since my divorce, I feel like I'm moving towards something instead of just running from the past. All because of one incredible night with a woman who left without saying goodbye. I pocket the necklace again, patting it like a talisman. "See you, lad, at Thanksgiving, Gemma," I say to the ocean breeze, as if it might carry my words to her in New York. The market bustles around me, but I'm already living in November, already rehearsing what I'll say when I see her again, already imagining her smile when she realizes I waited, that I wanted more than just one night. I stand up, a new energy in my step. I have work to do, plans to make, a life to daydream about in my mind.
Chapter 9. Gemma. I stare at the little plastic stick on my bathroom counter, the 2 pink lines mocking me with their clarity. No ambiguity, no maybe. Just 2 perfect pink lines that have turned my world upside down in an instant. "Damn," I whisper, gripping the edge of the sink. This can't be happening. Not now. Not when I'm finally getting traction at work. Not when my entire life is mapped out in New York. Not from one night with a man whose last name I barely remember. Except I do remember it. Evans. Jeremy Evans. I remember everything about him. His eyes, his laugh, his hands. The way he looked at me like I was something precious. The way he talked about wanting a family someday. Well, surprise, Jeremy. Someday just crashed into right now. My stomach lurches again, and I barely make it to the toilet before emptying what little breakfast I managed this morning. Morning sickness. The term feels absurdly quaint for what is essentially my body rejecting everything I try to put in it before noon. For 2 weeks, I've been telling myself it was food poisoning, stress, a stomach bug, anything but what it actually is. But after the 5th consecutive morning of hugging the toilet, reality became impossible to ignore. I rinse my mouth and splash cold water on my face. My reflection looks back at me, terrified, disheveled, lost. I don't recognize myself. "What are you going to do?" I ask my reflection. The options swirl in my head, each one more overwhelming than the last. Keep it? Terminate? Adoption? Tell Jeremy? Don't tell Jeremy? Move back to Seabreeze Harbor? Stay in New York? I sink to the bathroom floor, back against the tub, and pull my knees to my chest. The cold tile grounds me as panic threatens to take over. A baby. There's a baby growing inside me, half me, half him. A tiny cluster of cells that will become a person with Jeremy's eyes, or my smile, or some perfect combination of us both. My phone buzzes from the counter. Probably work, wondering why I'm late again. I've been using every excuse in the book lately. Subway delays, doctor appointments, family emergencies. Anything to explain why their once punctual employee now struggles to make it in before 10, looking like she's been hit by a truck. I ignore it. For once, work can wait. Instead, I think about Jeremy, about how his face lit up when he talked about the family he'd always wanted. How devastated he looked when he mentioned his ex-wife hadn't wanted children. How gentle his hands were. How safe I felt in his arms. He deserves to know, I say to the empty bathroom. But what then? We spent one night together. One incredible, perfect night that was never supposed to lead to this. He lives in Seabreeze Harbor. I live here. He's established in his career. I'm just starting mine. He's ready for a family. I'm barely keeping my plants alive. The thought of telling him sends another wave of nausea through me that has nothing to do with morning sickness. What if he wants nothing to do with me or the baby? What if he thinks I did this on purpose? What if he demands I move to Seabreeze Harbor? Or worse, what if he's happy? What if he wants to be involved? What if he wants us to try being a family? That possibility terrifies me more than any other, because deep down, beneath the panic and the fear, there's a tiny part of me that wants that too. That remembers how it felt to be with him, how right it seemed, despite all the reasons it shouldn't have been. My phone buzzes again. This time I reach for it, needing the distraction. It's not work. It's my mom. Just checking in, sweetheart. You've been quiet lately? Everything okay? I stare at her text, tears welling up. Mom always knows. Even from hundreds of miles away, she senses when something's wrong. I could tell her. She'd understand. She'd help me figure this out. But telling her makes it real in a way I'm not ready for yet. Once other people know, I can't take it back. I can't pretend it's not happening. All good, I type back. Just busy with work. I'll call this weekend. The lie sits heavy in my chest as I press send. I've never kept secrets from my mother before. I haul myself up from the bathroom floor and look at the pregnancy test again. 2 pink lines. Undeniable. My future staring back at me, completely rewritten in the span of 3 minutes. Thanksgiving, I whisper, remembering my promise to return home for the holiday. That's 2 months away. By then I'll be showing. By then, I'll have to reckon with the fact that I became pregnant after a one-night stand. That the father of my baby is a man who is twice my age. I set the pregnancy test down and drag myself to the bedroom. Opening my laptop, I pull up a blank spreadsheet. My instinctive response to any crisis. Column A, options. Column B, pros. Column C, cons. The cursor blinks at me, waiting for logical analysis of this completely illogical situation. Under options, I type, keep baby, single mom in NYC. Pro, I get to have this baby. Con, everything else. My fingers hover over the keyboard. What about telling Jeremy? What about moving home? What about adoption? I close the laptop with a harsh slam. Some decisions can't be reduced to data points and cost-benefit analyses. The truth hits me with absolute clarity. I want this baby, my baby, Jeremy's baby, our baby. I'm keeping you, I whisper, hand resting on my still flat stomach. We're going to figure this out together. The fear doesn't disappear, but something stronger emerges alongside it. Determination. I can do this. I've always tackled challenges head on. This is just a bigger challenge than most. I reopen the laptop and start a new document. Budget projections, childcare costs, maternity leave policies, healthcare plans. The numbers are daunting but not impossible. I'll need to cut back on everything non-essential. No more takeout, no more impulse shopping, maybe a roommate to split the rent. My phone pings with a text from Mom. Just confirming that you'll be here for Thanksgiving. Can't wait to see you again, sweetheart. My stomach drops. Thanksgiving. I'll be almost 5 months pregnant by then. There's no way I could hide it. I stare at her message, guilt gnawing at me. Mom raised me alone after Dad died. She'd understand better than anyone what I'm facing. She'd help me, support me, love this baby fiercely. But I also know exactly how it would play out. The concern in her eyes, the gentle suggestion that I move back home, the offers to help that would quickly become my dependency, the whispers in Seabreeze Harbor about Gemma Francis and her fatherless child, the pity, and Jeremy. God, Jeremy, what would he think? That I trapped him? That I'm expecting something from him, like his money? The idea sends panic coursing through me. I'm not ready for that. For him, for us, for any of it. Sorry, Mom. I've just discussed my future schedule with my boss and I can't make it this year. Big project at work. Deadline can't be moved. We'll call to explain. I hit send before I can change my mind, the lie burning in my chest. It's just temporary, I tell myself. Until I figure things out. Until I'm ready. I place my hand on my stomach again. It's just you and me, little one. We don't need anyone else. The words sound hollow even to my own ears. Of course we need people, but needing people means being vulnerable. It means risking rejection. It means admitting I don't have all the answers. My phone rings, Mom calling. I silence it, adding another brick to the wall of lies I'm building. I'll tell her eventually. I promise the baby and myself. Just not yet. Not until I've proven I can handle this on my own. I pull up my work calendar and start rearranging meetings. I'll need to schedule doctor appointments, figure out when to tell my boss, plan for maternity leave. I'll need to research childcare options, budget for baby supplies, find parent groups in the city. The tasks pile up, overwhelming but concrete. This is what I do best. Tackle problems methodically, one step at a time. We can do this, I whisper, a mantra against the doubt. We will do this. Outside my apartment window, New York City continues its relentless pace. Taxis honk, pedestrians hurry past. Life moves forward with or without my permission. In 7 months, I'll bring a baby into this chaos. My baby. The thought terrifies and exhilarates me in equal measure. My phone buzzes with another text from Mom. Is everything okay, sweetheart? You were really excited about coming home for Thanksgiving. Call me. I set the phone aside, guilt twisting my stomach. One day, I'll explain everything. One day, I'll introduce her to her grandchild. One day, I'll face Jeremy and whatever comes with that confrontation. But not today. Today, I choose to face this mountain alone, one step at a time. Just you and me, baby, I say again, with more conviction this time. We're going to prove we can do this on our own.
Chapter 10. Jeremy. I park my car outside Elaine's house, the Blue Wave necklace box burning a hole in my jacket pocket. It's been sitting there for months, waiting for this day. Thanksgiving. The day Gemma's supposed to come home. The coastal wind whips around me as I make my way up the porch steps, carrying a bottle of expensive wine and a pumpkin pie from the local bakery. Pathetic offerings that don't begin to explain why I've been dropping by Elaine's place regularly since our chance meeting at the farmer's market. Jeremy! Elaine opens the door before I can knock, wrapped in an apron dusted with flour. Right on time. I step inside, inhaling the scent of roasting turkey and cinnamon. The house feels warm, lived in, Family photos line the walls, many featuring a younger Gemma with her radiant smile. Something smells amazing. I hand over the wine and pie, trying to mask my anticipation. Thanks again for the invitation. Nonsense. No one should be alone on Thanksgiving. She takes the offerings with a grateful nod. Besides, you've been such a help with that leaky faucet and the yard work. Least I could do. I follow her into the kitchen, scanning the dining room as we pass. The table set for two. My stomach drops. Is Gemma running late? I try to keep my voice casual, but Elaine's expression shifts immediately. Oh, Jeremy. She sets the pie down and turns to face me. I thought I told you already. Gemma told me she couldn't make it. Some big project at work she can't get away from. The disappointment strikes me like a slap to the face. 4 months of waiting, planning, imagining our reunion. Gone in an instant. Right. Work. I nod mechanically, trying to process. That makes sense. She's doing well in New York, I imagine. Elaine studies me with those perceptive eyes that remind me so much of her daughter. She is. Though I have to say, she sounded different. Stressed, maybe. Not quite herself. I move to the window, needing a moment to compose myself. Outside, fallen leaves skitter across the lawn. The necklace in my pocket feels heavier now. Stupid. So stupid to pin so much hope on someone who probably hasn't given me a second thought since she left. You really care about her, don't you? Elaine's voice is gentle behind me. I turn, considering lying, but what's the point? Yeah, I do. I thought as much. She gestures for me to sit at the kitchen island while she checks on something in the oven. The way you light up whenever I mention her name. The way you've been finding excuses to stop by, always when she might be calling. Heat creeps up my neck. That obvious, huh? I raised a daughter on my own, Jeremy. I've got pretty good instincts. She closes the oven and leans against the counter. What happened between you two? I stare at my hands, debating how much to share. We connected deeply. Then she was gone the next morning. Ah, Elaine nods like this explains everything. Gemma's always been one to run when things get too real, ever since her father died. It's safer to keep people at arm's length than risk losing them. Her words hit uncomfortably close to home. Isn't that what I've been doing since my divorce? Keeping everyone at a safe distance? I thought Thanksgiving would be my chance to see her again. I pull out the necklace box, setting it on the counter. I even bought her this. Pretty pathetic, right? Elaine takes the box, opening it carefully. It's beautiful. And not pathetic at all. 4 months is a long time to hold on to a brief relationship. A fling, really. Is that all it was? She raises an eyebrow, handing the box back. No. The word comes out before I can stop it. No, it wasn't. Not for me, anyway. Elaine turns to stir something on the stove, giving me a moment with my thoughts. The kitchen is silent except for the ticking of an old clock and the bubbling of whatever's cooking. Something's not right with her, Elaine finally says, her back still to me. Mother's intuition. She's been dodging my calls, giving short answers when I do reach her. That's not like my Gemma. Maybe she's just busy with work, I offer, though I don't believe it myself. Maybe. Elaine doesn't sound convinced either. Or maybe she's running from something. Or someone. The implication hangs between us. Could Gemma be avoiding coming home because of me? The thought makes my chest tighten. I should go. I stand abruptly, shoving the necklace back in my pocket. You were expecting Gemma, not some lovesick fool you barely know. Sit down, Jeremy Evans. Elaine's tone brooks no argument. The turkey's almost done, and I'm not eating alone on Thanksgiving. Neither are you. I sink back onto the stool, suddenly exhausted. The anticipation that's been fueling me for months drains away, leaving emptiness in its wake. I barely know her, I admit quietly. One night, that's all we had. It's crazy to feel this way. Sometimes that's all it takes. Elaine pulls out plates and begins serving. I knew I'd marry Gemma's father the first day we met. Some connections don't need time to prove themselves real. We eat in companionable silence for a while. Outside, the afternoon light fades, casting long shadows across the kitchen floor. I end up finishing the entire meal, but it doesn't satisfy me in the way I was hoping it would. I push my empty plate away, leaning back in my chair as Elaine refills my wine glass. The turkey was delicious, but my appetite disappeared somewhere between Gemma couldn't make it and big project at work. You know, I say, swirling the deep red liquid. After my divorce, I pretty much wrote off the whole romance thing. Figured that ship had sailed. Elaine scoffs, the sound so reminiscent of Gemma, it makes my chest ache. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard all day. And I volunteer at the senior center, so that's saying something. Is it though? I take a long sip of wine. I'm 47, Elaine. Most people my age are celebrating anniversaries in double digits, not starting over. 47 isn't ancient, Jeremy. She fixes me with that penetrating gaze that seems to run in the Francis family. My Harold was 50 when we had Gemma. Said it was the best thing that ever happened to him. Starting that chapter when he was old enough to appreciate every moment. The mention of children twists something inside me. Another dream I'd packed away after my marriage fell apart. Do you think she'll ever come back? The question slips out before I can stop it. To stay, I mean. Not just for holidays she ends up canceling. Elaine's expression softens. I do. This town has a way of pulling you back when you need it most. She reaches across the table to pat my hand. New York's taking a toll on her. I can hear it in her voice. That city. It demands everything and gives little back. Yeah. I stare into my wine, seeing Gemma's face reflected in the dark liquid. I know the feeling. She loves it there, don't get me wrong. The opportunities, the energy. But that life, it's exhausting. Especially alone. I nod, thinking of my own years climbing the corporate ladder. The endless meetings, the constant travel, the hollow victories celebrated in empty hotel rooms. The last time we spoke, she sounded... Elaine pauses, searching for the right word. Different. Stressed, yes, but something more. Like she was carrying something heavy. Perhaps her boss is annoying her. Or her co-workers, I offer, though I'm hanging on her every word for clues about Gemma's life. Maybe. Elaine doesn't sound convinced. Or maybe she's finally realizing what matters. What's worth sacrificing for and what isn't. I drain my wine glass, needing the liquid courage. And you really think she'll come back here someday? I do. Elaine stands to clear our plates. This is home, and home has a gravity all its own. I help her carry dishes to the kitchen, trying to imagine Gemma back in Seabreeze Harbor permanently, walking along the shore, shopping at the farmer's market, maybe running into me at that same bar. You know what I think? Elaine says as she rinses a plate. I think you should stop waiting for Gemma and start living your life here. Make friends, join things, build something. I have been, I protest. The business is doing well and I don't mean work, Jeremy. She hands me a dish towel. I mean a life. The kind that might attract someone like my daughter when she's ready to come home. The suggestion hits me like a thunderbolt. Not waiting for Gemma, but creating a life she might want to be part of. And if she never comes back, I ask, the possibility a dark cloud I can't ignore. Elaine shrugs. Then you'll have built a good life anyway. Win-win. We finish the dishes in comfortable silence, but my mind is racing. The necklace in my pocket feels like it weighs 100 pounds. Later, as I'm putting on my coat to leave, Elaine hands me a container of leftovers. "For tomorrow," she says. "No one should eat alone the day after Thanksgiving either." "Thank you." I take the container, gratitude swelling in my chest for this woman who's shown me more kindness than I probably deserve. For everything. "You're welcome anytime, Jeremy. I mean that." I step onto the porch, the night air crisp against my face. Stars blanket the sky above Seabreeze Harbor, so different from the city lights I once thought I needed to be happy. Elaine's words echo in my mind as I walk to my car. Build something. Create a life she might want to be part of. But standing here in the cold November air, I can't shake the feeling that I may never see Gemma Francis again. And the heartbreak that comes with that feeling is too much to bear right now.
Chapter 11. Gemma. I cradle Maya against my chest, her tiny body warm against mine as I gaze down at her perfect face. Those blue eyes, Jeremy's eyes, stare back at me with an intensity that steals my breath. Only a day old, and already she seems to be looking into my soul. "What are we going to do, little one?" I whisper, running my finger along her impossibly soft cheek. "It's just you and me against the world now." The hospital room is quiet, except for the occasional beep of monitors and the distant sounds of nurses chatting at their station. My phone sits on the bedside table, screen dark. Mom has called 3 times today. I've let each one go to voicemail. The guilt gnaws at me like a physical pain. Mom would be on the first flight here if she knew she had a granddaughter. She'd be beside herself with joy, fussing over Maya, taking pictures, helping me navigate these terrifying first days of motherhood. And Jeremy? God, Jeremy. Every time Maya opens those striking blue eyes, I see him. I see the man who talked about wanting a family with such longing in his voice. The man who deserves to know he has a daughter. "Your daddy would love you so much," I tell her, my voice breaking. "He'd probably spoil you rotten." Maya makes a small sound, her tiny fingers curling around my pinky with surprising strength. The nurses call it a reflex, but it feels like so much more. Like she's holding on to me for dear life. Like she knows I'm all she has. My phone buzzes again. This time it's a text from Shanice, my friend from work. "How are you feeling? Need anything? I can stop by after work with food that isn't hospital garbage." I type back a quick thanks with my free hand. Shanice has been a lifesaver, covering for me at work, bringing supplies to my apartment, not judging when I broke down, sobbing about doing this alone. But even Shanice doesn't know the whole truth. She thinks Maya's father was just some guy I dated briefly who isn't in the picture. She doesn't know about Seabreeze Harbor or the man with kind eyes who showed me what it felt like to be truly seen. A nurse pops her head in, clipboard in hand. "How are we doing in here? Ready to try feeding again?" I nod, adjusting Maya in my arms. The breastfeeding consultant spent an hour with us this morning, but it still feels awkward, painful. One more thing I have no idea how to do. "You're doing great," the nurse says, helping me position Maya. "Most new moms struggle at first." I'm not sure great is the word I'd use. I laugh nervously as Maya latches on. More like barely surviving. That's motherhood in a nutshell. She checks something on my chart. "Any family coming to help when you go home tomorrow?" The question hits like a sucker punch. "No, it's just us." Her smile falters slightly. "Friends nearby?" "A few from work." I focus on Maya to avoid the pity in the nurse's eyes. "We'll be fine." After she leaves, I stare out the window at the Manhattan skyline. Somewhere out there is my apartment, now cluttered with baby gear I barely know how to use. My job, where a temporary replacement is already sitting at my desk. My life, forever changed. I should tell them, I whisper to Maya. Your grandma, your dad, they should know about you. But the thought sends panic spiraling through me. What would Jeremy think? That I trapped him? That I'm after his money? Would he want to be involved? Would he want custody? Would he upend his life for a daughter he never asked for? And my mother? She'd be heartbroken I kept this secret. Disappointed I didn't trust her enough to help me. She'd insist I move back to Seabreeze Harbor, back to a small town where everyone would know my business, where I'd be Elaine's daughter who got knocked up. I've worked too hard, I tell Maya as she nurses. New York is our home. We don't need anyone's help or judgment. But even as I say it, exhaustion weighs on me like a physical thing. The sleepless nights are just the beginning. Soon I'll be alone in my apartment, trying to care for a newborn while healing from childbirth, with no one to hand her to when I need a shower or a moment's peace. My phone lights up with another text. Mom again. Haven't heard from you in weeks, sweetheart. Just checking you're okay. Love you. Fresh guilt washes over me. I've been dodging her calls, making excuses about work being busy, claiming my phone is dying when conversations get too personal. Each lie another brick in the wall between us. I'll tell her soon, I promise Maya, who has fallen asleep at my breast, milk dribbling from her perfect rosebud mouth. Once we're settled. Once I prove I can do this. But the truth is, I'm terrified. Terrified of judgment, of expectations, of having to share her with the world. Terrified most of all that if I let people in, if I let Jeremy in, I might realize how desperately I need them, how in over my head I truly am. For now, it's easier to keep our little secret, to pretend I've got everything under control, to tell myself that the ache in my chest when I look at your blue eyes is just hormones, not regret. We're going to be okay, I whisper, pressing my lips to Maya's forehead. Mommy's got this. I gently place Maya in her hospital bassinet, holding my breath as her tiny face scrunches up before relaxing back into sleep. Her chest rises and falls in perfect little movements beneath the striped hospital blanket. I've never seen anything so beautiful or terrifying in my entire life. There you go, sweet girl, I whisper, careful not to wake her. The nurses warned me to sleep when she sleeps, but my mind is racing too fast for rest. Finally, alone with my thoughts, I sink back against the pillows of my hospital bed. The room is quiet except for Maya's soft breathing and the occasional squeak of rubber-soled shoes passing in the hallway. The facade I've been maintaining, the brave face for the nurses, the cheerful text to friends, crumbles like a sandcastle at high tide. Hot tears spill down my cheeks before I can stop them, and once they start, I can't turn off the faucet. What have I done? I press my hands against my mouth to muffle the sobs. What the hell was I thinking? The weight of my decisions crashes down on me all at once. I've given birth to a beautiful baby girl, and I've told no one who matters. Not my mother, who would drop everything to be by my side. Not Jeremy, who deserves to know he has a daughter with his striking blue eyes. I grab my phone from the bedside table, scrolling through Mom's messages from the past few months. Each one makes my chest ache with guilt. Just checking in, sweetheart. Haven't heard your voice in weeks. Sent you a care package. Let me know when it arrives. Missing you extra today. The harbor is beautiful this morning. I swipe to my photo gallery, finding pictures of Seabreeze Harbor, the lighthouse at sunset, the farmer's market on Saturday mornings, Mom's garden in full bloom. Home, a place where people know your name, where neighbors bring casseroles when you're sick, where your mother's arms are always open. I miss you so much, Mom, I whisper to the empty room. I need you. The truth strikes me like lightning. I'm completely unprepared for this. All my spreadsheets and budgets and plans didn't prepare me for the bone-deep exhaustion, The overwhelming responsibility, the crushing loneliness of doing this by myself. My finger hovers over Mom's contact information. One call and she'd be on the next flight. One call and I wouldn't have to face going home to an empty apartment with a newborn. One call and Maya would have her grandmother's love from day one. But the fear grips me like a vice. What would Mom think of me? Getting pregnant after a one-night stand with a man twice my age? Hiding it from everyone for 9 months? Lying about why I couldn't come home for Thanksgiving, Christmas, her birthday? And Jeremy? God, Jeremy. What right do I have to drop this bomb on his life? I can do this, I tell myself, wiping tears with the back of my hand. I don't need anyone's help. I don't need their judgment or their pity. But even as the words leave my mouth, I know they're a lie. The thought of walking into my apartment alone with Maya terrifies me. No one to hand her to when I need to shower. No one to reassure me when she cries, and I can't figure out why. No one to tell me I'm doing a good job when I feel like I'm failing at the most important thing I'll ever do. I've made such a mess of everything, I whisper, looking over at Maya's sleeping form. You deserve better than this. Better than me. I close my eyes, picturing Seabreeze Harbor in spring. The salt-tinged breeze, the sound of waves against the shore. Mom's kitchen filled with the scent of her famous blueberry muffins. I imagine bringing Maya there, watching Mom's face light up when she meets her granddaughter for the first time. Then I picture Jeremy, his kind eyes, his gentle hands, the way he talked about wanting a family with such longing in his voice. I imagine him holding Maya, seeing his own eyes looking back at him. Would he be angry? Hurt? Or would he be overjoyed at the daughter he never knew he had? The thought sends fresh tears streaming down my face. I've robbed them both of these moments. I've let my fear and pride steal these precious early days from the people who should be here. And that's something I'll never be able to take back.
Chapter 12. Jeremy. It's been 3 years since that night with Gemma, but I still find myself thinking about her at the most unexpected moments. Like now, as I sit across from Mariana at this overpriced restaurant, watching her perfectly manicured fingers trace the rim of her wine glass. And then the client absolutely insisted on changing the entire color scheme 2 days before launch. Mariana continues, her voice animated as she recounts her latest work drama. Can you believe that? Unbelievable, I respond automatically, taking a sip of my bourbon. Mariana is beautiful. There's no denying that. At 31, she's got the kind of confidence that comes from knowing exactly how attractive she is. Her dark hair catches the light as she tosses it over one shoulder, and her tight dress leaves little to the imagination. On paper, this should be working. She's smart, ambitious, and clearly interested. But something's missing. That spark, that electricity I felt the moment Gemma and I exchanged glances in that bar 3 years ago. Jeremy, are you listening? Mariana's perfectly shaped eyebrow arches upward. Sorry, just thinking about a project. I flash her my most charming smile, the one that usually smooths over these moments. Tell me more about the client from hell. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Probably Elaine. I've been checking in on her more frequently these days. The doctors say it's nothing serious, just age catching up with her. But I can't shake the worry. She's become like family to me over the years, the closest thing to a mother figure I've had since my own passed away. Actually, would you excuse me for a moment? I stand before Mariana can respond. Need to take this call. In the relative quiet of the restaurant's hallway, I check my phone. Not Elaine, just a work email that could have waited. Still, I'm grateful for the break. I lean against the wall, exhaling slowly. 3 years, and I still can't get Gemma Francis out of my head. 3 years of casual dates that go nowhere, of throwing myself into work, of building a life in Seabreeze Harbor that feels almost complete. Almost. Elaine's been acting strange lately. Secretive phone calls that end when I enter the room. Changing subjects when I mention New York. I don't press her, whatever she's hiding. She has her reasons. I've learned that much about the Francis women. They keep their secrets close. I return to the table where Mariana is typing something on her phone. She looks up with a practiced smile. Everything okay? Just work, I lie, sliding back into my seat. So, where were we? I was about to suggest we skip dessert and head back to your place. Her foot brushes against my calf under the table. Unless you have other plans? The old Jeremy would have jumped at this opportunity. Hell, even the Jeremy from 6 months ago might have. But tonight, I find myself hesitating. Actually, I need to check on a friend first. She hasn't been feeling well. Mariana's smile falters slightly. Elaine Francis, older woman who lives near the harbor. I signal for the check. I promised I'd stop by with her medication. That's sweet of you. Mariana recovers quickly, but I catch the flash of calculation in her eyes. Maybe another night, then? Yeah, maybe. I don't make promises I'm not sure I want to keep. As I drive Mariana home, making small talk about the restaurant and the weather, I can't help but wonder what Gemma's doing right now. Is she still in New York? Has she found someone? Started a family? The thought twists something in my chest. A family. The dream that's always been just out of reach. Thanks for dinner, Mariana says as I pull up to her apartment building. She leans over, pressing her lips against mine in a kiss that's technically perfect, but leaves me cold. Call me? I will. Another lie. I watch her walk away, admiring the view objectively. She's exactly the kind of woman I should want. Smart, successful, sexy as hell. But as I drive toward Elaine's house, I know I probably won't be calling Mariana again. Elaine's porch light is on when I arrive, a warm beacon in the darkness. I grab the pharmacy bag from my passenger seat and head up the walkway, noting the overgrown flower beds I'll need to tackle this weekend. Jeremy. Elaine opens the door before I can knock, just like she always does. Her smile is warm, but there's a tiredness around her eyes that wasn't there a few months ago. Right on time. Brought your meds, I say, holding up the bag. Some of that tea you like. You're too good to me. She ushers me inside, the house smelling of fresh baking. How was your date? I shrug, following her into the kitchen. Fine. Just fine. Elaine gives me a knowing look as she fills the kettle. That's the third fine date this month. Fourth, actually. I sit at her kitchen table, the same one where I spent that Thanksgiving years ago, waiting for a woman who never showed. I think I'm done with dating for a while. Elaine shakes her head, setting down her teacup with a soft clatter. That's not right, Jeremy. Not right at all. What's not right? I take a sip of my own tea, though what I really want is something stronger. You're giving up on dating, on happiness. She leans forward, those familiar eyes, so much like Gemma's, fixed on mine. You deserve to start fresh, to find a good woman who will make you happy. I laugh, the sound hollow even to my own ears. I think we both know there's only one woman who could have done that, and she's been gone for 3 years. The words hang between us, heavier than they should be. 3 years since that night. 3 years of wondering what could have been. How is she? I ask, trying to sound casual. Is she doing fine? Happy in New York? Elaine sighs, her fingers tracing the rim of her cup. I wish I knew. She's so busy these days. Too busy and exhausted to text back most of the time. Sounds like her career is taking off. I try to ignore the pang in my chest. That's good. Is it? Elaine's gaze is piercing. Work isn't everything, Jeremy. You know that better than most. I do know. I built an empire on 60-hour work weeks and international flights. And what did it get me? A divorce, an empty house, A life that looked perfect on paper but felt hollow inside. "There's something you're not telling me," I say, watching her carefully. I've gotten to know Elaine well enough these past years to recognize when she's holding back. "About Gemma." She shifts in her seat, avoiding my eyes. "It's not my place." "Elaine." "No, Jeremy." Her tone is firm. Some things need to come from the source. I don't push. Whatever secret she's keeping, she has her reasons. The Francis women are nothing if not loyal to each other. "You know," she says after a moment, her expression softening, "I'm proud of you." "Proud of me? For what?" "For how you've taken charge of your life since she left. Building your business here instead of chasing deals across the country. Getting involved in the community. Making this place your home." She reaches across the table to pat my hand. "You've changed." I have changed. When Gemma left, something shifted in me. Maybe it was the hope that she'd return someday, or maybe it was just finding a place that finally felt right. Either way, Seabreeze Harbor has become more than just a temporary stop. It's become home. "She hasn't been back since that summer," Elaine says quietly. "Not even for holidays." "I know. I've kept track, pathetic as that sounds. Each Thanksgiving and Christmas, I found myself driving past Elaine's house, looking for signs of Gemma's return. Work, right? That's what she says. Elaine doesn't sound convincing. I miss her. This house feels too quiet without her laugh. I miss her too. The admission slips out before I can stop it. And I barely knew her. Elaine studies me with those knowing eyes. Sometimes it doesn't take long to recognize what matters. We sit in comfortable silence, the evening light casting long shadows across her kitchen. Outside, the harbor is painted gold by the setting sun, boats gently rocking in the breeze. I keep thinking she'll just show up one day, I admit. Walk into a restaurant or the farmer's market, and there she'll be, like no time has passed. And what would you say to her if she did? I've rehearsed this 1,000 times in my head. What I'd say, how I'd act, whether I'd play it cool or lay it all on the line. I don't know anymore, I answer honestly. 3 years is a long time to hold on to a memory. Not if it's the right memory, Elaine says softly. I finish my tea, setting the cup down carefully. I should get going. Early meeting tomorrow. Elaine walks me to the door, the same way she has countless times over the past 3 years. Our friendship has been one of the unexpected gifts of Gemma's absence. This connection to her that I've managed to keep alive. Don't give up on happiness, Jeremy, she says as I step onto the porch. Whether it's with Gemma or someone else, you deserve it. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. The truth is, I can't imagine being with anyone but Gemma. Even after all this time. Even knowing she's moved on with her life in New York, probably dating successful men her own age who don't carry the baggage I do. As I walk to my car, I feel the weight of everything unsaid between Elaine and me. Whatever she's hiding about Gemma, it's significant enough to make her uncomfortable. But I respect her too much to push. Some secrets need to stay buried, at least for now.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 13. Gemma. The alarm shrills next to my bed, dragging me from a dreamless sleep. I groan and swat at it, my body begging for just 5 more minutes of rest, but I know better. In this apartment with a 5-year-old, every minute counts. "Mommy," Maya's voice calls from her bedroom. "I'm hungry." I drag myself upright, rubbing sleep from my eyes. "Coming, baby." My feet hit the cold floor of our small but cozy apartment. The morning light filters through the blinds, casting stripes across the hardwood. Another day in the city that never sleeps, though I certainly could use more. Maya appears in my doorway, a whirlwind of energy in her unicorn pajamas, dark curls wild around her face. Her eyes sparkle with morning excitement. "Can we have pancakes? Please, it's Friday." She bounces on her toes, already fully charged while I'm still booting up. "How about we compromise with pancakes this weekend and cereal today?" I run my fingers through her curls, trying to tame them. "We're running late." She pouts but nods, racing back to her room to get dressed. I watch her go, marveling at the little person she's becoming. Curious, headstrong, and full of life. Every day she looks more like Jeremy, especially when she gets that determined set to her jaw. In the kitchen, I pour coffee and set out Maya's favorite cereal while scrolling through emails on my phone. The usual marketing campaign updates, client requests, and my phone vibrates with an incoming call. Unknown number, but the area code is from back home, from Seabreeze Harbor. My stomach tightens. "Hello? Is this Gemma Francis?" A woman's voice, professional but gentle. "Yes, this is she." "Miss Francis, I'm calling from Seabreeze Harbor General Hospital. I'm afraid I have some difficult news about your mother, Elaine." The world stops. My coffee mug freezes halfway to my lips as everything around me blurs into insignificance. The kitchen sounds fade away. The hum of the refrigerator, the distant cartoons from Maya's room, the traffic outside our apartment window, all of it disappears into a vacuum of silence. "What happened? Is she okay?" My voice sounds strange, distant, like it's coming from someone else's body. "I'm very sorry to tell you that your mother passed away early this morning. She had a sudden cardiac event. The doctors did everything they could, but..." The nurse's voice is practiced, gentle, but nothing can soften these words. Nothing can make them hurt less as they slice through me. The words wash over me like ice water. Mom, gone. The woman who taught me how to stand tall, who worked double shifts to put me through college, who sent care packages even when I was too busy to call. The mug slips from my hand, coffee splashing across the counter and dripping onto the floor. I don't move to clean it up. "Miss Francis, are you there?" The concern in her voice cuts through my shock. "Yes," I manage, throat tight and burning. "I'm here. When did it happen? I need details, facts, something concrete to hold on to while my world crumbles." "Around 4 a.m., she went peacefully." The nurse pauses, giving me space to absorb this. "The doctor said she wouldn't have felt any pain. Peacefully. While I was sleeping soundly 3 states away. While I was putting off another visit, making excuses about work deadlines and projects. While I was avoiding the questions I knew she'd ask. There are arrangements to discuss when you're ready," the nurse continues. "Your mother had some specific wishes." Of course she did. A laugh escapes me, brittle and wrong. Mom always had everything planned out. "I'll come as soon as I can." I hang up just as Maya skips into the kitchen, her backpack already on. "Mommy, you spilled..." She points at the coffee spreading across the counter. I grab a dishcloth, wiping mechanically. "Just a little accident, sweetie. Go brush your teeth while I clean up." "Are you crying?" Her head tilts. those blue eyes studying me with a perception that stabs at my heart. "No, baby." I force a smile. "Just tired. Go brush, okay? We need to hurry." She hesitates but then nods, disappearing down the hallway. The moment she's gone, I grip the counter, trying to steady myself. Mom is gone. My rock. The woman who raised me alone after Dad's passing, who supported every decision I made, even when I shut her out these past 5 years. I hear the water running in the bathroom. Maya humming to herself as she brushes. The mundane morning sounds that will continue regardless of how my world just shattered. I need to book flights, call work, pack for both of us, figure out how to tell Maya that her grandmother, the woman she's only met through video calls and photos, is gone before she ever got to know her. The bathroom door opens, and Maya's footsteps pad back toward the kitchen. I straighten up, wiping hastily at my eyes. "All clean," she grins, showing her freshly brushed teeth. "Perfect. Let's get your breakfast so we can head out." I move through the morning routine on autopilot. Pour cereal, pack lunch, check backpack, tie shoelaces. Every motion practiced and precise while my mind screams. She's gone. Mom is gone. And I wasn't there for her. I drop Maya at school with a tight hug that confuses her. "See you after school, Mommy," she waves, already distracted by friends calling her name. "Love you, baby," I call after her, my voice breaking. Once she disappears through the school doors, I stumble back to my car and collapse behind the wheel. Only then do I let the tears come, hot and fast, blurring my vision as I press my forehead against the steering wheel. The guilt crashes over me in waves. Almost 6 years since I've been home. 6 years of excuses and deflections. 5 years of keeping Maya from her grandmother because I was too afraid to face the truth. And now it's too late. My phone buzzes with a text from work, a meeting I'm supposed to attend in an hour. I text back that there's been a family emergency, that I'll need bereavement leave. Family emergency. Such a clinical term for the gaping hole that's just opened in my life. I drive home in a daze, barely registering the traffic or the blaring horns when I sit too long at a green light. Mom's gone. The reality crashes over me in waves, each one threatening to pull me under. But I can't drown, not with Maya depending on me. My fingers grip the steering wheel until my knuckles ache. I need a plan. That's what I do. I plan, organize, manage. I can handle this. I have to. I pull into our apartment complex, parking haphazardly, the list of tasks already forming in my head. Call HR for bereavement leave, fill the gas tank up for the drive, pack for Maya and me, figure out funeral arrangements, and... Damn. The word escapes in a harsh whisper. Jeremy. After 5 years of careful distance, of protecting our secret, I'm going to see him again. And he's going to see Maya. Our daughter. His daughter. With his eyes, and that same determined set to her jaw when she's focused on something. I rest my forehead against the steering wheel, allowing myself 10 seconds of pure panic. 10, 9, 8. The tears burn behind my eyelids. 7, 6, 5. My stomach twists with anxiety. 4, 3, 2. I take a deep breath. 1. Time's up. I grab my purse and head upstairs to our apartment. Inside, I move on autopilot. Laptop open, browser tabs multiplying. Time estimate between here to Seabreeze Harbor. Funeral homes. Email to my boss explaining the situation. Text to Maya's school about her upcoming extended absence. My finger hovers over my contact list. Who can help me sort through Mom's things? Am I going to need to sell the house, my childhood home? Who do I talk to for that? The reality of my isolation in New York hits me hard. I've kept everyone at arm's length for so long, focused solely on work and Maya. Mom was my rock, my confidant, the only person who knew everything. She never judged me for getting pregnant after a one-night stand. Never pushed me to tell Jeremy. Never breathed a word to anyone in Seabreeze Harbor about her granddaughter. After Maya's birth, I had the courage to reach out to her, to tell her the truth, and instead of contempt, she responded with pure love and adoration for the little girl. "You'll know when it's time," she'd say during our video calls, Maya bouncing on my lap. "Some secrets aren't meant to stay buried forever." I opened my email, finding the last one she sent just 3 days ago. Photos of the house, my childhood home, with fresh paint on the porch and new curtains in the living room. "All ready for when you two finally visit," she'd written. "This place needs a child's laughter again." She'd been preparing, I realized, getting everything in order, as if she somehow knew. I clicked through to the attachment she'd sent months ago, her will. I'd skimmed it then, uncomfortable with the thought of her mortality. Now I forced myself to read it carefully. The house is mine, just as she always said it would be, along with everything in it. Her modest savings, the family photo albums, all of it left to me, with the explicit hope that I'd bring Maya there someday. To put down roots, the will reads, "In the place where generations of our family have found peace." My throat tightens. Mom never pushed, but she made her wishes clear. She wanted us to come home, to Seabreeze Harbor, where Jeremy still lives. I pull up the local newspaper's website, scanning for any mention of him. It doesn't take long. Local millionaire entrepreneur funds new community center. The headline reads, "There he is in the photo," looking distinguished with salt and pepper at his temples. That same confident smile that charmed me 5 years ago. He's still there, still successful, still gorgeous. What will he say when he sees Maya? When he realizes what I've kept from him all these years? The thought makes my stomach churn. I close the laptop and pace the small living room, memories flooding back. The way Jeremy talked about wanting a family. How his eyes lit up when he mentioned children. The pain in his voice when he spoke about his ex-wife not wanting kids. "Damn," I mutter, running my hands through my hair. There's no avoiding it now. Mom's funeral will bring me back to Seabreeze Harbor. People will see Maya. They'll do the math. They'll talk. This is going to be a mess.
Chapter 14. Jeremy. I adjust my tie, staring at my reflection in the rearview mirror. Funerals never get easier, especially when it's someone you cared about. Elaine was more than just Gemma's mother. She'd become my friend, my confidant, a surrogate parent when I needed one most. "Jeremy, we're going to be late." Mariana's voice cuts through my thoughts, her manicured hand resting on my arm. "You know how I hate being late." I nod, putting the car in drive. "Just need a minute." Mariana checks her lipstick in the visor mirror. The black dress she's wearing is tasteful, but still manages to show off her curves. Everything with her is calculated, precise. 2 years of dating, and I still don't know if I've ever seen the real her. "I still don't understand why we need to attend," she says, snapping her compact shut. "You weren't related to her." "Elaine was important to me." My jaw tightens. "I've explained this." "Of course, darling." She pats my thigh, her touch leaving me cold. "I just think it's a bit much. All this grief for your elderly neighbor." I bite back a sharp response. Mariana doesn't get it, doesn't get me, despite her persistent efforts to become a permanent fixture in my life. Dating her was a mistake, one born of loneliness and her relentless pursuit. But ending things has proven harder than starting them. The cemetery comes into view, cars lining the narrow road. I park and grab the bouquet of white lilies from the back seat. Elaine loved lilies. "I won't be long," I tell Mariana as we walk toward the gathering. "Just want to pay my respects. The service is small, but well attended. Elaine was beloved in Seabreeze Harbor, the kind of woman who remembered everyone's birthday and never let anyone feel alone on a holiday. I stand at the back, not wanting to intrude on family space. Family. The word catches in my throat as I scan the crowd, looking for her. For Gemma. I'm going to find somewhere to sit, Mariana whispers, already moving away. I nod absently, my eyes still searching. That's when I spot her, standing near the casket, a vision in black, her natural curls pulled back from her face. Gemma. My heart slams against my ribs like it's trying to break free. 5 years, and she still takes my breath away. After the service ends, I approach the gravesite, waiting my turn to place my flowers. When I finally step forward, the scent of freshly turned earth fills my nostrils as I lay the lilies among the other arrangements. Goodbye, Elaine, I murmur. Thank you for everything. I turn to leave to find Mariana and get the hell out of here before I do something stupid like confront Gemma. That's when I see them. Gemma is kneeling beside a little girl, adjusting the massive bouquet in the child's small arms. The girl can't be more than 5, with dark curls framing a face that strikes me as hauntingly familiar. She's saying something to Gemma, who smiles through her tears and helps her place the flowers on the grave. My feet root to the ground. 5 years old, dark curls. And when she turns slightly, I catch a glimpse of her profile. That determined jawline, those piercing blue eyes. My eyes. The world tilts sideways. Blood rushes in my ears, drowning out the murmured condolences around me. That little girl, Gemma's daughter. My... Jeremy? Mariana appears at my side, her arms slipping through mine. Ready to go? I can't tear my eyes away from the child. You go ahead to the car. I need to speak with someone. Who? Her gaze follows mine, landing on Gemma and the little girl. Something in her expression hardens. What's going on? Please, Mariana. My voice comes out sharper than intended. Just wait in the car. She hesitates, clearly wanting to argue, but something in my face must convince her. With a tight nod, she turns and walks away, her heels sinking slightly into the soft ground. I stand frozen, watching as Gemma and the child move among the mourners. The girl stays close to her mother, occasionally hiding behind her legs when someone she doesn't know approaches. She has Gemma's smile, her way of tilting her head when she's listening. But those eyes... Christ, those eyes are mine. The realization hits me like a kick in the teeth. I have a daughter I knew nothing about, a daughter Gemma kept from me for 5 years. Anger, confusion, and a desperate, aching love I didn't know I was capable of feeling crash through me in waves. I need to talk to Gemma. Need to understand why she'd keep this from me. Need to know my daughter's name for Christ's sake. But not here. Not at Elaine's funeral. Not with curious eyes watching and Mariana waiting in the car. So I hang back, pretending to study the headstones while keeping them in my peripheral vision. When they start to leave, I follow at a distance, memorizing every detail of the little girl. The way she skips every few steps, how she keeps reaching for Gemma's hand. The sound of her laughter carrying on the breeze. My daughter. The family I've always wanted, with the woman who has haunted my existence for the last 6 years without even being present. I quicken my pace as they reach their car. Gemma! My voice comes out louder than intended, causing several heads to turn. She freezes, one hand on the car door, the other still holding the little girl's hand. Slowly she turns, her face a mask of shock and something else. Fear? Jeremy! My name falls from her lips like a confession. I close the distance between us, my legs moving on autopilot. Up close, the little girl is even more obviously mine. Those eyes, that stubborn chin, the way she tilts her head curiously as she studies me. Is she mine? The question bursts from me without preamble. My voice shakes with emotion I can't contain. Tell me the truth, Gemma. Is she my daughter? Gemma's eyes dart around nervously, then settle on the child. Maya, honey, can you get in the car for a minute? I need to talk to Mr. Evans. The little girl, Maya, looks between us, her intelligent eyes missing nothing. Okay, Mommy. She climbs into the back seat, but her gaze remains fixed on me through the window. As soon as the door closes, I step closer. Why, Gemma? Why didn't you tell me? 6 years, and not a word. You disappeared that night without leaving me a way to contact you. Why would you keep this from me? Gemma's composure cracks, her shoulders sagging under the weight of my questions. This isn't the place, Jeremy. Then where is? When is? I run a hand through my hair, fighting to keep my voice down. I have a daughter, Gemma. A daughter I've never met, who doesn't know I exist. Do you have any idea what that feels like? I'm sorry. Her voice is barely audible. I never meant for it to happen this way. What way did you mean it to happen? Were you ever going to tell me? The anger I've been holding back seeps into my words. Or was I just supposed to go through life never knowing I had a child? Gemma glances back at the car, where Maya watches us intently. Please, Jeremy. Not here. Not at my mother's funeral. The mention of Elaine cuts through my anger. I take a deep breath, trying to center myself. You're right. I'm sorry about your mom. She was special. Something flickers across Gemma's face. You were close with her, weren't you? I was. I don't elaborate. There'll be time for that later. Where are you staying? At Mom's house. It's mine now. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture so familiar it makes my chest ache. If you want to talk, you can come by later. We'll be there. I'll be there. It's not a request. I have questions, Gemma. A lot of them. She nods, her eyes meeting mine for the first time. The connection is immediate, electric, just like that night 6 years ago. I know you do. And you deserve answers. So that's her name? Maya? I ask, my voice softening as I glance at the little girl in the car. Maya Francis. She hesitates. She's 5. 5. Conceived that night. Our night. The math adds up perfectly. She has your eyes, Gemma adds quietly. I swallow hard, emotion threatening to overwhelm me. Does she know about me? Gemma shakes her head. No, not yet. The word yet gives me a flicker of hope. I'll see you later then. I step back, allowing her to get into the driver's seat. As they pull away, Maya's curious face presses against the window, her small hand raised in an uncertain wave. I lift my hand in return, a gesture that feels both monumental and utterly inadequate. So there's the confirmation. I have a daughter. I watch until their car disappears around the corner, my mind racing with questions and possibilities. 6 years of emptiness suddenly filled with purpose. 6 years of longing for a family now crystallized in one perfect little girl with my eyes. As I turn to head back to my own car, my gaze catches on Mariana watching from a distance, her expression unreadable. Another complication I'll have to deal with. But not now. Right now, there's only one thought consuming me. I have a daughter, and nothing, absolutely nothing, will keep me from being part of her life.
Chapter 15. Gemma. I set a steaming bowl of pasta on the table, the rich aroma of tomato sauce filling the dining room. My hand shakes slightly as I place the garlic bread next to it. The simple act of making dinner feels surreal with Jeremy sitting at my mother's dining table, Maya chattering away beside him. And then Tyler pushed me on the swing so high I could see the whole playground. Maya waves her hands dramatically, her curls bouncing with each movement. I wasn't even scared. That's impressive, Jeremy says, his voice gentle. I was always afraid of heights when I was your age. Really? But you're so big. Maya's eyes widen with disbelief. I watch them from the kitchen doorway, my heart in my throat. They look so natural together. The same tilt of the head, the same crease between their eyebrows when they're concentrating. It's like watching two halves of a whole finally meeting. Dinner's ready, I announce, setting down the last dish. Maya, wash your hands, please. She hops up, racing to the bathroom with boundless energy. The moment she's gone, the air between Jeremy and me grows thick with tension. She's incredible, he says quietly, his eyes never leaving mine. Smart as hell. Fearless. She is. I busy myself with the napkins, needing something to do with my hands. She's always been that way. Maya returns, climbing into her chair between us. For a few minutes, we focus on filling plates and cutting pasta into manageable pieces. It's almost possible to pretend we're a normal family having a normal dinner. Almost. So, Jeremy says, after we've eaten in silence for a moment. His voice is controlled, but I can hear the effort it takes. When did you find out you were pregnant? I glance at Maya, who's happily twirling pasta around her fork, oblivious to the weight of the conversation. About 2 months after that night. And you decided not to tell me. It's not a question. I was scared, I admit, keeping my voice light for Maya's benefit. I was young, scared, just starting my career. Everything was happening so fast. Mommy was sick a lot when I was in her tummy, Maya chimes in, sauce smeared across her chin. Grandma told me. Jeremy's expression shifts. Your mother knew? I nod, guilt washing over me. She found out after Maya was born. I couldn't keep it from her anymore. But you could keep it from me. The hurt in his voice is palpable. Maya looks between us, sensing the tension. Are you mad, Mr. Evans? Jeremy's face softens immediately. No, sweetheart. Not at you. Never at you. I made it work, I say, desperate to explain without saying too much in front of Maya. We had a good life in New York. I built a career, made a home for us. Alone. Jeremy sets his fork down. You did it all alone when you didn't have to. Mommy's super strong, Maya says proudly. She works all day and then plays with me and reads me stories and makes dinner. She doesn't even need help. The innocence of her statement hits me like a punch to the gut. Is that what I've taught her? That needing help is weakness? That we have to do everything alone? Everyone needs help sometimes, Maya, Jeremy says gently. Even grown-ups? I swallow hard, avoiding his gaze. Maya, why don't you show Jeremy your drawings after dinner? The ones you made on the car ride here? Her face lights up. Can I? They're super good. I drew Grandma in heaven with angels. Jeremy nods, his eyes suspiciously bright. I'd love to see them. The conversation shifts to safer topics, like Maya's school in New York, her favorite subjects, her best friend Tyler. Jeremy listens intently, asking questions that show he's genuinely interested, not just going through the motions. How did you manage it all? He asks when Maya excuses herself to get her drawings. Working, raising her, everything? One day at a time. I start clearing plates, needing to keep moving. Daycare, after-school programs, occasionally bringing work home. It wasn't easy, but we managed. You could have called me. His voice drops lower. You know that, right? I would have been there in a heartbeat. Would you? I turned to face him, dishes forgotten. A man I spent one night with? You had your life here, your business. I was just a fling. Is that what you thought? He stands, closing the distance between us. That you were just some random hookup? Christ, Gemma. I spent years pining for you, thinking about you. Years wondering what happened? If I'd done something wrong. My throat tightens. I didn't know. No, you didn't. Because you disappeared. Because you decided for both of us. His voice cracks with emotion. I missed everything. Her first steps, first words, first day of school, 5 years of her life that I'll never get back. I'm sorry. The words feel woefully inadequate. I was young and scared and you didn't trust me. The hurt in his eyes is unbearable. You didn't trust that I might actually want to be a father to my own child. Before I can respond, Maya bounds back into the room, arms full of colorful drawings. Look, this one's my favorite. Maya dances around the living room, holding up each drawing for Jeremy to see. Her enthusiasm is infectious, and I can't help but smile despite the heaviness in my heart. This one's the ocean. See the big waves? And this is a seagull. They're really noisy birds, she explains, pointing to scribbles that vaguely resemble water and flying creatures. Jeremy leans forward in my mother's favorite armchair, completely captivated. These are incredible, Maya. You're quite the artist. Mommy says I get it from Grandma. She beams at him, completely at ease despite having just met him hours ago. Do you draw too, Mr. Evans? Not as well as you. His voice is gentle in a way that makes my chest ache. But I used to build sandcastles. Maybe I could show you sometime. Really? With towers and everything? Her eyes widen with excitement. Absolutely. The biggest sandcastle Seabreeze Harbor has ever seen. I busy myself cleaning up dinner dishes, needing distance from the scene unfolding in my living room. They look so natural together, like watching puzzle pieces click into place after years of being separated. Maya, it's bath time, I call from the kitchen doorway, dish towel clutched in my hands like a lifeline. But I'm showing Mr. Evans my drawings. She pouts, bottom lip jutting out in a perfect replica of Jeremy's expression when he's displeased. You can show him more tomorrow. It's getting late and you had a long day. To my surprise, Maya doesn't argue further. She gathers her drawings carefully and hands them to Jeremy. You can keep these if you want. I can make more. Something flickers across his face. Gratitude, wonder, love. I'd be honored. Thank you, Maya. She skips over to me, suddenly compliant. Can I have bubbles in my bath? Of course, sweetheart. I guide her toward the stairs, glancing back at Jeremy. I'll be down after she's settled. Bathing and bedtime routines pass in a blur. Maya chatters about the funeral, about Jeremy, about how pretty the flowers were. I answer on autopilot, my mind racing with what awaits me downstairs. Mommy? Maya asks as I tuck her into my childhood bed. Is Mr. Evans your friend? I smooth her curls back from her forehead. Yes, he is, from a long time ago. I like him. He looks at my drawings like they're really important. That's because they are important. I kiss her forehead. And so are you, the most important person in the whole world to me. Can we see him again tomorrow? Her eyelids are already drooping. Exhaustion finally catching up. We'll see. Sleep tight, baby. I wait until her breathing evens out before slipping from the room. My feet feel like lead as I descend the stairs, each step bringing me closer to a confrontation, almost 6 years in the making. Jeremy stands by the window, staring out at the harbor lights. He turns when I enter, his face unreadable in the dim light. She's asleep, I say, hovering in the doorway. She's incredible, Gemma. His voice is thick with emotion. Smart, funny, beautiful. She is. Pride swells in my chest despite everything. How long are you staying? He cuts straight to the point, always direct. In Seabreeze Harbor. I wrap my arms around myself. Just until I sort out Mom's affairs, I'm planning to sell the house and head back to New York. Sell it? His eyebrows shoot up. This is your family home. It's just a house now. The words hurt to say, but I force them out. Our life is in New York. Your mother wouldn't want that. Jeremy steps closer, his presence filling the room. Elaine loved this place. She always talked about you coming back eventually, that you'd get tired of your life in New York. You don't get to tell me what my mother would want. Anger flares, hot and defensive. You didn't know her like I did. I spent the last 5 years checking in on her, fixing things around the house, having dinner with her when she was lonely. His words give me pause. While you were in New York, hiding my daughter from me, I flinch at the raw hurt in his voice. I wasn't hiding her. What would you call it then? Protecting her. Protecting myself. I turn away, unable to face the accusation in his eyes. You don't understand what it was like. Then help me understand, Gemma. He moves closer, his voice dropping. Because from where I'm standing, you made a choice that affected 3 lives without consulting anyone else. I was scared, okay? The admission bursts out of me. I was 22, pregnant after a one-night stand with a man I barely knew. A man twice my age with money and power and everything I didn't have. You think I would have used that against you? Hurt colors his words. That I wouldn't have supported you both? I don't know what I thought. I just knew I couldn't come back here and be the talk of the town. Poor Gemma Francis, knocked up and alone. Jeremy takes a deep breath, visibly trying to control his temper. And now? What's your plan now? Take Maya back to New York and pretend I don't exist? I don't know. I sink onto the couch, suddenly exhausted. I haven't figured it out yet. Well, I have. He stands over me, his presence commanding. You're not taking my daughter away again, not when I've just found her. You can't stop me, but my voice lacks conviction. Actually, I can. His tone softens slightly. But I don't want it to come to that, Gemma. I don't want to fight you. What do you want then? Jeremy kneels in front of me, taking my hands in his. The contact sends electricity up my arms, just like it did 5 years ago. I want you to stay, both of you. His eyes hold mine, intense and unwavering. Here, in Seabreeze Harbor, where you belong, where Maya belongs. Jeremy! No, listen to me. His grip tightens. This is your home. This is where your roots are. Elaine knew that. She wanted you back here, where Maya could grow up with family, with community. I have a job in New York, a life. A life where you're struggling alone when you don't have to be. He moves closer, his face inches from mine. I want to know my daughter, Gemma. I want to be her father, and I want you. My breath catches. What? I want you. His voice drops lower, more intense. I never stopped wanting you. Not for 5 years. Not for a single day. You can't just... I can and I am. He takes my face in his hands, his touch firm but gentle. You and Maya belong here, with me. I'm not letting either of you go again. The certainty in his voice makes my knees weak. This is what I've been running from, not just his anger, but this intensity, this connection that terrifies me because it feels so right. I don't know if I can do this, I whisper, hating the tremor in my voice. You don't have to know right now. His thumb traces my cheekbone. But I'm not giving up, Gemma, on either of you. We're going to be a family the way we should have been from the beginning.
Chapter 16. Jeremy. I spread Maya's drawings across my coffee table, each colorful page a treasure more valuable than anything in my multi-million-dollar home. My fingers traced the crayon lines of what she labeled Grandma in Heaven, featuring a stick figure with a halo floating among clouds. My daughter. The reality of it hits me again and again, leaving me breathless. 5 years gone. 5 years I'll never get back. My phone vibrates against the glass table, Mariana's name flashing on the screen. I consider letting it go to voicemail, but this conversation is long overdue. Hello? Jeremy, darling. Her voice drips with practiced sweetness. I've been trying to reach you for days. Where have you been hiding? I've been busy. I pick up Maya's drawing of what appears to be a cat with 6 legs. Too busy for your girlfriend? There's an edge to her voice now. Ever since that old lady's funeral, you've been acting strange. What's going on? I take a deep breath. We need to talk, Mariana. That sounds ominous. She laughs, but it's hollow. Don't tell me you're getting cold feet about us. I'm not getting cold feet. I set the drawing down carefully. I'm ending our relationship. The silence that follows is deafening. You're what? Her voice drops to a dangerous whisper. I'm breaking up with you. This isn't working. Not working? Her voice rises sharply. What are you talking about? We're perfect together. Everyone says so. No, we're not. I stand, pacing across my living room. We have nothing in common except that we look good in photos together. That's not true. When's the last time we had a real conversation, Mariana? About anything that matters? You don't know me, and I don't know you. Is this about that woman? Her tone turns venomous. The one at the funeral. I saw how you looked at her. I stopped pacing. This is about us. About the fact that you're not in love with me. You're in love with my money, my house, my lifestyle. How dare you? I've seen your credit card statements, Mariana. The shopping sprees, the spa days, the designer clothes. You've been living like we're already married. You said you didn't mind? She's shouting now. I didn't. Because I was settling. Because I thought maybe this was as good as it gets. I looked down at Maya's drawings again, at the family she sketched with 3 stick figures holding hands. But I was wrong. Who is she? Mariana demands. The love of my life. The words come out before I can stop them, but they feel right. She came back to town, and I'm not losing her again. The black girl from the funeral? Her voice turns ugly. You're leaving me for her? Watch it, Mariana. My voice hardens. That's the mother of my child you're talking about. Another silence, this one stunned. Your what? My daughter. I have a 5-year-old daughter I never knew about until yesterday. I pick up the drawing of the 3 stick figures, and I'm not wasting another minute of my life on a relationship that was never going anywhere. You can't do this to me. Her voice cracks. What will people say? We were planning a future together, Jeremy. A wedding. I'm sorry, but I just can't do this anymore. I won't do this. It's not fair to either one of us. She's crying now. Jeremy, please. It's over, Mariana. I'm sorry if this hurts you, but continuing would hurt us both more in the long run. You'll regret this. Her voice turns cold. When she breaks your heart again, don't come crawling back to me. Goodbye, Mariana. I end the call and toss my phone onto the couch. The relief I feel is immediate and overwhelming. For the first time in years, I feel like I can breathe. I gather Maya's drawings carefully, arranging them in a neat stack. Tomorrow, I'll buy frames for each one. My daughter's first gift to me deserves nothing less than a place of honor. My phone buzzes with incoming texts. Mariana, no doubt, not willing to let go without a fight. I ignore it, focusing instead on the future that suddenly seems possible. A family, my family, the one I've always wanted. I just need to convince Gemma that we belong together, that New York isn't where she's meant to be, that her home, their home, is here with me. I toss my phone onto the coffee table and stare at Maya's drawings spread before me. The screen lights up again. The 15th message from Mariana in the last hour. Jeremy, answer me right now or I swear to God. I pick up my phone, my jaw clenched as I scroll through her increasingly unhinged messages. You can't just throw away what we have. That brat has brainwashed you. I've already picked out our wedding venue. I deserve better than this after everything I've done for you. My friends all think you're having a midlife crisis. The last message makes me pause. I know where she lives. That little coastal dump of a house. Maybe I should pay her a visit. My blood runs cold. I hadn't considered Mariana might actually be dangerous. The woman I dated was calculating and superficial, but this level of desperation is unexpected. I block her number without hesitation. Then I block her on every social media platform we're connected on. For good measure, I call my security company to update them about a potential situation and send a quick text to my lawyer. Need to discuss restraining order options tomorrow. Ex-girlfriend making threats. With that handled, I return to Maya's drawings. The crayon stick figures, labeled Mommy, me, and a question mark where a father should be, make my chest ache. 5 years of her life, gone. Moments I can never get back, but I still have time. So much time to build a relationship with my daughter, to watch her grow, to be the father she deserves. And Gemma. The memory of her at dinner tonight, nervously serving pasta in her mother's kitchen, trying so hard to maintain control of a situation spiraling beyond her grasp. The fierce protectiveness when she spoke about raising Maya alone. The flash of vulnerability when she admitted she'd been scared. My mind is settled. They're not going back to New York. I won't allow it. I pull out my laptop and begin researching. First, the top marketing firms in the area that might entice Gemma with a position equal to or better than what she has in New York. Then, the best schools for Maya, private institutions with art programs that would nurture her creativity. Next, I look up real estate listings. If Gemma insists on selling her mother's house, I'll find them something perfect. Something with a view of the ocean, with a big yard where Maya can play, with a studio space where Gemma can work from home if she wants. Or maybe I can convince her to keep her mother's place. It's filled with memories, with history. Maya should grow up knowing where her roots are, surrounded by her grandmother's love that still permeates every corner of that house. I make notes, create spreadsheets, compile data, approaching this like any business challenge. But this isn't business. This is family. My family. Around midnight, I close my laptop and lean back, exhausted but determined. Tomorrow, I'll make my case to Gemma. I'll show her that staying here is the best option for all of us, that I can provide stability, security, love, that I can be the partner she never thought I could be. I pick up one last drawing, which is Maya's depiction of the three of us holding hands under a rainbow. My throat tightens as I study it. I promise, I whisper to the empty room, to the daughter sleeping miles away in her mother's childhood home. I'll make this real for you. I carefully place the drawings in my briefcase. Tomorrow is the first day of our new life together. They just don't know it yet.
Chapter 17. Gemma. I watch Mrs. Peterson's face light up when I drop Maya off at her house. She was Mom's closest friend for 30 years, and seeing her with Maya feels like preserving a small piece of Mom that might otherwise slip away. We're going to have so much fun today, Mrs. Peterson tells Maya, who's already eyeing the cookie dough on the counter. I thought we could bake cookies and then walk down to the beach to collect shells. Can we make chocolate chip ones? Maya bounces on her toes, already forgetting I'm standing here. Of course we can, sweetheart. I kneel down to Maya's level. Be good for Mrs. Peterson, okay? I'll pick you up before dinner. Okay, Mommy. She gives me a quick hug before dashing toward the kitchen. Mrs. Peterson touches my arm gently. Take all the time you need, dear. She'll be fine with me. I nod gratefully. Thank you for doing this. Your mother would have wanted me to help. Her eyes soften. How are you holding up with everything? including that handsome man who showed up at the funeral? I swallow thickly. That's complicated. The best things usually are. She winks. Now, go. Maya and I have cookies to make. Back at Mom's house, my house now, I suppose, I settle on the couch with my laptop. The real estate listings for the area are already open in one tab, and I've got 3 agents bookmarked who specialize in waterfront properties. This should be straightforward. Sell the house, take the money, go back to our life in New York. Simple. So why does my finger hesitate over the keyboard? I close my laptop without making a single call and wander through the rooms, trailing my fingers along the walls. Every corner holds a memory. Mom teaching me to bake in the kitchen, Dad reading bedtime stories in what's now Maya's room, family game nights by the fireplace when the winter storms rolled in. In the hallway, family photos line the walls. Me on my first day of kindergarten, gap-toothed and grinning. High school graduation. Mom and Dad's 10th anniversary, their faces creased with laughter. Mom holding a newborn me, tears of joy streaming down her face. I touch the frame gently. What should I do, Mom? I whisper. Tell me what to do. The silence that answers is deafening. Back in the living room, I open my laptop again. Instead of real estate agents, I find myself searching for marketing positions in the area. There are several openings, nothing as prestigious as my New York job, but enough to live comfortably, and the cost of living here is so much lower. Maya could have a yard to play in, the beach just minutes away, clean air, stars at night, and Jeremy? The thought of him sends a flutter through my stomach. The intensity in his eyes last night when he said he wanted us to stay. The way he looked at Maya like she was the most precious thing in the world. We're going to be a family, he'd said with such certainty. A knock at the door startles me from my thoughts. I smooth down my hair and check my reflection in the hallway mirror before opening it. Jeremy stands on the porch, tall and impossibly handsome, in dark jeans and a light blue button-down that makes his eyes look like the ocean on a clear day. His hair is slightly tousled by the sea breeze, and he's holding a paper bag that smells like fresh pastries. Hi, he says, his voice deep and warm. I thought you might be hungry. You didn't have to bring breakfast, I say, stepping back to let Jeremy in. The morning light catches his profile, highlighting the strong line of his jaw. I wanted to. His smile is gentle as he holds up the paper bag. Fresh croissants from Harborside Bakery, still the best in town. I take the bag, our fingers brushing. The contact sends a flutter through my stomach that I try desperately to ignore. Thank you. That's really thoughtful. Where's Maya? He asks, glancing around the living room as he follows me to the kitchen. She's at Mrs. Peterson's for the day, Mom's old friend. They're baking cookies and collecting shells. I busy myself getting plates, needing something to do with my hands. She'll love it there. Mrs. Peterson with the cat collection? Jeremy smiles. Your mom used to complain about all those porcelain cats? You remember that? I pause, surprised. Of course I do. His eyes hold mine for a beat too long. I clear my throat and make myself busy to avert my gaze. Coffee? Please. I measure grounds into the filter, hyper aware of Jeremy watching me from the kitchen table. The silence stretches between us, filled with unspoken words. So what have you been up to today? He asks finally. Just thinking. I gesture vaguely toward my laptop. Looking at marketing jobs in the area, trying to figure out what's next. You're considering staying? Hope colors his voice. I pour water into the coffee maker, buying time. I don't know. Maybe. It's complicated. Life usually is. The coffee maker gurgles to life, filling the kitchen with its rich aroma. I pull the croissants from the bag, arranging them on a plate. These smell amazing. I take a bite of one, closing my eyes at the buttery perfection. God, I miss these. Nothing in New York compares. Nothing in New York compares to a lot of things here, Jeremy says quietly. I meet his gaze over my coffee mug. I've built a life there, Jeremy. A good one. I know. He leans forward, elbows on the table. But I've spent the last 5 years trying to build one here without you, and it never felt right. My heart skips. What do you mean? I tried moving on, Gemma. He runs a hand through his hair. There was someone, Mariana. We dated for a few years. She wanted marriage, the whole package. Oh, I looked down at my croissant, suddenly not hungry. What happened? I couldn't do it. His voice drops lower. Every time I thought about committing to her, I'd remember that night with you. How it felt like everything finally made sense. How I couldn't stop thinking about you for years afterward. Heat travels down my body. Jeremy? No one ever made me forget you. His eyes hold mine, intense and unwavering. Not Mariana, not anyone. And now I know why. The universe was saving me for this. For you and Maya. My pulse quickens. That's a lot of pressure to put on a one-night stand from 5 years ago. It wasn't just a one-night stand. He reaches across the table, his fingers brushing mine. You know that as well as I do. The electricity between us is undeniable, crackling in the small space of my mother's kitchen. I want to pull away, to protect myself from the intensity of his gaze, but I can't seem to move. We barely knew each other, I whisper. And yet we created something perfect. His thumb traces circles on my wrist. Maya is proof that whatever was between us that night was real, Gemma. I swallow hard, fighting the urge to lean into his touch. I don't know if I can do this, Jeremy. Everything's happening so fast. We have time. His voice is soft but certain. All the time in the world to figure this out. Together. He leans closer and I can smell his cologne. Something woodsy and expensive that makes my head swim. My eyes drift to his lips, and I remember how they felt against mine 5 years ago. Just as we're about to close the distance between us, a sharp knock at the front door makes me jump. I pull back, confused. Who could that be? Maya's with Mrs. Peterson until dinner. The knock comes again, more insistent this time. Jeremy's expression shifts, a flash of concern crossing his features. Are you expecting anyone? No. I stand, straightening my shirt. It's probably just a neighbor checking in. Everyone's been so kind since Mom passed. I head for the door, Jeremy following a few steps behind. Something about his posture seems tense, alert. The knocking turns to pounding. Gemma Francis, I know you're in there. Open up. A woman's voice. Unfamiliar, angry, demanding. I freeze, my hand on the doorknob, and turn to Jeremy with questioning eyes. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 18. Jeremy. The moment Gemma pulls the door open, I know we're screwed. Mariana stands on the porch, hair wild and eyes blazing with fury. She's wearing designer clothes that look slept in, her makeup smudged around the edges. She's never looked less put together or more dangerous. "You bastard," she hisses, looking past Gemma straight at me. "I knew I'd find you here." Gemma steps back, startled. "Excuse me, who are you?" Mariana's lip curls as she looks Gemma up and down. "I'm Jeremy's girlfriend, the woman he abandoned for this piece of trash." Gemma flinches from the ferocity of those words, but she recovers instantly. Her spine straightens, and I see fire ignite in her eyes. "First of all, I don't know who the hell you think you are, but you need to watch your mouth in my house." Gemma's voice is deadly calm. "Second, I'm nobody's trash. And third, you need to leave. Now. Oh, I'll leave when I'm good and ready." Mariana tries to push past Gemma, but despite being smaller, Gemma doesn't budge an inch. "Jeremy, are you seriously choosing this over me, after everything we've built?" I step forward, placing myself between them. "Mariana, you need to go. We broke up. It's over." "We did not break up! You had a tantrum and blocked my number." Her voice rises to a shriek. "And then I find out you've been hiding a kid with her." Gemma's eyes widen. "How do you know about Maya?" "He told me." Mariana jabs a finger in my direction. "You're shameless, Jeremy. Absolutely shameless. Have you been stalking him?" Gemma looks disgusted. "It's not stalking when he belongs to me." Mariana's mascara has started to run, black streaks tracking down her cheeks. "We had plans. A future. And you ruined everything, you coward." "That's enough." I grab Mariana's arm, intending to guide her back to her car, but she yanks away. "Don't touch me." "Not when your hands have been all over her." She spits the words, then turns to Gemma. "You think you're special? He'll get bored with you and that brat just like he got bored with me." Something snaps in Gemma's expression. With one swift move, she shoves Mariana back onto the porch with surprising strength. "Get off my property before I call the police. If you ever speak about my daughter again, I will end you." She slams the door shut with enough force to rattle the windows, then leans against it, chest heaving. For a moment, we just stare at each other, the only sound Mariana's muffled cursing from the other side of the door. Then she stomps down the steps. A car door slams and tires screech on pavement. "That was sexy as hell," I say before I can stop myself. Gemma's eyes narrow dangerously. Seriously? That's what you're going with right now? I'm sorry. No. She cuts me off with a raised hand. You need to control your psycho ex, Jeremy. I will not have that woman anywhere near me or my daughter, you understand? I won't tolerate her disrespect. I know, you're right. I run a hand through my hair. I broke up with her yesterday. I didn't think she'd follow you, stalk you, show up at my door. Gemma crosses her arms. This is exactly why I was hesitant about staying. Drama. Complications. Gemma, please! I step closer, careful not to crowd her. I'll handle Mariana. I promise. This won't happen again. She stares at me for a long moment, the fire in her eyes slowly banking down to embers. It better not. Because Maya is my priority. Always. She's mine too, I say quietly. You both are. I shift uncomfortably as Gemma leans against the door, her eyes closed, taking deep breaths to calm herself. The silence between us feels loaded with tension after Mariana's dramatic exit. I should have warned you about her, I say finally. We broke up yesterday and she didn't take it well. Gemma opens her eyes, giving me a look that could freeze hell. You think? I blocked her number after she started sending threatening texts. I had no idea she'd track me down here. I run my hand through my hair, feeling like the world's biggest jerk. I'm so sorry she spoke to you that way. And about Maya. Don't... Gemma holds up her hand. Just don't bring Maya into this right now. I nod, respecting her boundary. I understand if you want me to leave. She studies me for a long moment, then sighs. The croissants are getting cold. It's not forgiveness, but it's something. I follow her back to the kitchen where our abandoned breakfast sits waiting. The mood has shifted dramatically. The intimate atmosphere from earlier replaced with caution and distance. So that was Mariana, Gemma says flatly, picking at her croissant. Yeah. I take a sip of coffee. She's intense. No. A small smile tugs at the corner of Gemma's mouth, and I feel a surge of hope. For what it's worth, I ended things with her because I realized I was settling. I leaned forward, wanting Gemma to understand. I saw you at the funeral, and it confirmed everything I already knew. That your girlfriend was a psychopath? The smile grows a little wider. I can't help but laugh. Among other things. I reach across the table, not quite touching her hand. Mostly that I've never stopped thinking about you. Not for one day in 5 years. Her eyes soften slightly. That's a long time to pine over someone you barely knew. I knew enough. I hold her gaze. I knew how it felt to be with you. Like everything finally made sense. Gemma takes a bite of her croissant, chewing thoughtfully. These really are amazing, she says, deliberately changing the subject. I let her. Best in town. Maya would love their chocolate ones. She has the biggest sweet tooth. Her face lights up when she talks about our daughter. Gets that from me, I guess. I don't know, I've been known to demolish a pint of ice cream in one sitting. I wink at her, and to my delight, she laughs. I can't picture that. You seem so disciplined. There's a lot you don't know about me. I lean back in my chair, studying her. But I'd like to change that. The tension between us shifts again, warming. Gemma smiles as she finishes her croissant, but as she wipes her hands and mouth with a napkin, a frown soon starts materializing. Your ex called me a piece of trash, she says suddenly. She's delusional. My jaw clenches at the memory. You're the most incredible woman I've ever met. You barely know me. I hold her gaze. I know you raised our daughter alone while building a successful career. I know you're smart and strong and sexy as hell when you were telling off psycho ex-girlfriends. That gets me another laugh, more genuine this time. Is that your type? Women who tell off your exes? My type is you, Gemma. I say it simply, honestly. It's always been you. She looks away, but I can see the impact of my words in the way her fingers fidget with her napkin. "Thank you for breakfast," she says finally, standing to clear the plates. It was thoughtful. I stand too, helping her gather the dishes. Our hands brush as I pass her my coffee mug, and neither of us pulls away immediately. "I should go," I say reluctantly. "Give you some space to process everything." She nods, walking me to the door. In the entryway, I turn to face her, suddenly not wanting to leave. "For what it's worth," I say quietly, "I meant what I said last night. About us being a family." Gemma looks up at me, her eyes searching mine. "I know you did." We stand there, the air between us charged with possibility. I lean in slightly, drawn to her like gravity. For a moment, I think she's leaning in too. But then she takes a small step back. "I need time, Jeremy," she whispers. "This is all happening so fast." I nod, respecting her boundaries even as disappointment courses through me. "Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere." Her smile is small but genuine. "Thank you for understanding. I'll call you later. Maybe we can make plans with Maya." "I'd like that." She opens the door, the morning sunlight framing her silhouette. I step outside, turning back to look at her one more time. "Have a good day, Gemma." "You too, Jeremy." As I walk to my car, I feel lighter than I have in years. Despite Mariana's dramatic interruption, despite the step back at the door, I know with absolute certainty that we're moving in the right direction. For the first time in 5 years, I'm not just going through the motions. I'm living. I'm feeling. I'm hoping. And it feels amazing.
Chapter 19. Gemma. I yank another weed from the overgrown flower bed, tossing it onto the growing pile beside me. The late afternoon sun beats down on my back as I work, sweat trickling between my shoulder blades. Mom's garden is a disaster. 5 years of minimal maintenance followed by months of complete neglect have turned what was once her pride and joy into a jungle. But there's something therapeutic about the work. Each weed I pull feels like clearing away a small piece of grief. I sit back on my heels, wiping my forehead with the back of my hand. I've been at this for hours, and the progress is barely noticeable. Just like everything else in my life right now. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Jeremy has been here every day this week, sometimes bringing lunch, sometimes just stopping by to chat. Yesterday, he brought a small pink bicycle for Maya that made her squeal with delight. The way her face lit up when he taught her to ride it around the driveway. I pull another weed with unnecessary force. I'm not ready for how easily he's slipping into our lives, how natural it feels when the 3 of us are together. A car door slams out front, and my heart does that stupid little jump it always does when I know it's him. I hear his footsteps on the porch, then around the side of the house. "Your gardening skills haven't improved much, have they?" Jeremy calls out, rounding the corner with a white bakery box in his hands. I glance up, squinting against the sun. "I'll have you know I kept a cactus alive for 3 whole months in New York." "Impressive?" He grins, setting the box on the patio table. "I brought sustenance. You look like you could use a break." I want to argue, but my back is killing me and whatever's in that box smells amazing. "What is it?" "Lemon bars from Harborside. Still your favorite, right?" My stomach growls in response. "You remembered." "I remember everything about you, Gemma." His voice drops lower, more intimate. I stand, suddenly aware of how I must look, dirt-streaked, sweaty, hair escaping from my messy bun. I'm a disaster. Jeremy's eyes travel slowly from my face down to my mud-stained jeans and back up again. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." The intensity in his gaze makes my skin tingle. I need to wash up. Go ahead. I'll pour some iced tea. Inside, I splash cold water on my face and stare at my reflection. My forehead is sweaty. My curls are wild around my face. I look nothing like the polished marketing executive I am in New York. I look like me, the real me. When I return to the patio, Jeremy has set out the lemon bars and 2 glasses of iced tea. He's rolled up the sleeves of his button-down shirt, exposing tanned, veiny forearms. It's unfair how good he looks all the time. These are incredible, I say after taking a bite of a lemon bar. God, I miss these. The owner's grandson runs it now. Kid's a baking genius. Jeremy watches me eat, a small smile playing on his lips. What? I ask, suddenly self-conscious. Nothing. I just like watching you enjoy things. Heat rises to my ears that has nothing to do with the sun. Where's Maya today? He asks, changing the subject. Mrs. Peterson again. They're making paper boats to sail in the harbor. I take another bite of lemon bar to distract myself from how domestic this all feels. She adores Maya. Everyone does. Pride colors his voice. She's amazing, Gemma. You've done an incredible job with her. Thank you. I look down at my hands. It hasn't always been easy. You don't have to do it alone anymore. His voice is soft but certain. I meet his eyes, feeling that pull between us strengthen. Jeremy. He stands suddenly, extending his hand to me. Come on. I want to show you something. Curious, I take his hand and let him lead me into the kitchen. He stops in the center of the room, turning to face me. What did you want to show me? I ask, confused. This. His hand cups my cheek, thumb tracing my bottom lip. Us. Before I can respond, he's kissing me. His lips are soft but insistent. Tasting of lemon and tea. I freeze for half a second before melting into him, my hands finding his shoulders. His lips are hot and demanding against mine, stealing my breath and my sanity in one swift motion. I gasp into his mouth as he lifts me effortlessly, setting me on the kitchen counter. The cool granite against my thighs contrasts with the heat of his body pressing between my legs. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I'm never letting you walk away from me again, he says, his voice rough with emotion as he presses a gentle kiss to my lips. His eyes lock with mine, fierce and determined. You or Maya, you're mine now, both of you. Do you understand? I'm not making the same mistake twice. The possessiveness in his voice should bother me. The old Gemma would have bristled at being claimed so thoroughly, but instead, it sends an electric thrill through my already oversensitive body. His words wrap around me like a promise, like protection. For the first time in years, I don't feel alone. I don't feel like I'm carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders. With Jeremy, I feel like I finally found my way home.
Chapter 20. Jeremy. I lean back in my office chair, staring at the spreadsheet on my monitor without really seeing it. The numbers blur together as my mind drifts to Gemma and Maya. My family. The word still feels strange in my head. Unfamiliar but right. Like putting on a perfectly tailored suit after years of wearing clothes that never quite fit. Through the vast windows of my Hawthorne Industries office, I can see the harbor. Boats bob gently on the water, and beyond them, the endless blue of the Atlantic. It's the same view I've had for years, but somehow it looks different now. Brighter, full of possibility. My phone buzzes with a text from Gemma. It's a photo of Maya holding up a finger painting she made at daycare today. A mess of colors that's supposedly our family. 3 stick figures holding hands under a rainbow. My chest tightens with a feeling I'm still getting used to. She insisted on showing you first thing when she gets home. Prepare for paint-covered hugs. I type back, can't wait. Tell the artist I'm her biggest fan. Setting down my phone, I can't help the grin spreading across my face. 2 weeks ago, I was drowning in loneliness, convinced I'd missed my chance at the life I wanted. Now I have a daughter who calls me Daddy and leaves me voicemails about her day. I have Gemma back in my life, in my bed, in my heart. Funny how life works out. I think about Wendy sometimes, not with regret anymore, but with a strange sense of gratitude. If she hadn't been so adamant about not wanting children with me, I might never have known what I was missing with Gemma. I might never have met Maya. All those years wasted, I muttered to myself, spinning my chair to face the harbor. 12 years with a woman who saw children as an inconvenience, who rolled her eyes whenever I mentioned wanting a family. Not with you, she'd said during our last fight. I've never wanted children with you. Those words had gutted me then. Now they feel like a bullet dodged. My assistant knocks on the door, poking her head in. The Simmons contract is ready for your signature, and the board wants to confirm next Thursday for the quarterly meeting. Thanks, Kelly. I'll sign it before I leave. I check my watch just after 4. Actually, I'm heading out early today. Her eyebrows rise slightly. 3 days in a row? Who are you and what have you done with Jeremy Evans? I laugh, already gathering my things. Let's just say I have better places to be. Would those better places involve that beautiful woman and her daughter I've heard about? Kelly's smile is knowing. The office grapevine works fast in a small town. Maybe. I can't help smiling back. Forward any urgent calls to my cell. As I drive through town toward Gemma's house, our house, as I've started thinking of it, I feel a lightness I haven't experienced in years. The coastal road winds past familiar landmarks. The ice cream shop where I've taken Maya twice this week. The park where she showed me how fast she could run. The beach where we built sandcastles last weekend. It still amazes me how easily she accepted me into her life. Mommy says you're my daddy, she'd said matter-of-factly the day after Gemma and I told her. I always wanted one of those. Just like that, I was hers. And she was mine. Pulling into the driveway of the modest coastal home, I sit for a moment, taking it all in. The flower beds Gemma and I spent last weekend clearing out. The pink bicycle leaning against the porch. The seashell wind chimes Maya and I made hanging from the eaves. This is what I've wanted my entire life. A family. A home that's more than just an expensive showpiece. People to come home to who genuinely want me there. The front door flies open before I even reach it. Maya barrels toward me, her dark curls bouncing, arms outstretched. Daddy, I painted you a picture. Come see. I scoop her up, my heart expanding in my chest as her small arms wrap around my neck. Her hair smells like strawberry shampoo, and there's a smudge of blue paint on her cheek. Let me guess, is it a dinosaur? I ask, carrying her inside. She giggles against my shoulder. No, silly, it's us. You and me and Mommy. Over her head I see Gemma watching from the doorway, her expression soft. She's wearing jeans and one of my t-shirts, her hair pulled back in a messy bun. She's never looked more beautiful. You're home early, she says. the corner of her mouth lifting in a smile that's just for me. Home. The word echoes in my chest. I never thought I'd find it again, especially not here in Seabreeze Harbor, the town I've spent years trying to escape through work and meaningless relationships. But looking at Gemma and Maya, I know with absolute certainty that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. This is it. This is everything. Yeah, I say, setting Maya down and moving toward Gemma. I'm home. Come see, Daddy. I made you lots and lots of pictures. Maya tugs on my hand with all the strength her little body can muster, practically dragging me through the living room toward the kitchen table. I let myself be pulled along, savoring the word Daddy on her lips. Every time she says it, something in my chest expands. 5 weeks ago, I didn't even know she existed. Now I can't imagine my life without her. Wow, you've been busy, I say, as we reach the table covered with colorful drawings. Maya climbs onto a chair, kneeling on it to reach across the table. This one is you. She holds up a drawing of a tall stick figure with gray hair. And this is me and Mommy. 2 smaller figures, one with wild curly hair, stand beside stick figure me. We're all holding hands under a bright yellow sun. These are amazing, Maya. I pick up each drawing as she presents them, examining every detail with genuine awe. You're quite the artist. Grandma showed me on the phone, she says matter-of-factly, before she went to heaven. My throat tightens. I bet she was a great teacher. The best. Maya nods solemnly. She said I get my imagination from Mommy. From the kitchen I hear the gentle clatter of pots and pans as Gemma prepares dinner. The domestic sounds fill the house with warmth I haven't felt in years. Maybe ever. This is what a home should sound like, feel like. Which one's your favorite? Maya asks, spreading the drawings out like a gallery exhibition. I pretend to consider carefully. The one immediately catches my eye. A house with 3 stick figures standing in front. Me plus Mommy plus Daddy is written across the top in Gemma's neat handwriting, with Maya's wobbly signature beneath it. This one? I say, picking it up. Can I keep it? I'd like to frame it for my office. Her face lights up. Really? You want my picture in your big important office? Absolutely. Everyone should see what an amazing artist my daughter is. Maya beams at me, and damn, I'd give her the world just to see that smile every day for the rest of my life. Dinner in 15, Gemma calls from the kitchen. The scent of garlic and herbs fills the air, making my stomach growl. Let's clean up your art studio, I tell Maya, helping her gather the crayons scattered across the table. Then maybe you can show me your room again? Okay. She bounces off the chair. I got new shells from the beach with Mrs. Peterson. They're super sparkly. As Maya chatters about her shell collection, I glance around the living room of Elaine's house, Gemma's house now. The walls are lined with family photos, generations of Francis women smiling from simple frames. There's a worn spot on the rug where I imagine Elaine must have sat in her favorite chair, watching the ocean through the big front window. This house has seen so much life. So much love. Daddy, are you listening? Maya tugs on my hand again. Sorry, Princess. I was just thinking. About what? I look down at her curious face, that determined little chin that's all mine. About how lucky I am to be here with you and your mom. She nods, like this is the most obvious thing in the world. We're lucky too. Mommy smiles a lot more now. In the kitchen, Gemma stirs something on the stove, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing an old t-shirt and jeans. She's never looked more beautiful to me. Go wash your hands for dinner, I tell Maya, giving her a gentle nudge toward the bathroom. When she's gone, I walk into the kitchen, sliding my arms around Gemma's waist from behind. She leans back against me, fitting perfectly against my chest. Smells amazing, I murmur, pressing a kiss to her neck. Just pasta primavera. Nothing fancy. I wasn't talking about the food. I breathe in the scent of her hair, her skin. She laughs, turning in my arms to face me. You're impossible. Impossibly in love with you. The words come easily now, after weeks of showing her every day how much she and Maya mean to me. Her eyes soften as she reaches up to touch my face. Who would have thought we'd end up here? I think about Elaine, the woman who raised this incredible daughter, who loved my child when I didn't have the chance to. I wish your mom could see this, I say quietly. The three of us here, in her house. Gemma's eyes grow misty. She would have loved this, especially seeing how you are with Maya. I wish I could thank her. I glance around the kitchen where we stand, where Elaine must have cooked thousands of meals, where she taught Gemma to bake. Elaine Francis gave Gemma this house to inherit, and now she's making it into a home. A true home. One where only love and acceptance and gratitude fill the halls. There isn't room for anything else.
Chapter 21. Gemma. I tug the grocery bags from my trunk, juggling them while fishing for my house keys. The morning air carries the scent of salt and seaweed, reminding me why I've grown to love this small coastal town. After dropping Maya at Mrs. Peterson's for a playdate, where she practically sprinted to the door without a backward glance, I'd spent the morning running errands, enjoying the simple pleasure of grocery shopping, without a 5-year-old begging for sugary cereal. As I round the corner to the front porch, I freeze. A rectangular package sits on the welcome mat, wrapped in brown paper with no shipping label or return address. Just my name, Gemma, written in aggressive black marker. Setting down my groceries, I approach it cautiously. A folded note is taped to the top, the paper expensive and cream-colored. I pull it free and unfold it. I thought you should see what kind of man you're shacking up with. Take your bastard child and leave Seabreeze Harbor before things get ugly. He belongs with me. The note isn't signed, but it doesn't need to be. I know exactly who left it. My hands shake as I tear open the package. Inside is a stack of photographs, Jeremy and me in various compromising positions, some taken through windows. What the hell? I whisper, flipping through them with growing horror. The final photo shows Maya playing in our front yard, clearly taken without our knowledge. Heat floods my body, not from embarrassment, but pure, white-hot rage. This psychotic woman took pictures of my child, invaded our privacy, called my daughter a bastard. I ball up the photos and storm inside, slamming the door behind me. The groceries sit forgotten on the porch as I grab my phone and punch in Jeremy's number. He answers on the second ring. Hey, beautiful. Missing me already? Where does she live? My voice comes out tight, controlled. What? Who? Your ex, Mariana. Where does she live? Where does she work? Where can I find her right now? Gemma, what's going on? His tone shifts immediately, concern replacing playfulness. She left a package on our porch with a threatening note and, I choke on the words, anger making my throat tight. She took pictures of Maya, Jeremy, of our daughter playing in the yard. She what? His voice drops dangerously low. Where can I find her? I demand again, pacing the living room. I'm going to confront this brat myself. Slow down. What exactly did the note say? It called Maya a bastard and told me to leave town. There were photos of us, intimate photos, that she must have taken through windows or something. She's been stalking us, Jeremy. Jesus Christ! I hear rustling on his end, like he's standing up. Throw the photos away. Don't touch anything else. I'm coming home right now. I already touched everything, I snap. And I don't need you to handle this for me. I need to know where to find her. Gemma, listen to me. His voice is firm but gentle. Mariana is unstable. You confronting her alone is exactly what she wants. I don't care. She threatened my child. Tears sting my eyes as rage and fear battle inside me. No one threatens my daughter and gets away with it. I understand. Believe me. I'm furious too. But we need to be smart about this. I hear car keys jingling. I'm on my way. We'll figure this out together. Tell me where she is, Jeremy. I grip the phone tighter. Now. He sighs heavily. She works at Coastal Realty on Main Street. But please wait for me. 20 minutes, that's all I'm asking. I hang up without answering, grab my purse, and head for the door. The drive to Main Street takes less than 10 minutes. My hands grip the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles burn. All I can think about is Maya's face in that photo. How vulnerable and unaware she was. How this woman dared to call her a bastard. Coastal Realty sits between a coffee shop and a boutique, its windows displaying listings for beachfront properties. Through the glass, I can see a receptionist at the front desk and several agents at desks beyond her. I spot Mariana immediately, her perfect dark hair, designer outfit, and fake smile as she talks on the phone. Just the sight of her makes my blood boil. Pushing through the door, I march straight toward her desk, ignoring the receptionist's, "Can I help you?" Mariana looks up, her smile faltering when she recognizes me. She quickly ends her call. "Can I help you?" she asks coolly, as if she hadn't left threatening messages at my home. "You can start by explaining why you're taking pictures of my daughter," I say, keeping my voice low but deadly serious. "Or why you think it's acceptable to leave threatening notes at my house?" Her perfectly plucked eyebrows rise in mock innocence. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Cut the crap." I plant my hands on her desk, leaning forward. "Stay away from my family. If I ever see you near my daughter again, I will destroy you." Mariana's facade cracks slightly, her eyes narrowing. "Your family? You mean the one you stole from me?" "Jeremy was never yours to begin with," I say, straightening up. "And if you ever refer to my daughter as a bastard again, you'll regret it." "Is that a threat?" She stands now, drawing herself up to her full height. "It's a promise," I reply easily. I tilt my head, noticing how her coworkers are watching us with wide eyes. "Do they know, Mariana? Do your colleagues know the type of person you are?" Mariana's eyes widen, her face flushing with rage and embarrassment. "I'm not doing anything wrong," she hisses, glancing nervously at her coworkers who have stopped pretending to work and are openly watching us now. "Not doing anything wrong." I raise my voice deliberately, making sure everyone can hear. "You left threatening notes at my house. You called my 5-year-old daughter a bastard. You took photos of her playing in our yard without permission." A collective gasp ripples through the office. One of Mariana's colleagues, a middle-aged woman with a shocked expression, steps closer. "Mariana, is this true?" she asks. "Of course not." Mariana's voice rises to a shrill pitch. "She's lying. She's just jealous because Jeremy and I—" "You've been stalking us for weeks," I continue, addressing the room now. "Taking photos through our windows, leaving threatening packages. I have evidence of all of it." Mariana's face contorts with fury. "You think anyone will believe you? You're nothing. You're just some desperate single mom who trapped Jeremy with a kid." "That kid is my daughter," I say, my voice deadly calm, despite the rage boiling inside me. "And unlike you, I don't need to trap anyone. Jeremy chose us." "Mariana, perhaps we should discuss this in private," her manager suggests, looking mortified. "There's nothing to discuss," Mariana shouts, mascara starting to run down her cheeks. "She's lying. They both are." "I have the photos you took," I say, pulling out my phone. "Want me to show everyone, including the ones you took of my child? I'm sure the police would be interested in seeing them too." The office has gone completely silent. Every eye is on Mariana, whose composure is crumbling by the second. "You don't understand," she says, tears streaming now. "He was supposed to marry me. We had plans." Then she shows up with that. "Don't," I warn, stepping closer. "Don't say another word about my daughter." The door to the office swings open, and Jeremy strides in, his expression thunderous. His eyes lock with mine across the room. "Gemma," he says, moving quickly to my side. "Let's go." "No, I'm not finished." I stand my ground. Everyone here needs to know what kind of person they're working with. Someone who stalks families, who threatens children. Mariana lets out a sob that's half rage, half despair. "You ruined everything." "You ruined it yourself," Jeremy says coldly, "by being exactly who you are." He places his hand gently on my back, guiding me toward the door. "Come on. She's not worth it." I allow him to lead me out, but at the doorway, I turn back one last time. "Stay away from my family, all of us. If I see you near my daughter again, I won't be so calm." Outside, the bright sunlight feels jarring after the tension of the office. Jeremy pulls me into his arms, holding me tight against his chest. "You're shaking," he murmurs into my hair. "I'm so angry." My voice breaks. "She called Maya a bastard, Jeremy. She took all those photos." "I know." His arms tighten around me. "God, I'm so sorry you had to deal with this." I pull back to look at him. I had to confront her. I couldn't let her think she could threaten my child and get away with it. Jeremy's eyes soften with something like admiration. "You were incredible in there, like a mama bear protecting her cub." That's exactly what I was doing. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the storm inside me. No one threatens my family. "Our family," he corrects gently, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. "Yes, you're right." "Our family," I say, leaning into his touch. "And against people like her, I'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe." Jeremy presses his forehead against mine. "Remind me never to get on your bad side." Despite everything, I find myself smiling. "Just don't mess with Maya and you'll be fine." "I wouldn't dream of it." He kisses me softly, then leads me toward his car. "Let's go home." Home. The word settles in my chest, warm and right. For the first time in years, it doesn't just mean a place. It means people. It means Jeremy and Maya. It means us.
Chapter 22. Jeremy. I stare at the detailed reports on my screen, trying to focus on the proposals that need my approval. Hawthorne Industries is having its best year yet, but my mind keeps drifting to Gemma and Maya. To our family dinner plans tonight, the intercom buzzes. "Mr. Evans, there's a..." Before Kelly can finish, my office door flies open. Mariana storms in, mascara streaked down her face, hair disheveled in a way I've never seen before. Her usually perfect appearance has completely unraveled, and the wild look in her eyes sends warning signals through my body. "You jerk!" she spits, slamming the door behind her with enough force to rattle the glass wall of my corner office. I stand slowly, deliberately keeping my desk between us like a shield. I've never seen her this unhinged before, and I'm not taking any chances. "How did you get past security?" I still have the visitor badge from when we were together. Her voice trembles with rage, fingers clutching her designer purse so tightly, her knuckles have gone white. "Or did you forget we were in a relationship until a month ago? That we talked about building a life together? That we were planning to get married to one another? Or did all that vanish from your memory the second that woman and her bastard child showed up?" "We were never engaged, Mariana. You bought yourself a ring I never proposed with." I keep my voice level, professional, though anger burns in my chest at her reference to Maya. This little ambush isn't going to change anything. You need to leave, now. Leave. She laughs, a brittle, broken sound. I have nothing now because of you. I just got fired from because of your little brat. My jaw tightens. Don't call her that. Ever. She humiliated me in front of everyone. Mariana's voice rises to a shriek. Do you have any idea what that was like? Having all my colleagues stare at me while she accused me of exactly what you did, I cut in. Taking photos of our daughter without permission. Leaving threatening notes. Stalking our family. Our family? She flings her arms wide. That should have been us. I waited for you. For years. While you worked through your own problems, while you built this company. I stood by you when no one else would. And I'm grateful for that friendship, I say carefully. But I never promised you marriage or children, Mariana. I was always honest about my feelings. Honest? She steps closer, her designer heels clicking against the hardwood floor. You told me you loved me. I cared about you. There's a difference. Her face contorts with fury. And what about her? Do you love her? After what? A month of playing house with some kid who might not even be yours? Something dangerous flashes through me. Maya is my daughter. And yes, I love Gemma. I always have. Always. Mariana's laugh is ugly, bitter. You didn't even know her until... She stops, realization dawning. Wait. You knew her before, didn't you? I say nothing, but my silence confirms her suspicion. Oh my God. She presses her hand to her mouth. All those times you wouldn't commit, it was because of her. You were hung up on some one-night stand from years ago. It doesn't matter now, I say firmly. What matters is that you need to leave. What you did crossed every line, Mariana. Taking photos of Maya, threatening Gemma. If she wanted to press charges, she could. She wouldn't dare. She could, and she might. I lean forward, placing my palms flat on my desk. Gemma is not someone you want to screw with, especially when it comes to our daughter. Your precious little family. Mariana sneers the word. Does she know about your vasectomy? About how you told me you never wanted kids after what Wendy put you through? I never had a vasectomy. That was something you invented in your head. You said you were done with the idea of fatherhood. And then I met Maya. I straighten up, towering over her. Look, I'm sorry you're hurting. I never meant to cause you pain. But these are the consequences of your own actions, Mariana. You can't threaten people and expect no repercussions. Don't you dare lecture me about consequences. She grabs a crystal paperweight from my desk and hurls it against the wall. It shatters, sending shards across the floor. You ruined my life. You did that yourself. I move around the desk, heading for the door. I'm calling security. No! She blocks my path, tears streaming down her face. You can't just throw me away like I'm nothing. After everything we shared. We shared good times, I acknowledge. But it's over. It's been over since the moment I saw Gemma again. That brat. Mariana's voice drops to a venomous whisper. She thinks she's won. That she can just waltz in and take what's mine. You're a psycho. Stop saying stuff like this. Stop trying to act as if you're the victim in this situation. The words scrape out of my throat, razor sharp and final. Do you have any idea what you've done? Threatening a child. Taking photos of a 5-year-old? Mariana's face contorts, tears streaming down her cheeks, leaving dark mascara trails. You don't understand what it's like to lose everything. I understand perfectly what it's like to lose everything, I say, stepping closer, my voice dropping to a dangerous growl. I lost 12 years to a marriage that was empty. I lost the chance to see my daughter's first steps, her first words. Don't talk to me about loss. She backs up against the wall, her shoulders shaking with sobs that sound more like rage than grief. She stole you from me. No one stole anything. You never had me, not really. I run a hand through my hair, suddenly exhausted by her delusions. We're getting a restraining order, Mariana. Today. This is finished. A restraining order? Her voice rises to a shriek yet again. God, it feels like my ears are ringing. You can't do that to me. Watch me. I pull out my phone, showing her the screen where I've already texted my lawyer. This isn't a game anymore. You crossed every line when you threatened my family. Your family? She spits the words like venom. That brat and her bastard aren't your family. I'll make sure of that. I'll make her sorry she ever... I slam my palm against the wall beside her head, making her flinch. If you ever go near Gemma or Maya again, if you so much as breathe in their direction, I will bury you. Legally, financially, socially. Do you understand me? Her eyes widen at the cold fury in my voice. Go back to Florida, I continue, forcing myself to step back. Your parents have that beach house in Naples, right? Go there. Get yourself together. Don't throw your life away over some petty hate you feel right now. Petty? She laughs, a broken, hollow sound. I loved you for 3 years. No, you loved the idea of me. The successful businessman. The lifestyle. I shake my head. That's not love, Mariana. That's ambition. She slumps against the wall, mascara-stained tears dripping onto her expensive blouse. For a moment, I see past the rage to the wounded, desperate woman beneath. This isn't you, I say more gently. You're better than this. Go to Florida. Start over. Find someone who wants what you want. I wanted you. Her voice is small now, defeated. No, you wanted what I represent. I reach for the door handle. Security will escort you out of the building. Don't come back. As I guide her toward the elevator, her body language shifts. The defeated slump straightens into something rigid and cold. When the elevator doors open and the security guard steps forward to take her arm, she turns to face me one last time. This isn't over, she says, her voice eerily calm now. She thinks she's won, but she hasn't. Neither of you have. The look in her eyes sends ice through my veins. Not rage anymore, but something calculating and patient. Something far more dangerous. Goodbye, Mariana, I say firmly as the elevator doors close on her hate-filled stare. I stand there for a long moment, unsettled by the transformation I witnessed. The security guard's radio crackles as he confirms they're escorting her from the building, but I barely hear it. That look in her eyes wasn't just anger or jealousy. It was promise. I pull out my phone and call my lawyer again. Frank? Yeah, I need that restraining order processed immediately. And I want you to hire additional security for my family. Round the clock. I pause, staring at the closed elevator doors. No, I don't think I'm overreacting. You didn't see her eyes.
Chapter 23. Gemma. I jolt awake at the sound, my heart hammering against my ribs. A soft scraping noise outside the bedroom window, like fingernails dragging across glass. Beside me, Maya sleeps peacefully, her small body curled against mine. I'd let her sleep with me tonight, after she complained of monsters under her bed. Now I'm wondering if her 5-year-old instincts were sharper than mine. The digital clock glows 2:17 a.m. in harsh red numbers. I slide carefully from the bed, making sure not to wake Maya as I pad to the window. The curtains are drawn, but through the thin fabric, I can see only darkness. No shadow, no movement. I'm being paranoid. It was probably just a branch scraping against the house, except there are no trees close enough to touch the bedroom windows. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, and I nearly jump out of my skin. It's Jeremy. You awake? I type back quickly. Yes. Think I heard something outside the window. Probably nothing. His response is immediate. I'm coming over. Don't be ridiculous, I text. It's the middle of the night. Already on my way. I can't help smiling despite my unease. Since our confrontation with Mariana, Jeremy has been extra protective, sometimes to the point of hovering. But tonight, I'm grateful for it. A sharp crack from downstairs freezes me in place. That wasn't my imagination. That was the distinct sound of the back door handle being tested. Adrenaline floods my system as I rush back to the bed, scooping Maya into my arms. She stirs, mumbling sleepily. Mommy! Shh, baby. We're playing a game, I whisper, carrying her to the closet. We're going to be super quiet, okay? Like hide and seek. Her eyes widen in the darkness, but she nods, sensing my fear. I tuck her into the corner of the closet behind my hanging clothes, piling pillows around her. Stay here. Don't come out until I come get you. Promise? I promise, she whispers, clutching her stuffed rabbit tighter. I close the closet door and grab my phone, dialing 911 with shaking fingers. As I wait for the operator, I hear another noise, the unmistakable sound of glass breaking. 911, what's your emergency? Someone's breaking into my house, I whisper, moving toward my bedroom door. I'm alone with my 5-year-old daughter. I give them my address and they promise officers are on the way. 6 minutes, they say. It feels like an eternity. The house has gone quiet again. Too quiet. I grab the baseball bat I've kept under my bed since moving back. My mother's, from her college softball days. The weight of it in my hands is reassuring as I inch toward the bedroom door. My phone buzzes again. Jeremy. 2 minutes away. Are you okay? I don't have time to respond. A floorboard creaks on the stairs and my blood turns to ice. Whoever it is, they're coming up. I position myself between the door and the closet where Maya is hiding. If anyone wants to get to my daughter, they'll have to go through me first. The doorknob turns slowly. I raise the bat, muscles tensed. The door swings open to reveal a figure in black. In the darkness, I can't make out a face, just a silhouette. I don't hesitate. I swing the bat with every ounce of strength I possess. The figure dodges at the last second, and the bat connects with the doorframe with a loud crack. Before I can swing again, the intruder lunges forward, grabbing my wrist. Gemma, it's me? Jeremy's voice cuts through my panic. I drop the bat, relief flooding through me so intensely my knees nearly buckle. Jesus Christ, you scared me to death. I gasp, clutching his arms. How did you get in? The back door was open, he says, his face grim in the dim light. Someone broke the glass. A brief yelp erupts from downstairs, followed by the sound of running footsteps and a door slamming. Stay here, Jeremy orders, already moving toward the stairs. No, I grab his arm. The police are coming. Don't go down there. He hesitates, torn between protecting us and confronting the intruder. The decision is made for him when Maya's small voice calls from the closet. Mommy? Is the game over? I rush to the closet, pulling it open and gathering Maya into my arms. She buries her face in my neck, trembling slightly. It's okay, baby. Daddy's here now. We're safe. Jeremy wraps his arms around both of us, creating a protective circle. I can feel his heart pounding against my back, his breath warm against my hair. I don't feel safe here anymore. I whisper low enough that Maya can't hear. Not with her out there. Jeremy's arms tighten around us. We'll figure something out. I promise. The wail of police sirens fills the air, red and blue lights flashing through the windows. Maya looks up, curious. Are those for us? Yes, sweetheart, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Some police officers are coming to make sure we're okay. As Jeremy goes downstairs to let the officers in, I sit on the edge of the bed with Maya in my lap, stroking her curls. My hands are still shaking, but I force myself to appear calm for her sake. Mommy? Maya's voice is small, uncertain. Yes, baby? Was there really a monster? I hesitate, unsure how to answer. How do I explain to a 5-year-old that, yes, there are monsters in this world, but they don't hide under beds or in closets. They look like normal people. They smile at you in grocery stores and take pictures of you playing outside of your home. They stalk you, bite you, and tear down your defenses until your sanity starts crumbling. I don't think there are monsters, I say carefully, watching Maya's face for any sign of distress. But there are people who sometimes do bad things. Maya considers this, her small fingers clutching her rabbit tighter. Like the person who tried to get in our house? Yes, baby, like that. I smooth her curls away from her forehead, my heart aching with the need to protect her from these harsh realities. The bedroom door opens, and Jeremy steps in with 2 uniformed officers behind him. Maya immediately burrows closer to me. Miss Francis, the older officer says, notepad in hand. We've done a preliminary search of the perimeter. There's definite evidence of attempted forced entry through the back door. The glass was broken, but it appears the intruder was scared off before gaining full access. By my arrival, most likely, Jeremy adds, his jaw tight with tension. The younger officer nods. We'll increase patrols in your neighborhood for the next few nights, but honestly, this looks like a standard attempted B&E. These things happen, even in small towns. I feel a flash of frustration. This wasn't random. I've been receiving threatening messages for weeks now. The officers exchange glances. You didn't mention that before, the older one says, suddenly more interested. Do you still have these messages? I nod. I have messages from unknown numbers and photos on my phone. As I scroll through to show them, Jeremy sits beside me on the bed, placing a protective arm around Maya and me. The officers examine the evidence, their expressions growing more serious. And you believe you know who's behind this? The younger one asks. Jeremy answers before I can. My ex-girlfriend. She's been unstable since our breakup. She's made threats against Gemma and Maya before. We'll need her information, the older officer says, jotting notes. This changes things. We'll file a report and you should consider getting a restraining order. Already in process, Jeremy says grimly. After taking our statements and promising to follow up, the officers leave. Maya has fallen back asleep against my chest, emotionally exhausted from the night's events. I'll put her back to bed, Jeremy whispers, carefully lifting her from my arms. I watch as he tucks her into her own bed in the room across the hall, his movements gentle and protective. When he returns, I'm standing at the window, staring out into the darkness. You're thinking about leaving, he says quietly, coming to stand behind me. I don't bother denying it. Maybe we should go back to New York for a while, just until things cool down. Running won't solve this, Gemma. His hands rest on my shoulders, warm and steady. Mariana will just follow. She's obsessed. She broke into our home, Jeremy. I turned to face him, my voice cracking. While our daughter was sleeping, what if we hadn't woken up? What if she had gotten to Maya? The thought makes me physically ill. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to stop the trembling. I won't let that happen, Jeremy says fiercely. I've hired private security. They'll be here first thing tomorrow morning, round-the-clock protection. That's not a normal life for a child, I argue. Living with security guards? Afraid in her own home? It's temporary. He cups my face in his hands, forcing me to meet his eyes. The restraining order will be in place by tomorrow. Frank is expediting it. And if that doesn't stop her, the police aren't taking this seriously enough. They think it's just some jealous ex drama. Then we'll get the FBI involved if we have to. I don't give a damn. His thumbs brush away tears I didn't realize were falling. I will not let her drive us away from our home, from the life we're building here. I lean into his touch, drawing strength from his certainty. I'm scared, Jeremy, not for me, but for Maya. I know. He pulls me against his chest, his heartbeat steady under my ear. But we're stronger together. If you run now, you'll always be running. He's right. And I hate that he's right. Running back to New York would only delay the inevitable. If Mariana is this determined, this unhinged, distance won't deter her. What if she hurts Maya? I whisper my deepest fear into the darkness. Jeremy's arms tighten around me. She won't get the chance. I swear to you, Gemma. I will protect our daughter with my life if necessary. I believe him. The fierce determination in his voice leaves no room for doubt. We'll increase security, he continues, his voice taking on that authoritative tone that used to irritate me but now feels like a lifeline. We'll change our routines, take different routes, vary our schedules. Be vigilant at all times, but we will not, I repeat, will not live in fear, and we absolutely will not run, not from her, not from anyone. I take a deep breath, inhaling his familiar scent, letting it calm my racing heart and quiet the panic that's been threatening to overwhelm me. My fingers curl into the soft fabric of his shirt, anchoring myself to him, to this moment of decision. Okay, I say finally, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. We stay. We fight. That woman doesn't get to win. The profanity feels foreign on my tongue, but somehow right for this moment. Jeremy pulls back just enough to look at me, a slow smile spreading across his face. He presses a firm kiss to the top of my head, his hands cupping my face with a gentleness that contrasts with the steel in his voice. That's my girl. Knew you had it in you.
Chapter 24. Jeremy. I slam my fist against my desk, making my computer monitor shake. What do you mean there's nothing you can do? She broke into our house. I understand your frustration, Mr. Evans, Detective Samuel says, his voice maddeningly calm through the speakerphone. But without clear evidence that Ms. Ramirez was the intruder, who else would it be? I cut him off, pacing my office like a caged animal. She's been stalking us for weeks. She took photos of my daughter. She left threatening notes. And we're taking those threats seriously, he assures me. But breaking and entering requires evidence. The fingerprints we collected didn't match Ms. Ramirez's. She wore gloves, for Christ's sake. My voice echoes off the glass walls of my office. Through them, I see my assistant Kelly glance up nervously. I lower my voice. What about the restraining order? It's been filed, but until it's approved by a judge... And how long will that take? I demand. A few days, maybe a week. A week! I drag my hand through my hair. She could kill us all in a week. The detective sighs. Mr. Evans, I understand you're concerned for your family's safety, but legally our hands are tied. Unless Ms. Ramirez makes a direct threat or commits a crime we can prove. So we have to wait until she hurts one of us? Is that what you're saying? My voice drops dangerously low. My 5-year-old daughter was hiding in a closet while someone broke into our home. And you're telling me there's nothing you can do until this psycho actually hurts her? I'm saying we need evidence to make an arrest stick. Right now, all we have is circumstantial. Screw your evidence! I hang up, resisting the urge to throw my phone across the room. For a moment, I stand there, breathing hard, trying to get my rage under control. The impotence I feel is suffocating. All my money, all my connections, and I can't even protect my own family from one unstable woman. My intercom buzzes. Mr. Evans? Frank Delgado on line 2. I grab the phone. Tell me you have good news. Depends on your definition of good, my lawyer says. Judge Harmon agreed to expedite the restraining order. We should have it by tomorrow afternoon. That's something at least. There's more. I spoke with the DA. They're considering stalking charges based on the photos and messages, but let me guess. They need more evidence. Essentially, yes. They're concerned about proving it was Mariana who sent those messages from burner phones. I sink into my chair, exhaustion suddenly weighing on me. What about private security? Already arranged. 2 men are stationed outside your house as we speak. They'll work in shifts. Good. I rub my eyes. What about Maya's daycare? I want someone watching her there, too. I've spoken with Mrs. Peterson. They're implementing extra security protocols, and I've hired a plainclothes officer to monitor the grounds during school hours. It's not enough, I mutter, more to myself than Frank. Jeremy, Frank's voice softens. I know you're scared, but we're doing everything legally possible. Legally possible. The words echo in my head long after I hang up. I stare out at the harbor, watching boats drift peacefully on the water. How can everything look so normal out there when my world is falling apart? My phone buzzes with a text from Gemma. Security guys arrived. They look like they eat nails for breakfast. Maya thinks they're secret agents. Despite everything, I smile. Then another text comes through. Still no word from the police? I type back, nothing useful. They need more evidence. Restraining order tomorrow. Her response is immediate. Tomorrow's not soon enough. I know. I'm sorry. Not your fault. I just want this nightmare to end. I stare at her words, guilt crushing my chest. This is my fault. I brought Mariana into our lives. I didn't see how unstable she was until it was too late. We'll get through this, I text back. I promise. But as I set my phone down, I wonder if that's a promise I can keep. The police won't act. The restraining order is just a piece of paper. And Mariana's made it clear she won't stop. My assistant knocks gently on the door. Mr. Evans? Your 2 o'clock is here. Cancel it, I say, making a sudden decision. Cancel everything for the rest of the day. Sir? I'm going home to my family. As I drive toward Gemma's house, our house, I can't shake the detective's words from my mind. We can't do anything until she hurts someone. The thought of Mariana getting anywhere near Maya or Gemma makes my blood run cold. I've never considered myself a violent man, but right now I understand how someone could kill to protect their family, and that terrifies me almost as much as Mariana does. I pull into Gemma's driveway and immediately spot the security guards. 2 hulking men in dark suits who look like they've seen their share of trouble. One stands near the front porch, while the other patrols the perimeter of the property. They eye my car with professional suspicion until they recognize me. Mr. Evans, the one by the porch nods as I approach. Any issues? I ask, keeping my voice low. All quiet, sir. We've completed 3 perimeter checks since our arrival. The property is secure. I nod, feeling both relieved and disturbed. This is what our life has become. Security guards and perimeter checks, all because I couldn't see what Mariana was until it was too late. Inside, the house feels different. Maya's toys are still scattered across the living room floor, but there's a tension in the air that wasn't there before. I find Gemma in the kitchen, staring out the window with a mug of untouched coffee in her hands. Hey, I say softly, not wanting to startle her. She turns, offering a tired smile that doesn't reach her eyes. The men in black have arrived. I know it's not ideal, I admit, moving to stand beside her. Through the window, I can see one of the guards walking the perimeter of the yard, checking the fence line. But it's just temporary. Is it? She sets her mug down with more force than necessary. How long is temporary, Jeremy? A week? A month? Until Maya starts asking why she can't play outside without someone watching her. The frustration in her voice cuts through me. I reach for her, but she steps away, running her hands through her curls. I'm sorry, I say, feeling the inadequacy of those words. This is my fault. I should have seen what Mariana was capable of. Gemma's expression softens. It's not your fault. You're not responsible for her actions. But I brought her into our lives. The guilt sits heavy in my chest, a constant weight I can't shake. And now our daughter can't even feel safe in her own home. Maya's voice interrupts us from the doorway. Why are those men outside? Are they policemen? She stands there in her pajamas, clutching her stuffed rabbit, eyes wide with curiosity and a hint of fear. My heart cracks at the sight. Gemma kneels down to Maya's level. They're like security guards, sweetie. They're here to make sure we're safe. Like superheroes? Maya asks, her brow furrowed. Sort of, I say, joining Gemma on the floor. They're here to protect us. Maya considers this, her small face serious. From the bad person who tried to come in our house? Gemma and I exchange a glance. We'd hoped Maya wouldn't connect these dots, that she'd forget about last night's game of hide-and-seek in the closet. Yes, baby, Gemma says finally, but you don't need to worry about that. Daddy and I will always keep you safe. Maya nods, accepting this with the simple trust of a child. Can I still go to Mrs. Peterson's today? We're making salt dough animals. Of course, I say, relief washing over me that she's not more traumatized. One of our superheroes will drive you there. This seems to satisfy her. Can I have Fruit Loops? Gemma laughs, the sound easing some of the tension in the room. Yes, go sit at the table. I'll get them for you. As Maya skips to the table, I pull Gemma aside. I'm going to have a security detail follow her to Mrs. Peterson's. They'll be discreet, but they'll be there. Gemma nods, her eyes following Maya. This isn't right, she whispers. No child should have to live like this. I know. I rest my forehead against hers, drawing strength from her closeness. But it won't be forever. We'll get through this. Will we? She pulls back to look at me, vulnerability clear in her eyes. What kind of life is this, Jeremy? Living under guard, looking over our shoulders, jumping at every sound? A temporary one, I insist, though doubt gnaws at me. The restraining order will be in place by this afternoon. Frank's pushing it through. And if that doesn't stop her? Gemma's voice is barely audible. What if she's really as unhinged as she seems? I don't have a good answer for that. And Gemma takes note of that too. The look on her face tells me everything.
Chapter 25. Gemma. I can't breathe in this house anymore. The walls are closing in, the bodyguard's constant presence making me feel like I'm in a prison rather than a home. It's been a week of this. Men in dark suits lurking around every corner, following us to the grocery store. Standing outside Mrs. Peterson's home whenever Maya heads over to spend some time with her. Enough is enough. I'm taking a break, I announced to the guard stationed by our front door. Brad, or Chad, or whatever his name is. They look the same to me now. He immediately straightens. I'll accompany you, Miss Francis. No, I hold up my hand. I need 30 minutes, just 30 minutes of normal life with my daughter. We're walking down to the beach. You can watch from a distance. Mr. Evans was very clear about, I don't give a damn what Jeremy was clear about. The words come out sharper than intended, but I don't apologize. 30 minutes, that's all I'm asking. He hesitates, clearly torn between his orders and the wild look in my eyes that says I might completely lose it if I don't get some space. The beach is visible from multiple vantage points, I reason, softening my tone. You can keep an eye on us from the dunes. Please. Finally, he nods. 30 minutes. And you stay on the main stretch where we can see you. Deal. Relief floods through me as I call for Maya. She comes running, curls bouncing, already wearing her favorite yellow sundress. Are we going somewhere, Mommy? Just down to the beach, baby. Get your sandals. Her entire face lights up. It's been days since she's been allowed to play freely outside. The security team has kept us mostly indoors, and when we do go out, it's with an entourage that makes spontaneous fun impossible. 5 minutes later, we're walking hand in hand down the sandy path that leads from our front yard to the beach. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows across the sand, and the salt air fills my lungs, washing away some of the suffocating tension I've been carrying. Maya skips beside me, occasionally stopping to pick up shells or watch tiny crabs scuttle across our path. Her joy is so pure, so uncomplicated. I envy that. Look, Mommy. She points to a perfect sand dollar half buried in the wet sand. It's not even broken. That's a special find, I tell her, helping her rinse it in the shallow water. Those are rare. She clutches it carefully in her small hand. I'm going to give it to Daddy. He likes treasures. My heart swells at her words. Despite everything we're going through, Maya's relationship with Jeremy has flourished. She adores him completely, and he worships the ground she walks on. We reach a quiet stretch of beach and sit on the sand, just beyond where the waves can reach us. Maya leans against me, her small body warm against mine. Are you scared of the bad person, Mommy? She asks. Suddenly, her voice small against the crash of waves. The question catches me off guard. I've tried so hard to shield her from my fear, to make the security measures seem like an adventure rather than a necessity. Sometimes, I admit, seeing no point in lying. But not when I'm with you. You make me brave. She considers this, drawing patterns in the sand with her finger. Daddy says he'll always protect us. He says he's not scared of anything. I smile, picturing Jeremy's fierce determination. Daddy is very brave, but everyone gets scared sometimes. Even superheroes? Even superheroes. I pull her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair, strawberry shampoo and sunshine. But you know what? Being brave doesn't mean you're never scared. It means you do what's right, even when you are scared. Maya nods sagely, as if this makes perfect sense to her 5-year-old mind. I love you, Mommy. I love you too, baby. More than anything in this whole wide world. And Daddy too? I kiss the top of her head. Yes, I love Daddy too. She beams up at me, her face glowing with happiness. We're a family. Yes, we are. I run my fingers through her curls, so like mine, but with hints of Jeremy's texture. And one day, all of this craziness will be over. We'll be able to walk on the beach whenever we want, without any bodyguards watching us. Promise? I promise. I mean it with every fiber of my being. Somehow, some way, we'll get through this. We'll have the peaceful life we deserve. One day soon, it'll just be you, me, and Daddy. No more scary stuff. I'd like that, she says, leaning her head against my shoulder. Can we have a dog too? I laugh, surprised by the sudden change in topic. Maybe. We'll have to ask Daddy. He'll say yes, she says confidently. Daddy always says yes to me. That's because he loves you so much. I check my watch. We still have 15 minutes before we need to head back. Want to look for more shells? She jumps up, already scanning the sand. I'm going to find one for you too. As I watch her dart along the shoreline, stopping to examine each potential treasure, I feel a surge of fierce protectiveness. This is what I'm fighting for. This is what matters. Not the fear, not the security measures, not even Mariana's threats. Just this: my daughter's happiness, our family's future. For the first time in days, I feel something like hope. We will get through this. We have to. For Maya. I glance back toward the house, making sure we're far enough from the dune line that our bodyguard can't spot us. The sandy path curves around a tall cluster of seagrass, and I make my decision. Maya, let's take the scenic route home, I say, guiding her toward a narrow trail that winds between weathered beach cottages. But Mommy, the big man said to stay where he can see us. Just this once, I whisper, squeezing her hand. It's a shortcut, and I want to show you where the prettiest shells wash up. Maya's eyes light up at the mention of shells, her earlier hesitation forgotten. We veer off the main path, cutting between two beach houses and onto a less traveled trail. The salty breeze tangles my hair as we walk, Maya skipping beside me, occasionally stopping to examine interesting stones or bits of driftwood. I know I'm breaking the rules. Jeremy will be furious. But for these few precious minutes, it feels like we're normal again. Just a mother and daughter, enjoying a beach walk without men in dark suits monitoring our every move. As we round the final bend toward our house, something catches my eye. A figure in a dark hoodie crouches near our back porch, fiddling with something at the base of the steps. I freeze, instinctively pulling Maya behind me. The figure hasn't noticed us yet. I squint, trying to make out what they're doing. A glint of metal flashes in the sunlight, a lighter, and beside them, what looks like a gas can. My blood runs cold. Maya, I whisper, kneeling down to her level. I need you to be very quiet and stay right here behind this big bush. Don't move until I come get you. It's like hide and seek, okay? Her eyes widen with fear, but she nods solemnly. Is it the bad person again? Just stay hidden, baby. Promise me. I promise. I tuck her behind a dense clump of seagrass and beach roses, making sure she's completely concealed. Then I straighten, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I assess the situation. The hooded figure has positioned themselves with their back to us, focused entirely on whatever they are preparing. I can see small flames beginning to lick at something near the base of our porch steps. Hey! I shout, breaking into a run. Stop! The figure whips around, and even from this distance I recognize Mariana's startled face beneath the hood. For a split second we lock eyes, hers wide with surprise, mine burning with fury. She bolts, abandoning her task and sprinting across our yard toward the street. Without hesitation, I give chase. My feet pound against the sandy soil, then the grass, then the gravel of our driveway. Mariana is fast in her expensive running shoes, but rage propels me forward with superhuman speed. I catch her at the edge of our property, launching myself at her back and tackling her to the ground. We hit the earth hard, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs, but I don't loosen my grip. You psychotic brat, I gasp, struggling to pin her as she writhes beneath me. You were trying to burn down our house? Get off me, she shrieks, clawing at my arms, her nails drawing blood. You don't deserve him. You don't deserve any of this. I grab her wrists, slamming them into the ground above her head. My daughter is 5 years old. What is wrong with you? Mariana bucks wildly, trying to throw me off. Her hood falls back, revealing her perfectly styled hair now tangled with dirt and grass. Her mascara runs in black streaks down her contorted face. He was mine, she spits, hatred blazing in her eyes. We were happy until you showed up with your bastard child. Something snaps inside me at those words. I release one of her wrists to slap her hard across the face, the sound cracking through the air like a whip. Don't you ever talk about my daughter that way again, I growl, my voice barely recognizable even to myself. Mariana uses her free hand to claw at my face, but I catch it before she can make contact. Using all my strength, I flip her onto her stomach, twisting her arm behind her back in a move I vaguely remember from a self-defense class years ago. Help! She screams, her voice muffled against the dirt. Someone help me. She's attacking me. I press my knee into her back, maintaining pressure on her twisted arm. Shut up. No one's going to help you. They all know what you did. Where the hell are the bodyguards? Shouldn't they have noticed the commotion by now? As if answering my thought, I hear heavy footsteps pounding toward us. One of the security men appears, his face a mask of professional calm, despite the scene before him. Miss Francis, I'll take it from here, he says, already reaching for his phone. The police are on their way. She was trying to set our house on fire, I pant, still maintaining my hold on Mariana. My daughter is hidden behind the beach roses near the back path. Get her inside, now. He nods, speaking rapidly into his phone before signaling to his partner, who sprints toward where I've indicated Maya is hiding. You can let go now, ma'am, the guard says gently. I've got her. I release Mariana reluctantly, my entire body trembling with adrenaline and rage as I watch him secure her with professional efficiency. She continues to struggle and scream obscenities, her beautiful face twisted into something unrecognizable. You'll pay for this, she shrieks as the guard restrains her. Both of you, all of you. You're going to jail, I whisper, watching as she flails like a fish underneath the guard who holds her down. Psycho brat. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 26. Jeremy. I break every speed limit on the way home, my knuckles white against the steering wheel. Gemma's frantic call plays on repeat in my head. Mariana, gasoline, fire, my family. The coastal road blurs past as I push my car to its limits. When I finally screech into our driveway, the scene that greets me is chaos. 2 police cruisers with flashing lights, an officer stringing yellow tape around our property, and in the back of one cruiser, Mariana's wild-eyed face screaming silently through the window. I slam the car into park and leap out, scanning desperately for Gemma and Maya. One of the security guards, Johnson, I think, approaches me immediately. Mr. Evans, your family is safe. They're inside with Officer Reyes. What happened? My voice sounds strange even to my own ears. Miss Francis caught the suspect attempting to ignite an accelerant at the base of your back porch. She tackled her and held her until we could respond. Jesus Christ. Gemma tackled Mariana? The image hits me all at once. Gemma putting herself at risk, confronting a woman who thought she was burning our house down with our daughter inside. I push past him, taking the porch steps 2 at a time. Inside, I find Gemma sitting on the couch with Maya curled against her side. A female officer sits across from them, notebook open. Daddy. Maya spots me first, launching herself off the couch and into my arms. I scoop her up, crushing her against my chest, my heart hammering so hard I'm sure she can feel it. Are you okay, Princess? I manage to ask, my voice rough with emotion. She nods against my shoulder. Mommy caught the bad lady. She was super brave, like Wonder Woman. I look over Maya's head at Gemma. She's tired but composed, a scratch on her cheek, and what looks like fingernail marks on her arms. Our eyes lock, and in that moment, everything I feel for her, fear, relief, love, gratitude, crashes through me like a tidal wave. "Excuse us," I say to the officer, setting Maya down gently. "I need a minute with my family." The officer nods and steps outside to give us privacy. The moment she's gone, I cross to Gemma in 3 long strides and pull her into my arms. "She tried to burn down our house," Gemma whispers against my chest. "She had gasoline, Jeremy. She was going to kill us." "I know," I murmur into her hair, holding her tighter. "But you stopped her. You kept our family safe." Gemma pulls back, her eyes fierce despite the tears threatening to spill. "I would have killed her if I had to. I swear to God, if she'd gotten near Maya, I know." I cup her face in my hands. "I would have done the same." Maya tugs at my pant leg, her small face serious. "Is the bad lady going to jail now?" I kneel down to her level, trying to find the right words. "Yes, baby. She's going to jail for a long time. She can't hurt us anymore." "Good," Maya says with surprising firmness. She made Mommy cry. I pull her into our embrace, the 3 of us huddled together in the middle of our living room. For a long moment, we just breathe together, reassuring ourselves that we're all safe, all whole. When I finally release them, I notice Gemma wincing slightly as she moves her arm. "You're hurt," I say, gently examining the marks on her skin. "It's nothing. Just some scratches from when we were fighting." She tries to smile. "You should see the other girl." Despite everything, I find myself laughing. A short, relieved sound. "My badass woman?" Through the window, I can see Mariana being transferred to a different police car. Her once perfect hair is wild, her face contorted with rage as she shouts at the officers. The woman I once knew is completely gone, replaced by this unhinged stranger who tried to murder my family. "She really would have done it," I say quietly, the reality of how close we came to tragedy sinking in. "If you hadn't caught her." Gemma follows my gaze, but I did catch her, and now she's going away for a long time. "Attempted murder, arson, violating a restraining order." I shake my head, still struggling to process it all. "She threw her life away for nothing." "Not for nothing," Gemma says softly. "For you. For what she thought you represented." She takes my hand, squeezing it. "Some people can't handle losing what they never really had." An officer knocks on the door frame, interrupting us. "Mr. Evans, we need to take your statement now." I nod, reluctant to let go of Gemma's hand. "Will you be okay?" She gives me a tired smile. "We'll be fine. Maya and I are going to make some hot chocolate and try to forget this ever happened." As I follow the officer outside, I glance back at my family, Gemma leading Maya toward the kitchen, their heads bent together in conversation. The thought of losing them makes my chest physically ache. But they're safe now. We all are. And I'm never going to take that for granted again. I follow Officer Reyes outside, where the scene is lit by pulsing red and blue lights. The officer who first responded is securing Mariana in the back of a cruiser, while another officer photographs the evidence by our porch. "So walk me through what's been happening," Officer Reyes says, flipping open his notepad. I run a hand through my hair, exhaustion hitting me like a physical weight. "It started about a month ago. After I broke things off with Mariana, she didn't take it well." Define didn't take it well. "At first, it was just calls and texts. Dozens a day from different numbers when I blocked her. Things escalated quickly." Officer Reyes nods, scribbling notes. "What kind of escalation?" "She left threatening notes at our door. Called Maya a bastard. Took photographs of them without permission through windows in the yard at Maya's daycare." My jaw clenches, remembering the violation. "We filed for a restraining order after that, but before it was approved, She broke into the house. You witnessed this break-in? No. Gemma called me in the middle of the night, saying she heard someone. By the time I got here, the intruder had fled, but the back door glass was broken. I point toward the repaired door. Your colleagues responded that night, but said there wasn't enough evidence to prove it was Mariana. And tonight she was caught in the act, with gasoline and a lighter, trying to burn down our house while she thought my daughter and her mother were inside. My voice shakes with barely controlled rage. This isn't some petty ex-girlfriend drama, officer. She's dangerous. The officer looks up from his notes, his expression serious. Based on what I'm seeing here, Mr. Evans, I agree. Attempted arson, stalking, violation of a restraining order. These are serious charges. Will they stick this time? I can't keep the bitterness from my voice. Or will she be back on the street tomorrow? With the physical evidence we have now and Ms. Francis's eyewitness account, plus the previous documentation of harassment, I'd say we have a solid case. He closes his notebook. We'll be pushing for denial of bail given the violent nature of the attempt, and the fact that a child was involved. I nod, some of the tension easing from my shoulders. Thank you. That's all we've been asking for, to be taken seriously before someone got hurt. I understand your frustration with how this was handled previously. Officer Reyes's tone is professional but sympathetic. Unfortunately, without clear evidence, our hands were tied. But this... He gestures to the gas can being photographed. This changes everything. From the cruiser, Mariana stares at me through the window, her face a mask of hatred. Even now, restrained and caught red-handed, there's no remorse in her eyes. Just rage and something darker. I've never seen someone so consumed with hate. She needs psychiatric help, I say quietly. This isn't normal behavior. That will be for the courts to decide, Officer Reyes replies. But between you and me, I've seen this kind of obsession before. It rarely ends well without intervention. I watch as another officer bags the lighter as evidence. How long will she be held? She'll be arraigned tomorrow morning. Given the severity of the charges and the clear danger to your family, I expect she'll be remanded without bail pending trial. He hands me his card. If anything else happens, any contact at all, even from jail, call me directly. Thank you. I pocket the card, feeling a mix of relief and lingering unease. One more thing, Mr. Evans. Officer Reyes looks at me seriously. I understand the need for privacy, but your security team should have been more vigilant. If Ms. Francis hadn't caught the suspect in the act... He doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. We both know what could have happened. They've been fired, I say grimly. I'm bringing in a new team tomorrow. Officer Reyes nods, satisfied. Good. Your family's safety should be the priority. As he walks away to confer with the other officers, I stare at the house, our home, the place where I hoped we could build a peaceful life together. The porch where Maya likes to sit and watch butterflies, her little legs swinging as she points out her favorites to me with unbridled excitement. The kitchen where Gemma dances while making pancakes, her curls bouncing to whatever song is playing, her smile lighting up the room in ways I never thought possible again after my divorce. This woman, this obsession, nearly took it all away with a single flick of a lighter. I glance back at Mariana in the police car, my jaw clenching involuntarily. She's still staring, still seething with hatred, her perfectly manicured nails digging into her own palms. For a moment, our eyes lock across the distance, and I see something that chills me to the bone. Not just anger, but a cold calculation behind those hazel eyes. As if even now, handcuffed and defeated, she's plotting her next move, assessing weaknesses, strategizing her revenge. The cruiser's engine starts with a low rumble. One of the officers slams her door shut with finality, but she never breaks her gaze. The car pulls away, taking her with it down our tree-lined street. But the unease remains, settling into my gut like a lead weight. This chapter might be closing, the the immediate danger neutralized, but I can't shake the feeling that our story with Mariana isn't completely over yet. People with that kind of obsession don't just give up. For now, though, my family is safe. Gemma and Maya are inside, probably huddled together on the couch, waiting for me to tell them it's all okay. And that's all that matters right now, keeping them protected, keeping them close. I turn toward our front door, determined to be the man they deserve, the shield they need against whatever comes next.
Chapter 27. Gemma. The phone sits between us on the coffee table, Frank's voice coming through crisp and clear on speaker. Jeremy's hand rests on my knee, warm and steady. Maya is in her bedroom, lost in a world of stuffed animals and make-believe, blissfully unaware of this moment that feels like taking our first real breath in months. It's official, Frank says. Mariana's agreed to plead guilty to all charges. No trial. I close my eyes, relief washing over me like a physical sensation. No trial means no testimony. No Maya having to answer questions about the bad lady who tried to hurt us. What changed her mind? Jeremy asks, his fingers tightening slightly on my knee. Last we heard, she was fighting everything. Reality, mostly. The evidence is overwhelming. The gasoline, the lighter, multiple witnesses. Her lawyer finally convinced her that fighting would only result in a harsher sentence. I lean forward. How long is she getting? 8 years minimum with mandatory psychiatric treatment. She'll serve at least 5 before any possibility of parole. And even then, the restraining order remains permanent. She can never come within 500 feet of any of you again. 8 years. Maya will be 13 by the time Mariana even has a chance at freedom. The thought settles into my bones, replacing months of fear with something approaching peace. Thank you, Frank, I say, meaning it more than he could possibly know. For everything. Just doing my job. The DA pushed hard on this one, especially after learning a child was involved. There's a pause. Then Frank's voice softens. You folks can start living normal lives again. No more security details. No more looking over your shoulders. Jeremy and I exchange glances, a world of understanding passing between us. Normal? What does that even look like anymore? We'll talk soon, Jeremy tells him. Send the final paperwork when it's ready. Will do. Take care of yourselves. The call ends, and for a moment neither of us moves. The silence in the house feels different now. Not tense with waiting for the next threat, but open with possibility. It's over, I whisper, still hardly believing it. Jeremy pulls me into his arms, and I go willingly, pressing my face against his chest, listening to the steady thump of his heart. His lips brush my temple, then my cheek, finally finding my mouth in a kiss that tastes like relief and promise. We made it, he murmurs against my lips. All of us together? I nod, feeling tears prick behind my eyelids. I keep thinking about what could have happened if... Don't. He cups my face in his hands. We can't live in what-ifs. She's gone. We're safe. That's all that matters now. He's right. I've spent too many nights lying awake, imagining worst-case scenarios, my mind conjuring horrors that now, thankfully, will never come to pass. It's time to focus on what we have, not what we might have lost. I need to check on Maya, I say, reluctantly pulling away from his embrace. As I pass the kitchen window, I notice the security team packing up their equipment. By tomorrow, they'll be gone completely. No more men in dark suits watching our every move. No more scheduled routes to and from everywhere. Just us, living our lives. I find Maya in her room, arranging her stuffed animals in a complicated tea party formation. She looks up when I enter. Her smile so much like Jeremy's, it makes my heart squeeze. Is the bad lady going away forever? She asks, somehow knowing exactly why I've come to find her. I sit on the edge of her bed. Yes, baby. She's going away for a very long time. She can't hurt us anymore. Maya considers this, her small face serious. Good. I didn't like when you were scared. I didn't like it either. I smooth her curls back from her forehead. But we don't have to be scared anymore. We can just be happy. With Daddy too? With Daddy too, I confirm, warmth spreading through my chest at the thought of our future together. We're a family, Maya. Nothing's going to change that. She nods, satisfied with this answer, and returns to her tea party. I watch her for a moment, marveling at her resilience, her ability to move forward without dwelling on the darkness we've just escaped. When I return to the living room, Jeremy is standing by the window, watching the security team load the last of their equipment into unmarked vans. His shoulders look lighter somehow, the tension that's been his constant companion these past months finally easing. Hey, I say softly. He turns, and the love in his eyes takes my breath away. He crosses the room in 3 long strides and pulls me into his arms again, lifting me off my feet in a fierce embrace that says everything words can't. I almost lost you both, he whispers against my hair. I've never been so terrified in my life. I wrap my arms around his neck, holding him just as tightly. But you didn't lose us. We're right here. We're not going anywhere. He sets me down gently, his hand still resting on my waist. Promise? Promise. I rise on tiptoes to kiss him, feeling the last remnants of fear dissolve in the warmth of his touch. We've got a whole life ahead of us, Jeremy. A normal, boring, wonderful life. His laugh is low and full of promise. I don't think life with you could ever be boring, Gemma Francis. As the security vans pull away from our home for the last time, I feel something settle inside me, a certainty that we've weathered the worst storm and come out stronger on the other side. The path ahead is clear now, unobstructed by fear or anger or worry. Maybe we should think about moving, Jeremy says suddenly, turning to face me. Find somewhere new, somewhere without these memories. His suggestion hangs in the air between us. I look around the living room, my mother's antique side table in the corner, the marks on the doorframe where she measured my height as a child, the faded watercolor of the lighthouse she painted during her last few months of living. No, I say firmly. This is my mother's house. I'm not leaving it behind. Jeremy crosses to me, his expression gentle but concerned. Gemma, after everything that's happened here, especially after everything that's happened, I meet his gaze steadily. I'm not going to let Mariana win by driving me away from my roots. This house isn't just walls and a roof, Jeremy. It's all I have left of my mother. I walk to the mantel, running my fingers over the framed photos. My mother holding me, her smile radiant despite how tired she was. Every corner of this place holds memories of her, the good and the bad. I can't just walk away from that. Jeremy's hands come to rest on my shoulders, warm and strong. I just want you and Maya to feel safe. We will. I turn to face him, placing my palms against his chest. We already do, with you here. This house survived a fire attempt. It's still standing. So are we. His eyes search mine, looking for any sign of doubt or fear. Are you sure? Because we could find another place nearby. Something with better security, maybe closer to town. You said it yourself, remember? I interrupt gently. When we first talked about staying here after Mom died, you said she wanted me to be here with Maya, that this was where we belonged. His expression softens with recognition. I did say that. And you were right. I step closer, letting myself lean into his strength. This is our home, Jeremy. Maya's learning to ride her bike in the same driveway where I learned. She's building sandcastles on the same beach where my mom taught me to swim. I want that for her. That connection to something bigger than just us. Jeremy wraps his arms around me, pulling me against his chest. I can feel his heartbeat, strong and steady. You're incredible. You know that? He murmurs into my hair. After everything that's happened, most people would be running for the hills. I'm not most people. No, he agrees, tilting my chin up to look at him. You're the strongest, bravest woman I've ever known. Tackling a psychopath with a gas can? That's some Wonder Woman stuff right there. I can't help but laugh, despite everything. I didn't even think. I just saw her there, threatening our home, and something in me snapped. Mama bear instinct. His thumb traces the scratch on my cheek with infinite tenderness. Remind me never to get on your bad side. Too late for that. I smile up at him, feeling some of the tension finally leaving my body. You're stuck with me now. Wouldn't have it any other way. Jeremy leans down, his lips meeting mine in a kiss that starts gentle, but quickly deepens with need and relief and the raw emotion of the day. When we finally break apart, I rest my forehead against his chest, breathing him in. We're going to be okay, I whisper, not sure if I'm reassuring him or myself. We are, he agrees firmly. In this house, we'll make new memories here, better ones. Ones that will drown out everything else. I nod against his chest, suddenly exhausted but determined. The events of the day have drained me completely, but there's a new resolve burning inside me that refuses to be extinguished. Maya's birthday party next month, Christmas by the fireplace with stockings hanging and hot chocolate. Lazy Sunday mornings with pancakes drowning in syrup and cartoons playing in the background while we all cuddle on the couch in our pajamas. Building that tree house I promised her with the rope ladder and secret password. Jeremy's voice rumbles deep in his chest, vibrating against my cheek in a way that feels like home. Summer barbecues on the deck with friends laughing and kids running around, teaching her to swim in the ocean, holding her little hands while she kicks her feet and splashes water everywhere. Normal things, I murmur, closing my eyes and letting myself imagine the future unfolding before us. Boring, wonderful, normal family things that most people take for granted, but that we'll treasure every damn second of. Jeremy pulls back just enough to look into my eyes, his expression serious and intense. His blue gaze locks with mine, strong hands cradling my face like I'm something precious. I love you, Gemma Francis. Your strength, your stubbornness, your fierce heart that doesn't back down even when faced with crazy women wielding gas cans. All of it. Every single part of you. I love you too. The words come easily now, flowing from my lips without hesitation. All my earlier fears and hesitations washed away by the day's events. Like footprints on the shore, life is too short, too precious to waste on what-ifs and maybes. Today proved that in the most terrifying way possible.
Chapter 28. Jeremy. The waves lap gently against the shore, a rhythm as steady as my heartbeat. Maya digs in the sand a few feet away, her little hands expertly crafting what she calls a castle mansion, complete with seashell decorations. The afternoon sun catches in her curls, highlighting the golden brown strands that remind me so much of Gemma. Gemma. My gaze shifts to her, sitting cross-legged on our beach blanket. She's watching Maya with that soft smile that still makes my chest tighten every damn time I see it. She's got your creative streak, I say, nudging Gemma's shoulder with mine. And your stubbornness. She laughs as Maya meticulously repositions a shell for the 5th time. That tower has to be exactly right. I lean back on my elbows, taking in the view of our little family against the backdrop of the endless ocean. It's been 3 months since Mariana's arrest. 3 months of rebuilding, of healing, of finding our rhythm together. 3 months of waking up next to Gemma every morning, of Maya's excited footsteps running down the hall to jump on our bed. My mansion overlooking the sea sits empty now, waiting for some other rich jerk to fill it with expensive furniture and hollow achievements. I sold it last month, surprising even myself with how easy the decision was. That place never felt like home. This does. "Daddy, come see!" Maya calls, waving frantically. "I made a swimming pool for the princess." "Coming, princess." I push myself up, but before joining her I reach into my pocket, feeling the 2 small boxes I've been carrying around for days, waiting for the perfect moment. This is it. This quiet afternoon on the beach. Just the 3 of us. The way it should be. "Actually, hold on a second, Maya." I take Gemma's hand, pulling her to her feet. "I need to talk to you both." Gemma gives me a curious look as Maya bounds over, sand covering her knees and elbows. "What is it, Daddy? Is it a surprise? I love surprises." "It is a surprise." I kneel down so I'm at eye level with Maya, then look up at Gemma. "For both of you." I pull out the first box, the one I've kept for 5 years, waiting for a woman who never came back for Thanksgiving. The box is a little worn around the edges now, but what's inside still shines like new. "Gemma, I got this for you years ago." I open the box, revealing the wave necklace with its blue labradorite stones catching the sunlight. I bought it after I met you that first time, planning to give it to you when you came home for Thanksgiving. Her eyes widen in surprise, her hand coming up to cover her mouth. "Jeremy, I waited for you," I continue, my voice rougher than I intended. "I didn't know why you never came back." I didn't know about Maya, but something in me knew we weren't finished. I stand, taking the necklace from its box. "Turn around." She does, gathering her curls to one side. I fasten the delicate chain around her neck, letting my fingers linger against her skin. When she turns back to face me, the pendant rests perfectly against her collarbone, the blue stones matching the ocean behind her. "It's beautiful," she whispers, touching it gently. "It symbolizes transformation and strength," I tell her, remembering the artisan's words from so long ago. "Finding your true path." Maya watches us with wide eyes, unusually quiet. I turn to her next, smiling at my daughter. My daughter, a miracle I never thought I'd have. "And for you, Maya." I pull out a smaller box, opening it to reveal a matching necklace, size for a child, with a tiny wave pendant. "So you always remember we're connected, even when we're apart." "Like mommies!" She bounces on her toes, excitement radiating from her small body. "Just like mommies." I fasten it around her neck, my heart squeezing at how grown up she suddenly looks. "Do you like it?" "I love it." She throws her arms around my neck, nearly knocking me over. "Thank you, Daddy." When she releases me, I take a deep breath. The biggest moment is still to come. I have one more surprise. I reach into my pocket again, pulling out the third box, smaller than the others, but infinitely more significant. Gemma's eyes lock onto it immediately, her breath catching. "Gemma Francis," I begin, dropping to one knee in the sand. "6 years ago, I met a woman who turned my world upside down in one night. Then she disappeared, taking a piece of my heart with her." Maya gasps dramatically, clearly recognizing this as an important moment, even if she doesn't fully understand it. What I didn't know was that she also left me with the greatest gift I could ever receive. I glance at Maya, who beams back at me. And when I found you both again, I promised myself I wouldn't let you go a second time. I open the box, revealing the ring I spent weeks selecting. A platinum band with a solitaire diamond flanked by smaller blue stones that match their necklaces. "I love you, Gemma. I love our daughter. I love the life we're building together. And I want to make it official." My voice catches, but I push through. "Will you marry me?" Tears fill Gemma's eyes, spilling onto her cheeks. For one heart-stopping moment, she's silent, and every insecurity I've ever had comes rushing back. Then she nods, her smile breaking through the tears. "Yes," she whispers. "Yes. 1,000,000,000 times yes, Jeremy." I slide the ring onto Gemma's finger, watching how it catches the afternoon light. The platinum band sits perfectly against her skin, like it was always meant to be there. The diamond sparkles between the blue stones that match the necklaces I've given them both. "This has been a long time coming," I whisper, pulling her into my arms. My voice is rough with emotion as I kiss her deeply, tasting the salt of her happy tears on her lips. When we finally break apart, Maya is dancing around us in circles, her little wave necklace bouncing against her chest. Gemma wipes at her eyes, her smile brighter than the sun reflecting off the ocean. "My mom would be so happy right now," she says, her voice catching. "I think she always wanted this for me, even though she never said it out loud, for us to find our way back to each other." I nod, swallowing hard against the lump in my throat. "Elaine was a great friend of mine, you know. Those months after we met, when you went back to New York, she kept me going." Gemma's eyes widen slightly. "It's amazing to know that you two met and had a friendship while I was gone. We met at the farmer's market that fall, you know. She recognized me somehow, said I looked like someone who'd met her daughter. I laughed softly at the memory. She invited me for Thanksgiving dinner when you couldn't make it home." "That sounds like her," Gemma says, shaking her head with a fond smile. "Always collecting strays. She would have been so pleased to know we found each other again." I brush my thumb across her cheek. "She told me once that this town has a way of pulling you back when you need it most. She was right. She usually was." Gemma's fingers trace the wave pendant at her throat. "I still can't believe you kept this all these years." "I never gave up hope." I pull her close again, breathing in the scent of her hair, even when I thought I should. Maya tugs at our hands, impatient with all the standing around. "Come on! I want to find more shells for my castle." Gemma laughs, the sound carrying across the beach. "Lead the way, baby." We follow our daughter down the shoreline, our fingers intertwined. Maya skips ahead, stopping every few feet to examine some new treasure. A piece of sea glass, a uniquely shaped shell, a smooth stone polished by the waves. "Look, Daddy!" She holds up a perfect sand dollar. "Isn't it cool? I like finding these." "That's a special find," I tell her, kneeling down to her level. "Those are rare." She beams at me, placing it carefully in the small bucket she's carrying. "I'm collecting all the best ones for our new house." "Our house is perfect just as it is," Gemma says gently, exchanging a look with me. We'd had this conversation about staying in her mother's house, about honoring Elaine's memory by raising our family there. "I know," Maya says, already distracted by something else in the sand. "But I want to make it prettier." I stand, pulling Gemma against my side as we watch Maya continue her hunt. The sun is starting to dip lower in the sky, casting long golden rays across the water. "I never thought I'd have this," I admit quietly. "A family. A second chance." Gemma turns to face me, her eyes serious despite her smile. "When I found out I was pregnant after that night, I was terrified. But my mother told me something I never forgot after I gave birth to Maya. She said that sometimes the most unexpected gifts are the ones we need most. She was right about that, too." I kiss her forehead, overwhelmed by how perfectly everything has fallen into place despite all the chaos we've been through. Maya is the greatest gift I never knew I wanted. And now we get to raise her together. Gemma's fingers tighten around mine. No more looking over our shoulders. No more fear. Just us, I agree. Our little family. Maya races back to us, her bucket now half full of shells and pebbles. "I found a heart one!" She holds up a shell shaped remarkably like a heart. "It's for you and Mommy." Gemma takes it, examining it with exaggerated care. It's perfect, baby. Thank you. Can we put it in our bedroom? Maya asks. So you and Daddy can see it every day and remember you love each other? We don't need a shell to remember that, I tell her, ruffling her curls. But it'll have a special place, I promise. As we continue walking, the waves gently lapping at our feet, I feel a peace I've never known before. The weight of the past, my divorce, the years of loneliness, all of Mariana's threats, seems to fall away with each step we take together. Ahead of us, Maya continues her quest, her small figure silhouetted against the setting sun. Beside me, Gemma walks with her head on my shoulder, her hand secure in mine, and I know with absolute certainty that this is what I've been searching for my entire life.
Chapter 29. Gemma. I move quietly through the kitchen, morning sunlight streaming through the windows as I whisk eggs in a bowl. The house is peaceful at this hour, with Jeremy and Maya still sleeping upstairs. The coffee machine gurgles as I pour the eggs into the heated pan, adding cheese and the vegetables I diced earlier. My engagement ring catches the light as I work, still feeling new and wonderful on my finger. I pause to admire it, the blue stones flanking the diamond reminding me of the matching necklaces Jeremy gave us yesterday. The memory brings a smile to my face. His nervousness, Maya's excitement, the perfect moment on the beach. The toast pops up, and I butter it quickly before checking on the eggs. Everything's coming together nicely, just like our little family. With breakfast nearly ready, I take advantage of these quiet moments alone. I wander into the living room, drawn to my mother's old writing desk in the corner. It's been months since she passed, but sometimes the grief still hits me unexpectedly, like a wave crashing over me when I least expect it. I run my fingers along the polished wood surface. Mom loved this desk. She'd sit here for hours writing letters, paying bills, organizing family photos. I open the top drawer, finding her neat stacks of stationery, pens arranged by color, paper clips in a small ceramic dish I made her in elementary school. The second drawer contains journals and keepsakes. I pull out a small journal labeled Maya's First Year, in Mom's elegant handwriting. She documented everything I used to tell her by taking down the dates. Maya's first smile, first tooth, first steps, all the milestones Jeremy missed. A pang of regret hits me. I should have told him sooner. I should have given him the chance to know his daughter from the beginning. As I place the journal back, my fingers brush against something tucked into the back of the drawer. An envelope with my name written on it. Mom's handwriting, but I've never seen this before. I pull it out, turning it over in my hands. The envelope is sealed, the paper slightly yellowed with age. The date in the corner makes my breath catch. It was written just weeks before she died. My hands tremble slightly as I open it, unfolding the letter inside. My dearest Gemma, if you're reading this, I'm no longer with you, and you finally come home to stay. I've prayed for this day, even knowing I might not live to see it. There's something I need to tell you about Jeremy Evans. I know you've kept him at arm's length all these years, protecting yourself and Maya. But darling, he's a good man, one of the best I've ever known. After you left that summer, he and I became friends. He would check on me, fix things around the house, bring me groceries when the weather was bad. He never stopped asking about you, though I respected your wishes and kept your secret. I know he's older than you, and I understand your hesitation. But age means little when hearts connect the way yours did. I saw it in his eyes whenever your name was mentioned. That same spark I recognized in your father's eyes when he looked at me. He waited for you, Gemma. For years. He never gave up hope that you'd return. Maya deserves to know her father, and Jeremy deserves to know his daughter. But more than that, you deserve happiness, my sweet girl. Real, lasting happiness, with someone who treasures you. I hope by the time you find this letter, you've already opened your heart to the possibility. If not, consider this my final motherly advice. Don't let fear keep you from love. It's too precious and too rare to waste. All my love, Mom. Tears streamed down my face as I finished reading. I pressed the letter to my chest, feeling like Mom is here with me, giving me one last piece of wisdom. She knew. She knew Jeremy would be good for us. She saw what I was too scared to see, that running away from him was really running away from happiness. Mommy? Maya's sleepy voice comes from the doorway. She's rubbing her eyes, her curls out from sleep, her new necklace gleaming against her pajamas. Why are you crying? I quickly wiped my tears, tucking the letter into my pocket. I found something special that Grandma left for me. What is it? She climbs onto my lap, her small body warm and trusting. A letter. She wrote it before she went to heaven. I kissed the top of her head. She wanted to make sure I didn't miss out on something important. Like what? I look up to see Jeremy standing in the doorway, watching us with such tenderness it makes my heart ache. His hair is rumpled from sleep, his eyes soft as they meet mine. Like this, I say, reaching out my hand to him. Like us. He crosses the room and takes my hand, kneeling beside us. Everything okay? I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. I'll show him the letter later when we're alone. For now, I just want to savor this moment. The three of us together. Exactly as my mother hoped we would be. I made breakfast. I finally manage. It's probably getting cold. Pancakes? Maya asks hopefully. Even better, cheesy eggs and toast. I lead our little procession to the kitchen, Maya skipping ahead while Jeremy follows behind me. The morning light fills the room, making the yellow walls glow with warmth. Mom always said that yellow was the color of happiness, and I'm grateful she painted this kitchen that shade all those years ago. Can I sit in Grandma's special chair? Maya asks, already climbing onto the wooden chair with the cushion Mom embroidered herself. Of course, sweetie. I set the letter on the counter, tucking it safely away from the breakfast preparations. That chair is all yours now? Jeremy pulls out another chair and sits, his eyes following me as I move around the kitchen. I can feel the weight of his gaze, warm and appreciative. The engagement ring catches the light as I reach for plates, and I still can't believe this is real, that we found our way to each other after all this time. This smells amazing, Jeremy says, helping Maya unfold her napkin across her lap. Did your mom teach you to cook like this? She taught me everything I know about cooking, I reply, serving the cheesy eggs onto 3 plates. Sunday morning breakfast was sacred in this house. Even when I was a moody teenager, I had to be at this table by 9. Was Mommy bad when she was little? Maya asked Jeremy with wide eyes. He laughs, the sound deep and comforting. I bet she was perfect. Not even close, I admit, bringing the plates to the table. I was stubborn and bossy. Mom used to say I came out of the womb with my mind made up about everything. Just like Maya, Jeremy says, winking at our daughter. I'm not bossy, Maya protests, her indignant expression so similar to Jeremy's that it makes my heart flip. Of course not, princess, he soothes, reaching over to tap her nose. You're a natural leader. I watch them together as we eat, marveling at how quickly they bonded once they found each other. Jeremy was made to be a father, patient, playful, protective. All the things Maya needed without knowing she was missing them. Do you think Grandma can see us from heaven? Maya asks suddenly, her fork paused midway to her mouth. The question catches me off guard, and I glance at Jeremy before answering. I think she can, baby. I really do. Is she happy that we're all together now? I swallow hard, emotion rising in my throat. She's very happy. Remember the letter I found? It was from Grandma, and she wrote that she wanted exactly this, for all of us to be a family. Jeremy reaches across the table to take my hand, his thumb brushing over my engagement ring. Your grandma was a very wise woman, Maya. She knew what all of us needed before we did. She always said that, I agree, squeezing his hand. That she could see things coming before they happened. That's like you. Like when you knew I was going to spill my juice? Maya giggles. Exactly like that, I laugh. We finish breakfast, the conversation flowing easily between the three of us. After we clear the dishes, Maya runs off to play in the living room, leaving Jeremy and me alone in the kitchen. He comes up behind me at the sink, wrapping his arms around my waist and resting his chin on my shoulder. You okay? He asks. Godly, finding that letter must have been intense. I lean back against his chest, letting out a long sigh. It was like she was right here with me, like she knew exactly what I needed to hear today. She had a way of doing that, Jeremy murmurs. Even when I barely knew her, she seemed to understand what I was feeling better than I did. I turn in his arms to face him. I'm so grateful she had you in her life when I couldn't be here. That she wasn't alone. We took care of each other, he says simply. She gave me hope when I'd lost it. Kept me connected to you when I thought you were gone forever. The house creaks gently around us. The familiar sounds of settling wood and distant ocean waves. I close my eyes for a moment, feeling Mom's presence in every corner of this home, in the hand-sewn curtains, the collection of seashells on the windowsill, the faint scent of her perfume that still lingers in certain rooms. I can feel her here with us. I whisper, my voice barely audible against the ambient sounds of the house, watching over us, approving of everything that's happened between us, like she orchestrated it all somehow. Jeremy kisses my forehead tenderly, his lips lingering against my skin. His strong hands slide up to cup my face, thumbs gently stroking my cheeks as he pulls back to look into my eyes. She'd be so proud of you, Gemma, of the mother you've become to Maya, the incredible woman you are. The way you handle everything life throws at you with such grace and strength. I see it every day, and I'm in awe of you. I hope so. I open my eyes, looking up at him, searching those piercing blue eyes that still make my heart skip a beat. My fingers trace the sharp line of his jaw, feeling the slight stubble beneath my fingertips. I think she'd be especially happy about us, that we found our way back to each other after everything, against all odds. She knew we would, he says with absolute certainty, his deep voice resonating through his chest against my palm. That's why she kept me close all those years when I was just a broken man with too much money and no direction. She was playing the long game, setting up the pieces. Your mom was always 3 steps ahead of everyone else. I laugh softly, resting my head against his solid chest, breathing in his expensive cologne. His heartbeat thumps steadily under my ear, comforting and strong. That sounds exactly like something she would do. Meddle from beyond, making sure we all ended up exactly where we needed to be.
Chapter 30. Jeremy. The sound hits me before I'm fully awake, that unmistakable retching from the bathroom. My eyes snap open in the darkness, the digital clock reading 5:47 a.m. Gemma's side of the bed is empty, the sheets still warm. Damn, I mutter, throwing back the covers and hurrying toward the bathroom. I find Gemma on her knees, hunched over the toilet. Her curls hang in disarray around her face as she heaves again. Without hesitation, I kneel beside her, gathering her hair in one hand, while my other rubs slow circles on her back. I'm here, baby, I whisper, wincing in sympathy as another wave hits her. She groans, leaning heavily against the porcelain. This is the 3rd morning in a row. I know. I reach for a washcloth, dampen it with cool water, and press it gently to the back of her neck. You should have woken me up. You were sleeping so peacefully. Her voice sounds raw, exhausted. Didn't want to disturb you. I continue holding her hair as she spits into the toilet, then flushes. When she finally sits back on her heels, I hand her a glass of water from the sink. Small sips, I remind her, watching as she takes a tentative drink. She looks beautiful even now, with a grimace on her face, her eyes watery, wearing one of my t-shirts that hangs loose on her frame. I brush a stray curl from her forehead, noting the clammy feel of her skin. Better? I ask when she hands the glass back. For now. She attempts a weak smile. Sorry about this. Don't apologize. I help her to her feet, steadying her when she sways slightly. Come on, let's get you back to bed. As I guide her back to our bedroom, my mind races with possibilities. This is the third consecutive morning she's been sick, always around the same time, always with the same intensity. My heart rate picks up as I consider what it might mean. Once she's settled against the pillows, I sit on the edge of the bed beside her, taking her hand in mine. Gemma, I start carefully. Have you considered that you might be pregnant? Her eyes widen slightly, and I can see the calculations happening behind them. The same ones I've been making. It's been nearly 2 months since we got engaged. 2 months of passionate nights and lazy mornings. 2 months without much thought to protection. I've been so busy with the wedding plans and Maya starting school here, she says slowly. My period's late, but I just assumed it was stress. I squeeze her hand. How late? Almost 3 weeks. She bites her lip, looking suddenly vulnerable. Do you think... I think it's a possibility we should consider. I try to keep my voice neutral, not wanting to reveal how desperately I hope it's true. A baby. Another baby. The thought sends a surge of emotion through me so powerful, I have to take a deep breath. Maya would love a sibling, she whispers, a tentative smile forming. She would. I can't help grinning now, and I'd love another chance to be there from the beginning. To not miss a single moment this time. Gemma's eyes fill with tears. Jeremy, I'm sorry. No. I cut her off gently but firmly. We've been through this. What happened with Maya wasn't your fault. We both made choices based on what we knew then. She nods, wiping at her eyes. I just hate that you miss so much. And I get to be here for everything now. I lean forward, pressing my forehead to hers, including holding your hair back while you puke your guts out. That earns me a laugh, which was exactly what I was going for. So romantic. I try. I kiss her temple. How about I go to the pharmacy when it opens? Get a test so we can know for sure. Yes, please. She squeezes my hand, her eyes meeting mine with a mixture of fear and hope. But what if it's positive? We're not even married yet. The wedding's still months away. Then we'll have 2 things to celebrate instead of 1. I cup her face in my hands, making sure she sees the certainty in my eyes. Gemma, nothing would make me happier than having another child with you. The timing is perfect. You really think so? I know so. I kiss her softly, mindful of her post-sickness state. Now rest. I'll get Maya ready for school and make you some toast. Plain, no butter. As I stand to leave, she catches my hand. Jeremy... I turn back. Yeah? I love you. My heart swells just like it does every time she says those words. I love you too, both of you. I place my hand gently on her stomach. Maybe all 3 of you. The possibility of another child, a baby we'd raised together from the start, fills me with a joy I can barely contain. As I quietly close the bedroom door behind me, I I can't help but think that Elaine might be orchestrating this from beyond, too, giving us one more perfect gift to celebrate our reunion. I'm in the middle of flipping a blueberry pancake just as Maya bounces into the kitchen, her curls still wild from sleep, and her favorite unicorn pajamas rumpled. Her new wave necklace gleams against the purple fabric. "Morning, Daddy." She climbs onto the counter stool, swinging her legs. "Morning, Princess." I slide the pancake onto the growing stack. "You hungry?" "Starving." She stretches her arms wide. "This much hungry?" I chuckle, pouring more batter onto the griddle. "Good thing I'm making extra." While the pancake cooks, I grab Maya's lunchbox from the fridge, packed by Gemma last night, and tuck it into her backpack. It's still surreal sometimes, these ordinary morning routines that I missed for 5 years. "Is Mommy sick again?" Maya asks, reaching for the syrup bottle. I take it before she can create a sticky disaster. "She's just resting a bit longer today." "Because of her tummy?" Smart kid. Nothing gets past her. "Yeah, baby. Mommy's tummy is a little upset this morning." Maya nods seriously. "Jessica's mommy had a tummy ache too, and then she got a baby brother." I nearly dropped the spatula. "Did she now?" "Uh-huh. Jessica said her mommy threw up every morning, and then the baby came." I slide the last pancake onto Maya's plate, cutting it into bite-sized pieces before adding a careful amount of syrup. "You know, Maya, I wanted to ask you something." "What?" She stuffs a bite into her mouth, syrup immediately dotting her chin. I grab a napkin, wiping it away. "How would you feel if Mommy and I had a baby? If you had a little brother or sister?" Her eyes go wide, fork freezing midair. "For real?" "Maybe." I keep my voice casual despite my racing heart. "Would that be okay with you?" "That would be amazing!" She bounces on her stool, nearly toppling it. I steady her with my hand. "I could teach them everything! Like how to color inside the lines and count to 100 and... Whoa! Slow down there!" I laugh, relieved by her enthusiasm. "We don't know for sure yet. It's just a possibility." "Is that why Mommy's tummy hurts? Is there a baby in there already?" She points to her own stomach, her expression serious. "We're going to find out today." I check the clock. "But right now, we need to get you ready for school. Miss Johnson doesn't like when her students are late." "I've never been late!" She says this with such indignation that I have to suppress another laugh. "And we're not starting today. Come on, let's get you dressed." I help her pick out clothes, a process that involves multiple outfit changes before she settles on a purple skirt and matching top, and then tackle the challenge of her hair. Gemma usually handles this part, her fingers deftly working through the curls with practiced ease. I'm still learning, but Maya's patient with me as I carefully brush and braid her hair. "Not too tight, Daddy," she reminds me. "Sorry, Princess." I loosen my grip, concentrating hard on making the braid even. "Will the baby have curly hair like me and Mommy?" I secure the braid with a purple elastic. Maybe. Or maybe straight hair like mine. Oh, I hope it's curly. Curly is prettier. Your curls are definitely beautiful. I turn her around to face me, kneeling to her level. Just like you. You're the most beautiful, smartest, kindest little girl in the whole world. She beams at me, throwing her arms around my neck. You're the best daddy ever. My throat tightens. For 5 years, I didn't know she existed. 5 years of her life that I can never get back. But I'm here now, and I'm never going anywhere. Maya, I say, pulling back to look into her eyes. I want you to know something important. No matter what happens, whether there's a new baby or not, you will always be my first little girl. You're my world, Princess. I know, Daddy. She says it so matter-of-factly with such complete trust that it nearly breaks me. I love you so much. Press a kiss to her forehead, breathing in the sweet scent of her strawberry shampoo. I love you too, Daddy. She hugs me tightly, her small arms surprisingly strong around my neck. We stay like that for a moment, and I silently thank whatever forces brought us together. Gemma's return to Seabreeze Harbor, her mother's passing, even Mariana's chaos. All of it led to this perfect moment with my daughter in my arms.